Chapter 1, Ch.01. Harry sat alone in Grimmauld Place staring at the small box that held not only a diamond ring within, but his entire future. In the almost 8 months since he defeated Voldemort, his world had turned upside down. The ring in the box was destined for the only constant in his life since he was 11 years old. He now understood, discovering Hermione that fateful morning after the battle, crying outside the castle, was the pivotal event that changed his life. At the time he wanted nothing more than to go and rip the lungs out of the prat responsible for his best friend being out here. She begged him not to, but if he'd seen the bruises before they got on that plane to Australia, no force on this earth could have kept him from extracting revenge on Ronald fucking Weasley. The bastard's sister went mental when Harry told her he was leaving with Hermione to find her parents. Ginny had the audacity to give him an ultimatum, that if he left then it was over between them. For some reason Harry found that an incredibly easy decision to make and reminded the girl they'd been over since Dumbledore's funeral. It was on the plane, as Hermione began to fret whether her parents would forgive her, that he decided she needed a hug. When she winced as he put his arm around her, Harry wanted answers and got the full story. Ron had read a lot more into that kiss than Hermione had intended. When he tried for more kisses later on, he didn't take it too well when she told him no. Even the thought of Ron hitting Hermione drove Harry nuts. Hermione had then found herself trying to comfort him. A jumbo jet cruising at 50,000 feet is probably the worst place anyone could have a bout of accidental magic. Since losing that Horcrux from behind his scar, Harry's control had been all over the place, and particularly when he was upset. She'd held Harry in her arms and spoke softly to him, telling him that she never wanted to see the red-headed bastard again. He'd replied that he would not be getting back together with Ginny, which enticed Hermione to hug him tighter. The entire flight they didn't speak about their past, too raw and painful, neither did they speak about their future, too uncertain and totally dependent on the task in hand. The only subject was Hermione's parents and how they would go about finding them. Hermione had money in the bank she could access. Harry's status with Gringotts was currently unknown, so she was taking care of everything. He was happy to turn himself over to her very capable hands. On arrival they were exhausted and Hermione booked them into the nearest hotel. After staying so long together in that tent, sharing a room felt so natural. When Hermione woke crying, Harry didn't hesitate to hold her until she fell back to sleep. Waking with Hermione in his arms was something he was getting used to. After the first 5 nights of finishing up in his bed, she began ordering double rooms as they traveled around Australia. The stress and strain was really starting to pile up on Hermione as each lead they chased down ended fruitless. After 3 weeks of nothing, they weren't expecting much but finally struck gold. Unfortunately, the gold rapidly lost its luster as her mum went apeshit when Hermione restored her memory. She ordered them out the house, never to return. Harry had to practically carry a distraught Hermione out of there. He led her up a side alley before attempting side-along apparition into their hotel room. For 2 days Harry looked after her. If he didn't feed Hermione, she didn't eat. Her whole world had come crashing down at the thought of her parents hating her. On the 3rd day Hermione's father phoned. Harry had left a hotel card on the table as he helped their daughter comply with her mother's wishes, and finally, here was the contact he was hoping for. They were invited tonight at 6 for dinner and discussions. Hermione was a nervous wreck, but to be fair, her parents didn't appear much better. The meal was instantly forgotten as her mother stared straight into Hermione's eyes and demanded, "I need to know why our daughter could do something so vile as to make her own parents forget all about her. Please explain that, as no one leaves this table until I understand what was behind this." Harry placed his hand on a crying Hermione's arm and accepted responsibility. "That would be my fault, ma'am." Hermione tried to refute that, but Harry held her hand and spoke softly to her. "Hermione, let me tell the story and we can argue about the blame later. Your parents deserve the truth and you're in no state to tell it tonight." She squeezed his hand, so Harry began. He told the story of Voldemort, Death Eaters and Horcruxes, crazy headmasters who could never just tell you something but had to send you on a quest to work things out yourself, the bigotry and violence, torture and murder. It was not a pleasant evening. Hermione sent you away for your safety. You would definitely have been targeted as they scoured the country searching for us. Everyone knows the name of my best friend and that she would stick by me no matter what. When we were captured and she was being tortured, I nearly went out of my mind. A friend of ours died that night helping us escape." Harry stared at the two elder Grangers as he drove home his point. "Had you stayed in Britain, the best we could have offered you would have been moving from safe house to safe house, and some of them didn't turn out to be that safe." "What happened to the people that tortured my daughter?" her father demanded angrily. "Well, Lestrange is dead, but the Malfoys have used their money to get them out of trouble before, so we don't know on that score." When the final battle was over, Hermione immediately made plans for us to come and find you. We booked the first available flight the day after the battle and have been out of circulation for about a month now. Hermione added her tuppence worth. "Mum, Dad, it was my fight, but you were caught right in the middle of it, unaware and unprepared. I knew there was a good chance you would never speak to me again, but I would rather have that than be laying flowers on your graves, because I truly believe that was the alternative." "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, if there's one thing I've learned, it's that your daughter is very rarely wrong. In this case I agree. You may have been kept alive as bait to capture us, but that would have left you wishing for death." Hermione's father had a thoughtful expression on his face. "You have given us a lot to talk over. Could we do this again tomorrow and we might actually get to eat some food?" Both quickly agreed, but he wasn't quite finished yet. "Harry, if I ask you an honest question, will you give me an honest answer?" "I promise I will, sir." "Can I ask what your relationship is with my daughter?" Harry noticed he'd been holding her hand all night, so was brutally honest. "Hermione has been my best friend for 7 years. When we wake in each other's arms, it's because one of us has had a horrendous nightmare that only the other can understand. We've stood by each other through everything that life's thrown at us, but neither has looked any further than finding you both. I know I never expected to survive the final battle, and suspect Hermione thought the same. At some point we'll sit down and discuss our futures, but whatever mine is, your daughter will be part of it somehow." Chapter 2, ch.02. Hermione laid her head on his shoulder. "I feel exactly the same way and look forward to that discussion. Neither of us is ready for it yet, but I think we will be soon." The healing process had begun and they had been visiting her parents every evening for 5 days when Hermione approached him. "Mum has offered their spare room to save us living in the hotel." Before Harry could say anything, she had countered his argument. "Mum and Dad know we're sleeping together. They also know it's just sleeping and don't have a problem with it." Slowly but surely Harry got to see how a real family operated, and it was nothing like the Dursley or Weasley models he was familiar with. This was something he felt a part of. Just simple things like helping Hermione make dinner for her parents coming home made him incredibly happy. It was a few weeks later when Hermione said she was going away for a couple of days with her mum. Harry didn't ask too many questions as he could see how important this was to her. Sitting having a beer with her dad after the Granger girls had left, he found himself answering strange questions. "Tell me about this Weasley boy. We thought he was our friend, but then he hurt Hermione. I wanted to go after him, but she was afraid because of my magic being unstable. I could have finished up killing him. I didn't learn about the bruises until we were on the plane, or nothing would have stopped me. I haven't forgotten and will be raising the matter next time we meet. Nobody hurts Hermione and gets away with it. My magic is back under control, but changed so much I rarely need my wand anymore." Harry summoned another couple of beers from the fridge just by lifting his hand. Her father took one without seeming to notice the feat. His eyes stared into the distance as he spoke. "Harry, a father only wants what's best for his daughter, and I think we both know who that is. Please take care of my girl for me, because apparently I can't." With that he rose and headed off to his bedroom, leaving Harry sitting wondering just what was going on. When the girls returned, Hermione clung to him like a security blanket and cried in his arms the entire night. Harry just held her and provided as much comfort as possible, not knowing what was going on but trusting she would tell him eventually. Weeks turned into months before they decided to return to Britain for Christmas. No mention was made of home since they hadn't decided where that would be yet. One day back and they had all decided it wouldn't be here. Or should that be one issue of the Daily Prophet? Both Harry and Hermione were aware the magical world was corrupt, but this had reached new lows. From what they could gather, Kingsley was denied being minister when some archaic law was wheeled out stating that the holder had to be British and a pure blood. since he was neither Dolores Umbridge somehow weaseled her way into the job. The Malfoys had not only escaped a stay in Azkaban but were back in the society pages as pillars of the community. The biggest shock though was the Weasleys, Ron and Molly were being hailed as the heroes of Hogwarts for their part in defeating the forces of the evil half-blood who'd deceived the country pure-blood elite. Harry and Hermione had fought and won the bloody war for the Weasleys to claim the credit, with the bigotry issue appearing worse than ever. Thus Harry found himself on Christmas Eve in his godfather's old house praying to every deity that Hermione would accept his proposal. After getting his business sorted at Gringotts and retrieving the ring from his vaults, he needed somewhere quiet to compose himself. The stares he was receiving in Diagon Alley were unnerving. It was as if people could not make their own minds up and were waiting to be told what to think of him. He also wanted the portkey to the private Black Island off the coast of Bermuda. If she said yes, his plan was for the whole family to visit there. If she said no, he needed a private place to quietly drown himself. The silence was shattered by the shrill of his mobile's ringtone, and his heart sank as a distraught Dan's voice had Harry operating before her father finished speaking. "Harry, the red-headed bastard was here and he's got Hermione." Harry appeared in the living room to find both Dan and Emma on the floor. They'd had the body bind spell applied on them, but Ron was such a shit wizard Dan had been able to fight it and crawl to the phone. One wave of his hand and they were both free and trying to shout at the same time. The fury Harry felt coursing through his body was at odds with his calm exterior. He held up his hand for silence before saying, "Dan, tell me what happened, but make it quick." He just appeared in the middle of the room and started firing spells before Hermione could even reach for her wand. He said she was his as he'd claimed her, and then he took her away. That was about 7 or 8 minutes ago. Emma interrupted, "Harry, there's something you need to know. He raped Hermione that night. She didn't want to tell you in case you ended up in prison like they did with your godfather. She knew you would kill him." Things started to make sense for Harry now. "That's why you went away for those few days." "Please don't think any less of my girl, Harry. You're all she has." Harry took the ring box out his pocket to show to a sobbing Emma. "This is hers, if she'll have me." Dan was nodding his head in agreement. "Bring her home, Harry, that's all I ask, son." Harry placed a pendant necklace on the table. "If anything happens, both of you hold this and say Orion. It will take you somewhere safe and the elves there will look after you." He picked up Hermione's wand from the floor and concentrated on the woman he loved. Dan and Emma watched as Harry disappeared from their home. Chapter 3, ch.03. Ron Weasley looked down at the battered and bleeding form lying on the floor. It was time to show this muggle-born bitch her place in society, and who the hero of Hogwarts really was. He fingered the scratches on his face and reminded himself to make sure she paid for them later on. He was disrobing when the wards around his flat were blown apart and an enraged Harry Potter stood there watching a frozen Ron in the act of removing his underpants. He wasn't sure if the screams currently in his mind were actually reaching his mouth as Ronald Bilious Weasley died in agony, his innards blasted all over his flat. In a parody of a Hogwarts ghost, Ron was nearly halved in two with only some skin on his left-hand side preventing total separation. Harry knelt beside Hermione and gently moved her head onto his lap, summoning a blanket from the bed as he did so. She knew he was there and tried to speak. "I'm sorry, Harry, he was too strong for me again." Harry was tucking the blanket around her as he spoke. "Quiet, love, he'll never lay a finger on you again." "Please don't look at me, Harry, I need to tell you something." "I already know, love, and it makes no difference to me. This isn't how I plan to ask you, but I want you to be my wife, to love you always in this life and the next. Hermione, will you marry me?" "Harry, I love you with all my heart, but are you sure you want to marry me?" "There is only one woman for me and she's with me now." Harry slipped the ring on her finger. "I'll love you forever, Harry, in this world and the next." He leaned over and very gently kissed her bruised and bleeding lips just as 4 Aurors operated into the flat with wands drawn. The wards being destroyed followed by the massive power surge seconds later triggered the alarms in the ministry. "Stay where you are and let me see those hands, they better not have a wand in them." Harry's eyes flashed with anger as he rose to his feet with Hermione cradled in his arms. His voice brooked no argument. "You know who I am, so I suggest lowering those wands before I'm forced to take them from you." I shall be taking my fiancé to St. Mungo's for treatment and will answer any questions after that. Unlike the piece of shit laying there, I neither run away nor attack women." The four Aurors lowered their wands. The newspaper could print what it liked, but they knew who had defeated the Dark Lord, and one glance at the tableau in front of them told the story here. "Very well, sir. 2 of us shall accompany you there to assist with the rapid treatment of your lady." Harry apparat into the hospital, and the accompanying Aurors made sure they were promptly dealt with. It was about 30 minutes later, and only after being assured by the healer that Hermione was going to be fine, Harry took the opportunity to phone her parents. Harry was sitting at Hermione's bedside holding her hand, having refused to leave her side since they got there. Dan answered the call after one ring. "She's safe, Dan. I got there in time and the bastard will never trouble anyone again. We're at the hospital where she's just been checked and her bruises healed. Oh, and I asked her the question and she said yes." Emma then wanted to talk with Hermione, but minutes later all the happiness left the room as the Toad marched in with a squad of Aurors. Oh, how Harry hated that voice. "Harry Potter, you are under arrest for the murder of the hero of Hogwarts, Ronald Weasley. What about the fact that he was about to rape my fiancé?" The smirk on her face warned them both that this would be bad news. Neither was prepared for just how bad it was. The law states that it is impossible for a pure-blood to rape a Muggle-born or half-blood. The girls should be delighted to receive the attention of such noble wizards. This shocked Harry so much that the Aurors had hold of him and slapped magic-inhibiting bracelets on his wrists before he could react. When the hell did laws like that come into effect, and why haven't they been published? Miss Granger, but they have been published and in effect since September, along with the law making it a criminal offence to terminate any resulting pregnancies from these occurrences. The healer has informed us that you have undergone such a termination and the Weasley family have demanded the full force of the law be brought to bear. You are also under arrest." Hermione was also slapped in bracelets before the real bombshell was dropped. "A special session of the Wisengamot has been convened and you will stand trial immediately. We should be able to get this entire mess dealt with before the holidays." Back in Crawley, 2 parents listened to the phone, helpless as their daughter and future son-in-law were effectively just sentenced to death. Emma was in pieces as Dan reached for the necklace. Chapter 4, ch.04. They soon came to realize what the Toad meant by special session. It was a panel of 5 people, but considering that the Toad, Lucius Malfoy, and Percy Weasley were 3 of the members, both knew they were doomed. The fact that there was a Dementor already there to administer the sentence was also a large clue. The only other people present were the rest of the Weasley family who were out for blood. Molly appeared ready to collect it personally and as painfully as possible. Arthur had to hit his wife with a silencing charm as she ranted like a lunatic. The sham began with Hermione being questioned. "Miss Granger, you are charged with terminating a child of one Mr. Ronald Weasley. How do you plead? Would it make any difference if I pointed out the bastard did it without my permission, which was against the law then? The termination was carried out in another country and on a timescale that broke no British laws at the time of the event." The answer from Toad of mere technicalities left both aware this was their last hour on this earth. "I plead guilty then, and my only regret is that it wasn't me who killed the bastard." "Mr. Potter, you are charged with the murder of Mr. Ronald Weasley. How do you plead?" "We both know it doesn't matter what I say, so let's just end any pretense that this travesty is in any way just and legal process. He was about to rape my fiancée, so I killed the piece of filth. You can and will interpret that any way you wish. Let the record state that Mr. Potter admitted his guilt but showed no remorse. Since both have pled guilty, it falls to me to deliver sentence. You will both receive a Dementor's kiss immediately." The smirk on the bitch's face was not a pretty sight, though Harry did spoil her moment somewhat. "Oh look, Hermione, they just happened to have one here. And there was us thinking that the magical government couldn't organize a piss-up in a brewery." Umbridge was not amused. "For that vote of confidence, Mr. Potter, you can have the pleasure of watching justice being administered to your fiancé." 2 Aurors tried to help Hermione stand, but she shrugged them off and went straight to Harry. "Remember, Harry, I'll love you forever, in this world and the next. I'll be waiting for you, love." She then kissed him with every fibre of her being before turning to face an enraged Weasley family. "Your son was a piece of shit who ran away when the going got tough. the hero of Hogwarts died screaming like the coward he was. We'll show you who the real heroes of Hogwarts were. She marched straight up to the Dementor. Come on, big guy, I've been kissed by Ron Weasley, so this should actually seem pleasant. She never flinched once as the foul creature sucked out her soul. No one had ever seen anything like it, though the smell of burning flesh was also unusual. That was until an Auror noticed the bracelets Harry wore were glowing red hot with the amount of magic they were forced to absorb, burning cruelly and deeply into his wrists. As the spark of life left Hermione's eyes, the bracelets began to cool. There was nothing left to fight for now. Well, Mr. Potter, it would appear that you have a rather pressing appointment. One glance from Harry and the Aurors backed away. He stood unaided before making a proclamation. I swear to have my revenge on the Malfoys, Weasleys, and especially you, Toadface, for what you just did to Hermione. In this or any other world, I'll be waiting on you. Malfoy's sneer would have made Snape jealous. Well, boy, while you're waiting we shall be enjoying ourselves by spending the Potter and Black fortunes. Harry didn't bother to tell them that he'd completed a will today at Gringotts. With Hermione gone, his godson Teddy Lupin inherited everything. It had already been transferred to the Australian branch of Gringotts, and Teddy would be looked after by his trust fund until he was 17, the entire fortune would then be his. The Grangers would be safe on Black Island while the goblins would lock everything else down until Teddy was of age to inherit. Harry walked up to the soulless husk of his Hermione and held her hand. Be with you soon, love, as the Dementor sucked out its second soul of the day. The self-satisfied smiles of the chamber's occupants were soon wiped out as the Dementor exploded with a magical backlash that saw fixtures, fittings, and bodies thrown about everywhere. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 5, ch.05. Harry felt no pain. If this was death, it was overrated. He felt a presence near him, a presence that he knew almost as well as his own, and then his Hermione was there with him. Their love had crossed the boundaries and now they would be together forever. The swell of happiness generated by both of them was enormous as their souls joined in a way far more intimate than any sexual act. The power proved too much for the vessel they were contained in, and then they were gone. She was gone as he drifted alone with no external stimuli whatsoever. It could have been minutes or years, but the next thing Harry remembered, he awoke in a place instantly recognizable as King's Cross Station, but there was no Dumbledore waiting on him this time. This was no dream but actual reality. He was standing there with a trolley containing his beloved Hedwig staring at him from inside her cage on top of his trunk. While attempting to figure out just what the hell was going on, he heard a well-known voice. The last time he'd heard it, she was shouting that the murdering bastard and his whore should get what was coming to them. Packed with muggles, of course. Molly Weasley could never have been accused of being quiet, so anyone within a 10-yard radius must have heard that comment. Now what's that platform number? She attended the school for 7 years and had been sending her children there for the last 9. How could she possibly forget the platform number? Was his whole meeting the Weasleys saga a set-up? One thing was for sure, Harry wanted nothing to do with them this time, turning his back while trying to figure out how he got to be standing here on the 1st of September in 1991. 9 3/4, piped Ginny. Harry had noticed the look of revenge on her face as Hermione met her, and he wasn't about to forget it. More hints were dropped, each louder and more direct than the last, until Harry felt a hand on his arm. "Hello dear," Molly said. "First time at Hogwarts?" Ron's new too. What Harry really wanted to do was start firing curses, but in the middle of King's Cross that was not perhaps the best idea. He just got another though. "Ma'am, I don't know you and have no idea what you're talking about." "Oh nonsense dear, we'll soon have you fixed out. Fred, George, help with this trolley, just you come with me." As he knew she would, Molly started dragging him towards the portal. Taking a deep breath, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Help me, someone help me, this woman is trying to take me away." Muggles may not be able to apparate, but they move pretty fast when a child is in danger. King's Cross on a Sunday was still a very busy station and people pounced on Molly from every direction. The twins and Percy got involved but were soon restrained as well. Ron met with an unfortunate accident in the shape of Harry's elbow to his jaw as he was running past, while Ginny just stood there, looking on in bewilderment and total horror. A kindly lady was asking Harry where his parents were. He told her they were dead and he was off to visit a great aunt, a wandless notice me not charm, and he was able to make good his escape. He really didn't want to go anywhere near Hogwarts, but Hermione was on that train. He would march through the gates of hell to save her, but it was going to be extremely difficult pretending he didn't know his fiancée. Harry was certain he wasn't that good of an actor. Harry released Hedwig to fly to the castle, used his wandless magic to shrink her cage and his trunk before racing for the barrier and the girl on the train. Harry boarded as the train was about to leave. He was just about to start searching for Hermione when she appeared, pulling her heavy trunk along the passageway. Seeing her in this age again totally floored him. She looked up and brown eyes met green. For a second Harry would have sworn he saw recognition there. Then again he was the boy who lived and Hermione had been reading about him. Perhaps that was it. Can I give you a hand with that? Hermione was lost for words, not something Harry was used to, but when he reached down to assist with that weighty trunk it was his turn for silence. On her finger was the diamond ring he himself had placed there. Harry rubbed his fingers over the diamond to confirm it wasn't just his eyes playing tricks on him. Hermione, my Hermione. In this world and the next, is that really you, Harry? I'm the same Harry who put that ring on your finger, but how is this possible? Hermione shook her head. I really don't give a shit, as she sprang into his arms and kissed him like there was no tomorrow. Her actions finally convinced Harry that this was real, or both of them in the same dream was as good as real to make no difference. Harry shrunk her trunk and slipped it in her pocket as they made their way along the passageway looking for an empty compartment. The conversation they were about to have was not one they wanted overheard. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 6, ch.06. On finally finding one, the door was charmed not to open as Harry pulled Hermione onto his knee, both needing the physical contact to remind them that this was in fact real. I was trying to get off the train, Harry, when I noticed you weren't on it. There are no Weasleys on board either. Yes, well, I figured out that the whole introduction to the Red Menace was planned on some level. When I didn't take the bait, Mother Molly grabbed my arm and started dragging me away. I screamed blue murder that I was being abducted, and the last I saw of them they were being handcuffed by the police. All except Ron, that is. I heard the first aider say I might have broken his jaw. Not a bad beginning, but things will get much worse for them if I have anything to do with it. Hermione buried her head in his shoulder and he could feel her tears through his shirt. I'm sorry, Harry. Without my wand, Ron was just too strong for me to deal with. Harry held her tight. Hermione, you have nothing to apologize for. You did nothing to encourage him, and I don't believe that crap anyway. One kiss from a friend doesn't give him the right to attack your body. No always means no, and I don't want to be part of any society that thinks otherwise. Thank you, Harry, for understanding. I couldn't believe he would do something like that, and by the time I realized his intentions he had my wand. I think my brain actually shut down for a while, because the next thing I remember I was alone and desperate to get away. You have no idea how much it meant when you offered to come to Australia with me. It's always been you, Harry. I just didn't think I stood a chance. You always came first, Hermione. Whether it was Cho or Ginny, I always put you first. I was just too stupid to realize what it meant. The Ron incident hasn't happened yet, and there's no chance it ever will. The possibility of us being friends with him this time doesn't exist, and if he comes anywhere near my girl, the bastard won't know what hit him. I've not only retained all my knowledge from last time but power as well. My ability to perform wandless magic is also available, meaning my scar might be just a scar. I'll know for certain at the feast tonight if it doesn't react to Quirrell. Aw shit, Harry, does this mean I'm going to have to learn to play chess? I hate that bloody game. We have the knowledge to change things, so that's what I intend to do. Fuck preserving the timeline that saw you raped and the 2 of us kissed before we got out of our teens. I really don't care about anyone else, as long as the 4 of us are safe, though explaining that ring to your dad might require Hagrid as a bodyguard. Don't even consider me taking this off, because that is never going to be an option. I don't know how it got here, but then I don't know how we got here, so why should a ring be any less impossible? You know my mum and dad love you, well at least they did before. Before we were both 18, not 11. Your dad will probably only half kill me before passing me over to your mum to finish the job. I'll be 12 in less than 3 weeks. Oh good, that will make all the difference, let's wait and tell him then. Hermione giggled as she snuggled into Harry. Both understood that they needed to figure out not only how they got here but what to do about a multitude of problems. At the moment that could all wait, reassuring each other that they were in fact alive, together, and on the Hogwarts Express as first years was way more important. There would be plenty of time to do research once they reached Hogwarts, considering they had passed their owls in most subjects and would be doing first year work. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 7, ch.07. The time they spent snuggling and comforting one another was enjoyable and provided them with much needed reassurance, but they were rudely returned to their current reality by a ferret trying to gain access to their compartment. Harry tensed ready for battle, but Hermione's kisses drove all other thoughts from his mind. When she decided to come up for air, the ferret and his handlers were long gone. It's time to start figuring what we want to achieve here, love. If you want to walk into Hogwarts, tell Dumbledore to go screw himself and come straight home with me, then I'll be right by your side, but I think we have to decide now. Her kisses this time were a lot softer. I know you inside out, Harry Potter, you have scars on your soul that we have been given a chance to heal. Sirius is alive, as is Cedric, Remus, Tonks, her father and many more. We can make sure they all stay that way. Harry held her tight. I'm sorry, love, but I can't go through those 7 years again. Ron is a dead man walking and nothing you can say will change that. Umbridge, Malfoy and Percy were on the panel that ordered that Dementor to feed on you, while Molly was the driving force behind the charges. There can be no mercy for them either. I don't think they deserve any. They didn't show much in the way of mercy to us. All I'm saying is we need to set some goals, and those will do for starters. Are we going to take down Voldemort? There is no way I could leave you and stand there while the bastard hits me with an Avada Kedavra. That's just not happening. We could destroy the Horcruxes and keep our options open. The day I gave you that ring, I was intending for the 4 of us to disappear to the Black Island off the coast of Bermuda. That still sounds appealing to me. Let the rest of them drown in the ocean of shit entirely of their own making. That sounds wonderful to me as well, but at this point in time we don't have access to Black Island, unless we get Sirius out of Azkaban. The reason I stopped you from attacking Malfoy is that his father has the diary. We know what he's eventually going to do with it, but not until next summer. We could just ambush them that day in Diagon Alley and take the bloody thing. I have no wish to be petrified or see you fighting that bloody basilisk to save a Weasley. I see what you mean, love. Me slaughtering the ferret on the train might lose us the diary, though I'm wondering if that might not be a fair exchange. You'll get no argument from me. It all depends on our goals, Harry. If we're going to let Voldemort take over the country, then we can throw Malfoy off the astronomy tower tonight. I can't make up my mind whether to feed Ron to Fluffy or lock him in the bathroom with the troll. He and Myrtle keeping each other company in a toilet U-bend for the next millennium sounds like a just punishment to me. Why settle for just the one? Couldn't we let the troll work him over and then feed the leftovers to Fluffy? I think we need to decide on Voldemort, and everything else will follow from there. We also have to be careful not to appear too knowledgeable and try to stay out of the spotlight, though I understand that will be difficult for the boy who lived. Harry kissed her again. Well, my new philosophy is pretty simple. I trust no one but you, and that's the way it's going to stay. We're not two naive kids this time, and anyone treating us as such is in for a rude awakening. Let's just keep an eye on how the adults react around us and see if we can spot who's playing games. Our biggest problem may be that I don't think I can survive without you to cuddle into every night. You, Miss Granger, are addictive, and I can safely say I'm hooked. This ended any conversation as Hermione showed her appreciation of that comment. After all, the man of her dreams had asked her to marry him, and she was focusing on that to blot out the earlier incident. The only time their door was opened the entire trip was to buy sweets from the trolley lady. Harry had just left the Dursleys and as usual was famished. The occupants of the train appeared more concerned with the non-appearance of any Weasleys than the 2 first years who sat cuddling each other the entire journey. Leaving the train to the familiar sound of Hagrid calling for the first years tugged on their heartstrings. it was one thing to talk about letting Voldemort take over Britain, seeing Neville standing alone, too shy to ask anyone about sharing a boat, was a whole different matter. Both headed straight for him. "Hi there, want to share a boat with us?" Hermione asked. Neville seemed more relieved than anything else and muttered sure before the three of them sat in the little craft and began chatting as it slowly took them to their new life. "I'm Hermione and this is Harry, we're new at this magic malarkey and, although we've both done lots of reading, we're hoping that someone can take us under their wing and help us out." This was more than anyone had said to Neville since his grandmother put him on the train. "I'm Neville, are you both Muggle-born?" "Hermione is and I might as well be, didn't know about magic until my 11th birthday." "Have you grown up with it or are you just like us?" "No, I come from a magical family though they weren't sure if I was going to be magical, to be honest I'm still not convinced I should be here." Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 8, ch.08. The insecurities and lack of any self-esteem were plainly visible in his body language. It was hard to believe this was the same boy who would charge at Voldemort and destroy the final Horcrux. "We've heard stories about these houses, Neville, which one do you think fits you?" "I'll just be happy if any of them take me." "Oh, you're a definite Gryffindor." The boy's eyes nearly popped out his head at Hermione's declaration. "You don't think you shouldn't be here yet you're still going ahead, that says Gryffindor courage to me. My grandmother put me on the train and I was too scared to get back off." Harry placed his hand on the frightened boy's shoulder. "Neville, if you stride up to that stool, place the sorting hat on your head and demand to be in Gryffindor, the hat will be forced to place you there. That's true Gryffindor courage." They could see him thinking about it as he kept the conversation going. "What houses are you hoping for?" They looked towards each other, only now were the implications beginning to dawn on them. Place Harry, Ron and Peter Pettigrew in the same dorm and there would be at least one murder done. "We're not sure Neville, I think we're both sneaky enough for Slytherin while loyal as any Hufflepuff. Hermione here is scarily brilliant and would fit right into Ravenclaw. While Harry here is Gryffindor enough to stick his wand up a troll's nose while saving a friend. One thing's for sure, we'll be in the same house or we'll be home for supper." Neville had never heard anyone speak with such confidence in his life. Harry had his arm around her shoulders to show his agreement about them being together. Neville had to ask, "Are you a couple?" Harry's smile was a beacon on the dark water. "Hermione is my best friend and my girlfriend." She placed her hand on Harry's cheek and Neville's reaction almost overturned their boat. "I thought you said you were Muggles, where did you get that?" indicating Hermione's ring. "Harry gave it to me, I think it's beautiful." Neville couldn't take his eyes off it. "Oh, it's beautiful, it's also an old family wedding ring. When the head of an old family places that ring on a girl's finger and she accepts it, that couple are then married." Harry shook his head. "See Neville, that's why we need you around. I give my girl a ring and now this lovely lady's my wife. You help us with this magical stuff and we'll give you a hand with lessons and homework." Neville was trying to understand this couple but had nothing to compare them with. Perhaps there was nothing to compare them with? For this marriage to be binding you would have to be the head of an old family and Hermione would need to want to marry you. This is crazy as you're both 11. "Neville, my name is Harry Potter and this lovely young lady has been my best friend for years. I can't think of anything that would please me more than having her as Hermione Potter. I found this ring in my vault and immediately thought of Miss Granger here, so maybe you can understand why we're not upset about this." "You're Harry Potter? Malfoy was all over the train looking for you." "It's just Harry Neville, is Malfoy the little blonde git?" Harry, if this is true then there might be a bit of a commotion when they read the names out in the Great Hall. Mr. and Mrs. Potter could bring the roof down. All chat stopped as Hogwarts came into view. Harry and Hermione may have spent 6 years living in the castle but the view was still spectacular enough to take your breath away. They were out the boats and McGonagall had just given them her "your house is your family" speech when Malfoy made his move. She had hardly left the entrance hall when the blonde shoved Neville out his way and stuck his manicured hand out to Harry. "My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter." You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort, I can help you there. Harry glanced at the offered hand and tried to hold his temper. Where did you get the idea that I would need an arrogant little albino prick like you as my social secretary? You throw the name Malfoy around like it's supposed to mean something. Well, I tell you what it means to me. Your father didn't have the guts or conviction to stand up for his beliefs and used his money to help lie his way out of a prison sentence. Your aunt is a psychopath who's currently rotting her arse off in Azkaban, and you have the audacity to stand there and propose to tell me which wizarding families are better than others? Why don't you take Dumb and Dumber here and run crying to Daddy? Draco was incensed. Didn't Potter know who he was? Potter, when my father hears of this. Harry was right in Draco's face. He will do the exact same as his son and wet himself. I dealt with his master when I was a baby, so why do you think I would be afraid of the servant now? Draco tried to return Harry's stare, but the whine in his voice told all the first years who was winning this contest. The Malfoys are nobody's servants. You keep telling yourself that while everyone else can imagine your father down on his knees kissing the hem of Voldemort's robes. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 9, ch.09. The screams from Harry saying the name were covered by the appearance of the Hogwarts ghosts. McGonagall returned before Malfoy could conjure a witty reply, so he sulked away muttering threats of retribution. Harry grabbed Neville and pulled him back to his side. Don't let that arsehole push you around, Neville. You're worth 12 of Malfoy. Minerva was about to reprimand the boy for his use of language until she realized what he was doing and decided not to hear the remark. It would appear that Mr. Potter had already made a friend, and the way Augusta coddled Neville, this might be the making of the lad. She led the new first years into the Great Hall to be sorted. Harry and Hermione were too busy wondering how long it would take the redheads to get here that the Sorting Hat had finished its song and Hannah Abbott was heading to the Hufflepuff table before they knew what was happening. When McGonagall called for Daphne Greengrass and Hermione was still standing there, the couple understood that any attempt at staying out of the spotlight was now about as likely as Umbridge making a nude calendar. Harry knew the magical world had its quirks and foibles, but couldn't imagine there would be much demand for an amorous amphibians publication. Neville, things are about to get very messy. Just remember you're our first magical friend and don't worry about any shit that happens around us. We can take care of ourselves, and our friends. When his name was called and still no mention of Granger, Neville understood what Harry was saying. This revelation would be the talk of the castle. No, the whole of magical Britain would go berserk at the news the boy who lived was married, and to a muggle born to boot. Neville squared his shoulders. I'll keep you guys seats at the Gryffindor table. He marched up to the stool and the Sorting Hat was on his head for less than 30 seconds before it shouted Gryffindor. His beaming smile towards Harry and Hermione let them know they had just made a friend for life. Minerva had been staring at the next entry on her list, wishing she didn't have to read it out loud. Her gaze shifted to the 2 children who were standing holding hands and wished there was something that could be done to avoid the maelstrom that was about to descend upon them. She hoped Albus choked on his infernal lemon drops for forcing Harry to grow up outside their world, MR and MRS Harry Potter. Minerva didn't think the Dark Lord turning up in a tutu could have drawn any more attention than the young couple walking hand in hand towards her. They squeezed together on the stool as the hat expanded to fit over both their heads. MR and MRS Potter, let me be the first to offer my congratulations on your recent nuptials and say welcome back. Thanks, I think. Can anyone else hear us? Only the 3 of us are privy to what is said during your sorting, Mr. Potter. That was good enough for Hermione, who had a load of questions needing answered. You know we came back in time. Have you any idea how that happened? A combination of effects, MRS Potter. Can you remember what you said to your husband when he placed the Potter ring on your finger? Of course I can. I'm hardly likely to forget that. I said I'll love you forever, Harry, in this world and the next. A semblance of understanding began to percolate at the back of Hermione's mind. As usual, MRS Potter, you are correct. Your husband used similar words when he proposed creating an amazingly strong bond of marriage. When they then used the same Dementor for both of you, your souls joined with such force the creature was blasted to pieces, and so I might add were most of the room's occupants. That doesn't explain what we're doing back here though, said Harry. They could sense something that felt like sorrow emanating from the ancient magical artifact. You both gave everything you had to give in the defeat of evil and were then betrayed by a magical community that didn't deserve you. You are the chosen one, Mr. Potter, but misguided people stopped you reaching your full potential. With this young lady at your side, our world could have been dragged into the new millennium. Instead, an event took place that saw you both flee the country, and the scum clawed, lied, and cheated their way back to the top unopposed. Your work was only just beginning with the defeat of Riddle, but of course you chose to support the love of your life. Hermione felt this tattered old piece of cloth was insinuating that this whole mess was her fault. She'd had enough of being pushed around. Again, that doesn't explain why we're back here. Could you please just answer the question? We had enough of Dumbledore playing games and not giving us the answers to last us 2 lifetimes. The powers that be decided to send you back with your memories and powers intact. They understand that you'll be looking to apply some retribution, but now see the necessity for that. For our world to survive the stupidity that is blood purity must be abolished. We need a revolution, and you two have been elected to be its leaders. Shit. I never asked for, nor wanted any of this. Don't we get a choice? Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 10, ch.10. Of course you do, Mr. Potter, but from young Mr. Longbottom's demands to be placed in Gryffindor, I would say you have already made it. You are both intrinsically good people who will not hesitate to make the difficult choices. Giving you back your lives and each other was the least that could be done for you. As Hermione is Mrs. Potter, married to the head of the Potter family, that ring would automatically appear on her finger, signifying her unquestionable and unchangeable status to everyone in our world. Calling her Mrs. Potter placated Hermione a little, for now. Okay, that's better than anything we've been able to come up with so far, but shouldn't you get on with the sorting? We've been here ages. Hermione could have sworn the hat chuckled. Very little time has actually passed. Communicating by this method is considerably faster. Am I to assume it's Gryffindor once again for both of you? Only if you sort Ron Weasley somewhere else, Harry growled. Unfortunately, I don't think I can. He has no loyalty, which rules out Hufflepuff. Let's just say his exclusion from Ravenclaw's a given. While he has ambition enough for Slytherin, there is no guile there. Hermione wasn't going to stand for that. Oh, he managed to pull the wool over our eyes for all those years. I think he would fit right in there. I could offer you Ravenclaw. With Cho and Marietta, no chance. Hufflepuff. Harry was the one who scuppered this choice. Justin and Ernie are worse than the Creevy brothers. At least I can ignore them. Well, then I am rather at a loss. Crawley. I'm sorry, Mrs. Potter, I don't understand. That's not a house. Yes, but my house is there. I say we get the fuck out of this place tonight and the country by next week. At least we'll live to see 20. Harry didn't need the use of language to know that Hermione's patience had finally snapped. Apparently the Sorting Hat had caught Tony on too, because it suddenly shouted Gryffindor married quarters, before she could carry out her very real threat. What about Ron? Harry asked before the hat could be removed. He shall be placed elsewhere. Hermione had just enough time to say, place Luna in Gryffindor next year, before McGonagall lifted the battered old hat off their heads. The Sorting Hat's confirmation that they were married saw them greeted with total silence as they made their way over to sit beside Neville. As he congratulated his new friends, the spell was broken when McGonagall announced the next name to be sorted. The couple were then bombarded with questions, which they politely ignored in favor of watching the staff's reaction while chatting to Neville. Harry felt no pain in his head when Quirrell turned around, so the chances were good his scar was just that. Snape's permanent scowl made it difficult to get a read on him, while the normally serene Dumbledore appeared as if he'd swallowed a wasp. He had to be nudged when the sorting was over and just signaled for the feast to begin. The old wizard obviously had a lot on his mind. Harry reckoned he would be paying a visit to the headmaster's office sooner rather than later. Dumbledore would be disappointed. They had just finished their meal, Harry trying not to eat too much because his stomach wasn't used to it, when the headmaster stood and gave his beginning of term announcements. Once again they were reminded that the Forbidden Forest was in fact just that, and again the third-floor corridor was deadly. They found themselves being escorted by McGonagall in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. Being a prefect down and having a married couple in her house led to her taking responsibility. Harry wasn't sure if it was just for a chance to question them prior to Dumbledore's summons. They were adopting the headmaster's style of not telling lies but definitely not supplying the entire truth. "Where did you two meet?" "We met on our first day of school. We've been best friends for years." "When did you get married?" "Today on the train apparently." This caused Minerva to do a double take before Harry continued. "We had intended to get married in the future but the ring I gave her means we were married today." "How did you get a hold of that ring?" Harry faked a look of puzzlement. "It's a Potter family ring. I'm head of the Potter family by being the only one left. Why shouldn't I have my ancestor's ring to give my girl?" McGonagall was now the one puzzled. "Mr. Potter, where did you hear all this?" "Our new friend Neville told us. Why wasn't I supposed to know my rights?" They had reached the Gryffindor portrait hole so she was spared from answering. After telling the Potters the password she led the pair further down the corridor until stopping at a suit of armor standing in a recess. "Charles, we have two for the married quarters. You need to set a password that will allow you entry." Quick as a flash Hermione offered Australia. McGonagall's quizzical expression prompted an explanation. "My family are considering moving there. Harry and I have already started researching magical schools to decide what part of the country suits us best. Some of them look fantastic and for us a warm Australian beach will beat a drafty old Scottish castle every time." Charles stood aside, revealing a hidden door. They entered what appeared a cozy one-bedroom flat with its own large bedroom, sitting area, bathroom/shower and compact kitchen. They could be quite comfortable here. Minerva's mind was still on the password though. "Mr. Potter, would you really move to Australia? Your parents would have wanted you here." "Professor, my entire life I have been told my parents were no good lazy drunks who died in a car crash. You saying they would have wanted me to attend here means nothing to me." McGonagall couldn't believe what she was hearing. "James and Lily Potter were two of the kindest and bravest people I've ever met. They are heroes in our world. Yet their son ended up living in a cupboard, treated no better than a slave. If that's how you treat your heroes, Professor, then maybe you can understand why Australia appears so attractive an option to us. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free." Chapter 11, ch.11. Minerva had no answer. She'd told Dumbledore that night he was making a mistake leaving Harry there and now it would appear they could end up paying for it. Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts to attend another school would be a hammer blow to the prestige of Hogwarts and its headmaster. Albus wanted to talk to the boy tonight but she now thought that would be another huge mistake. Although they appeared quite open she could sense that their answers were carefully considered before being given, not something she was used to with first-year students. Minerva had been asked by Albus to inquire if Harry had seen the Weasleys. She thought this was a strange request but then Albus wasn't exactly what you would consider normal. "We seem to be missing a few students, they all have distinctive red hair. Did you by any chance spot them in the station? Is their mother a wee fat woman with an extremely loud voice and obnoxious bossy attitude?" Minerva wasn't sure how to reply to that. "I've never heard her described that way before but it could possibly be. Why, did you see them?" "Well, this woman in King's Cross was shouting about muggles and platform 9 3/4. She then grabbed me and started to drag me away. In school we're taught how to deal with that. You scream blue murder for help, so that's what I did." Minerva was almost afraid to ask, "What happened then?" "Last I saw of the Nutters, they were being led away in handcuffs by the police. I left to get on the train and find Hermione." This was not how she envisaged her day turning out when she got up this morning, but it wasn't finished yet. Mrs. Potter had one last shock for her. "Professor, as our head of house we are required to inform you if we leave the school. According to Hogwarts a history as married couple this is our right. It is our intention to leave after our last class on Friday to spend the weekend with my parents." Minerva could only nod. "Please give me that in writing after you receive your timetables tomorrow. I know this whole marriage thing must come as a bit of a shock. If there is anything I can help you with please don't be afraid to ask." Minerva was the one in shock at Hermione's saucy answer. "Professor, this is our wedding night and I think we'll manage fine without any help." The stern professor was almost blushing as she left them alone. Harry was gobsmacked. "Hermione Jane Potter, what was that all about? You know we're both 11 and that won't be happening for a while yet." She kissed her husband. "Harry, if we want to be taken seriously it starts now. What we do is our business, but I intend to remind them we are married at every opportunity. If we behave like children, then that's the way we will be treated. They're certain to start leading us in the direction they want us to go, claiming as adults they know best, but we both know they don't. Yeah, but we're still too young for that, right?" Hermione's smile was a beautiful thing that Harry didn't think he would ever tire of seeing. "Love, I understand we have to grow into our bodies, I even have my big teeth back, but between the tent and our time in Australia we've lived together for about a year and a half, so this should be no different. I expect my husband to kiss me goodnight and to wake in his arms every morning, the other stuff will sort itself out with time." Harry held her closer. "Just remember that even as an 18-year-old I was still clueless. Look how long it took me to ask for your hand. Please hit me with a beater's bat if you need to draw my attention to something I should be doing. I'm so lucky to have you and never want to disappoint my beautiful wife." This earned him another kiss. "Mr. Potter, you're doing just fine. When do you think the redheads will get here?" "I don't know, but you can guarantee they'll be mad. We better be ready for anything." Molly Weasley wasn't mad. She passed mad a long time ago. Her legendary temper had erupted, but the police officers paid it not the slightest notice. With her hands cuffed behind her back and no wand, Molly was powerless to do anything but rant. That rant was the reason she'd spent the rest of the day in a cell. Had she been calm and explained the incident away as a misunderstanding, the whole family would have been out of there within the first hour. Instead, she had screamed like a banshee, promising retribution on all who were involved, and hardened the attitude of the police officers, who began to dig deeper and found nothing. They had no records of the entire family, no way to contact this supposed husband who apparently worked in some capacity for the government. Combined with no records of any kind existing for the 5 minors apparently in her care, this set professional alarm bells ringing in the police station as other agencies were drafted in to assist. September the 1st is one of the busiest days on the magical world's calendar, so nothing was picked up as being wrong until Albus Fleur called Arthur Weasley. This finally set the ministry wheels in motion. The Obliviators were kept very busy, as all record of Molly Weasley ever being in the police station had to be erased, as well as quite a few memories. Then it was off to childcare services to collect the kids. Even the animals had been taken to a rescue center, but worst of all was Ron. Molly was in tears as she looked on at what these bloody Muggle torturers had done to her boy. Harry would be delighted to discover that he had indeed broken Ron's jaw. His mother found him in a hospital bed, recovering from having his jaw surgically wired. The family looked on in disbelief. Did the Muggles think Ron was a werewolf or vampire who would to bite to treat him this way? Wiping out the hospital records and some more memories was then followed by a trip to St. Mungo's to have Ron unwired. The poor boy would have starved to death in a few days. Thus it was that Molly's fuse was even shorter than normal as she led her brood into Hogwarts next morning. On entering the Great Hall, her eyes immediately scanned the room before locking onto her target. That little shit was going to get a personal howler delivered from a distance of 6 inches while she held him by the throat. Molly rushed straight at him. Chapter 12, ch.12. The Potters were sitting eating their breakfast while discussing the timetables McGonagall had just handed them. As the conversation began to die around the pair, Hermione glanced up just as Molly was about to make a grab for Harry. How she kept that curse to a Petrificus Totalis she would never know. The temptation to hit the bitch with a reducto was almost overpowering. As it was, a petrified Molly crashed into the table where Harry had just been sitting, face first into his half-eaten porridge. Percy Weasley was one angry young man. He'd spent the entire time since receiving his badge dreaming of strolling through these hallowed halls, proudly displaying to the school that he was a prefect. Instead, he missed the feast, sorting and leading the first-year Gryffindors to their new home. Now a first year had just cursed his mother. Percy drew his wand ready to extract some retribution. Unfortunately for Percy, Hermione's wand was already in her hand and he found himself in the same predicament as his mother, without the aid of porridge to break his fall. Harry had moved just as fast as his wife, while petrified Molly was falling past him. Harry's wand was in his hand. He gave the twins time to reach for their wands before casting the same curse as Hermione. He switched his attention to Ron and wasn't sure if the boy was more upset about his mother being cursed or the porridge being wasted. Not knowing any magic, he let out a roar and charged at Hermione. Harry's wand tracked his progress, but he really wanted Hermione to deal with this. She did. At first it appeared as if she's choked, but when Ron was the correct distance away she exploded into action as her right foot connected with excruciating force and painful accuracy on her attacker's groin. Ron's forward momentum was stopped from the waist down, but his upper body was still going forward, bending him over and giving Hermione the perfect target. With a cry of "Bastard!" her knee crunched his nose. Ron landed in a groaning heap at Hermione's feet as her wand now pointed at the little sister. "Are you staying out of this, or do we need to deal with you as well?" Ginny was brought along because her dad had to go to work and the girl was excited. She was going to see Hogwarts. Seconds after she had admired the ceiling, her family were on the floor and she had the terrifying sight of an enraged brown-haired girl pointing her wand at poor little Ginny Weasley. She could only shake her head as her voice wouldn't work. Harry had been afraid there for a second that Hermione was going to let Ron reach her. Had he laid hands on his wife, nothing in this hall would have been able to move quick enough to stop Harry killing him. Hermione was standing just that bit straighter after inflicting some punishment on the prick. She'd obviously decided to deal with him physically, as that was what she needed to gain that bit of self-respect back. With a wand in her hand, Hermione was always going to make mincemeat of Ron Weasley, in this or any other time. Now she knew that physically he wasn't going to defeat her either. Snape's expression was almost gleeful as he shouted from the Slytherin table, 20 points each from Gryffindor and detention every night this week. That also means you lose your privileges for the coming weekend. McGonagall was also still handing out timetables and it was to her Hermione turned. He and can he do that? That is Professor Snape, head of Slytherin, and I'm afraid he can. So this woman and her family attack us and we get punished for defending ourselves. McGonagall could only answer, you should have let a professor deal with the situation. I'm sorry, Professor, but I don't trust any of the staff in here to do that. I will not stand back and watch my husband attacked while we wait to see if a member of staff can be bothered to intervene. Had the action for defense been as quick as the reaction to hand out punishment, we would not be having this conversation. You have forced our hand. She turned to Harry. Do we need anything from the room? Harry thought about it. We've read all the books, won't need parchment, quills, or school uniforms again, so I would reckon just our jackets. You know you've been dying to try that spell. Hermione held up her wand. Oxio MR and MRS Potter's jackets. The entire hall were riveted by the scene playing out in front of them, though some of the older ones were now scoffing at Hermione attempting a summoning charm. That was until 2 jackets flew into the hall. Minerva feared she knew the answer but had to ask, MR and MRS Potter, can I ask what you are doing? Hermione had it all figured out. We'll take a walk to Hogsmeade, should be able to find a public flue there that will allow us to reach the Leaky Cauldron. From there it's a tube and taxi back home. This morning's incident proves beyond doubt we were both lied to. If this is the best magical school, then I pity the rest. That poorly disguised attempt to deny us our rights before we've even finished breakfast on our first morning has indicated what we can expect if we stay here, especially since neither our head of house nor the headmaster has spoken a word in our defense. Albus was now dragged into this. He'd been angry with what Minerva had told him last night, as well as her refusal to bring Harry to his office. He was pleased that his head of Slytherin had cleverly negated their plans for a weekend away from Hogwarts only for the whole thing to blow up in his face. I'm afraid we can't allow you just to walk out of here. As headmaster, I act in loco parentis while you are in Hogwarts and don't think this action is in your best interests. Hermione's sweet smile belied the power in her words. That is of course correct, headmaster, but you must also know our marriage negates that clause, or were you just hoping we didn't know that fact? Harry is my husband and head of house, therefore in loco parentis doesn't apply here. Albus tried again, certain he would be successful this time. "Mr. Potter, wouldn't you rather be at Hogwarts than living with your aunt and uncle?" Harry couldn't believe his luck. "Oh, so you are aware of my living conditions there? I have no intention of returning to that house ever again and will be contacting the ministry to find out why I was left on their doorstep in the first place. If that's how the magical world deals with orphans, then I want nothing to do with it or Hogwarts." That last statement could be very bad for Albus. He didn't want events of that night looked into too closely and needed the boy staying in Privet Drive. That blasted ring was some of the oldest and most powerful magic their world possessed. Even killing the girl wouldn't alter Harry's status as head of house. "Mr. Potter, should you leave Hogwarts this way, it could mean the snapping of your wand and..." Albus never got to say any more as the crack of the boy's wand breaking silenced him. Harry threw the broken wand onto the floor and offered his arm to Hermione. "Ready to go home, Mrs. Potter? You were right, we should never have agreed to come here in the first place. The schools abroad look so much better. We'll keep in touch, Neville." Neville was forced to concede that Harry wasn't kidding when he said they could take care of themselves. They'd taken down 5 Weasleys in about 10 seconds. Ginny Weasley watched as her dreams crashed to the floor even quicker than her family. Harry left with Mrs. Potter on his arm, and Harry Potter's broken wand had landed at her feet, as if to emphasize she would never now marry the boy who lived. A silent and stunned Great Hall watched as the young couple walked out the doors. The only audible sound was a mixture of crying and groans of pain coming from the semi-conscious Ron Weasley. Chapter 13, ch.13. Neville looked on as the only 2 friends he'd ever made walked out of Hogwarts. At least they said they would stay in touch. His gaze swept round the hall at the devastation left in their wake. Harry and Hermione had hardly stepped out the castle when Bedlam erupted. Molly Weasley had been released from Hermione's spell and was spitting mad, as well as spitting porridge over everyone within range as she ranted, "Where is the little bastard? I'm going to kill him. How dare he do this to me and my family? Who does the little shit think he is?" This was more than enough for the tabby cat that was Minerva McGonagall. 2 of her cubs had just been hounded out of the castle by this woman who had the audacity to stand there and complain. The head lioness of Gryffindor roared into action, ready to take on all comers in defense of her young lions. That little shit was sitting at his house table having breakfast when he was attacked by a madwoman who has no right to be here. "Mr. Potter has snapped his wand and left Hogwarts. When that news breaks, I hope you have a deep hole to hide in, because I for one will be ensuring the blame finds its way to the appropriate figures." Minerva was looking directly at Snape when she made that last comment, and the unconcerned smirk on his face was like a red rag to a bull. Years of biting her tongue and putting up with this shit had worn her down to the point where her temper finally snapped beyond repair. Minerva now had her wand in her hand as she tried to make up for letting down the son of her late friends so badly. "From now on I shall be using my position as deputy headmistress to investigate all points taken and detentions allocated against members of my house. Should I find any member of staff discriminating against Gryffindor, they will receive an official reprimand. I would also like to remind staff that their contracts stipulate that 3 reprimands is an automatic 1-month unpaid suspension and a mandatory review by the board." Dumbledore had left his seat at this and made his way down to where the students sat. "Professor McGonagall, I hardly think this is the place to be holding such a discussion." "On the contrary, Headmaster, I think this is exactly the place to hold this discussion. You discourage heads of house from interfering in punishments handed out by other heads. To your mind this promotes staff unity, to my mind it just allows some to get away with reprehensible behavior that will no longer be tolerated by me. This is not up for discussion as it clearly falls within the remit of deputy. Should you wish to change this, it would require my sacking. The choice is yours, Headmaster, and I would appreciate your answer now before I begin teaching this year's classes." Albus was seething with anger. All he'd asked the stupid woman to do was make sure Harry got on the train. How was it possible for her to muck that up so spectacularly? Now, not only had the boy left the castle, but Minerva was rounding on Severus, something Albus would have to try to deflect. It was time for the all-knowing, all-powerful Dumbledore to make an appearance. Albus picked up the broken wand and noticed that Fox Feather still held the 2 parts together. Taking out the Elder Wand, he managed to repair the shattered holly in front of everyone. once more enhancing his reputation as a great wizard. Handing it towards Minerva, he was using his most reassuring voice. "No one will be getting sacked, and I am certain we will see young Mr. Potter in these halls again. Please look after this for him until that time." Minerva wasn't about to be placated by a show of power and calming words. "Should the Potters decide to return, I will be taking them under my wing." Mrs. Potter was very clear in her words that she doesn't trust any of the staff here enough to protect her husband. "I happen to agree with that assessment, but will do my utmost to earn that trust. If that means putting myself between them and anyone wishing to do the young married couple wrong, then so be it. I hope everyone here is proud of the way we welcomed the boy who rid us of you-know-who back to the magical world." She snatched the wand out of Dumbledore's hand before Molly started screeching again. "Married? How can he be married?" Minerva once more turned her attention to the woman, who may have wiped her face but still had porridge in her hair. "That is none of your business, just like you have no business being in this hall. Kindly leave before I call the Aurors and have you removed. You and your family have caused quite enough trouble for one day." Albus now had two angry women on his hands, so called for reinforcements. While he waved his wand over Ronald to stop the bleeding from his nose and vanish the bloody mess, he called for Fawkes to bring the sorting hat. "Let's get young Ronald sorted into Gryffindor before we hand him over to Poppy's gentle care, then Molly here can take little Ginevra back home." Fawkes' soothing song calmed tempers and amazed the students. Ron walked shakily to the Gryffindor table before sitting down. Albus popped the hat on the boy's head only to discover that this morning had yet another shock in store for him. "Slytherin!" screamed the hat after only seconds, and Ronald Weasley immediately lost his breakfast all over the Gryffindor table. Considering the amount he ate, everyone agreed it was the most impressive non-potions-derived display of projectile vomiting seen in Hogwarts for many a year. Severus Snape was delighted his Barb had gotten that spawn of James Potter out of Hogwarts so easily. Nothing Minerva said had managed to dampen that delight, as he was certain Albus would somehow neuter all attempts to exercise her authority. He was having a wonderful morning until that tattered old hat had the nerve to place a Weasley in his house. Was this some sick joke? Ron's robes had already acquired their green trim with that hated badge over his heart. This was not the introduction to Hogwarts he'd looked forward to ever since he was old enough to say the word. His nose still hurt, his balls felt as if they'd been introduced to a bacon slicer, and he had his own color-coordinating green vomit all down his robes. Ron had only one thing on his mind: "Mum, can I go back home with you and Ginny?" Chapter 14, ch.14. Molly thought she must have gotten some of that porridge in her ears, as she could have sworn that hat said Slytherin. Weasleys never went anywhere else but Gryffindor. Seeing her son in those detestable colors after the morning she was having, was just placing a cherry on top of the piles of shit. "Either my boy gets resorted or I'm taking him home with me." Minerva wasn't for budging an inch. The sorting hat is an ancient magical artifact, not something you can order about just because you don't agree with it. The decision stands, and you can take as many Weasleys home with you as you like. Every one of them was drawing their wands on 2 first years, including a Gryffindor prefect. They were defending their mother, who was under attack. Dumbledore never got to finish as McGonagall chewed his argument to shreds. So it doesn't matter that Mrs. Potter was protecting her husband from an intruder. They were going to be punished while the Weasleys escape? Not bloody likely. You all have a week's detention and I'll have that badge back, Percy. Minerva had wanted to give the position to Wood, but Albus had convinced her that Percy deserved it more. There was just something about the boy that appeared too Slytherin for her liking, so Minerva twisted the knife. Drawing your wand on a first year is inexcusable. Losing to that same first year just confirms you're not prefect material. Albus tried something to prevent the entire morning turning into a total dung bomb. "Terence, could you be mistaken in your decision to place young Mr. Weasley in Slytherin?" The hat seemed to think for a minute before answering. "I could be mistaken." The occupants of the hall held their breath waiting on the hat's next words. "But I'm not. The lad has neither the smarts for Ravenclaw nor the loyalty demanded of Hufflepuff. By his own admission he'd rather go home than be in Slytherin, which hardly displays the courage required for Gryffindor. You let 2 of the bravest children I've ever sorted walk out the door because you refused to help them. I'm curious, Headmaster, what's so special about this one?" Albus had no answer. The Weasleys were part of his master plan to befriend Harry and keep the lad humble. With a wife now in the picture, Molly's recent deeds and Ronald in Slytherin, that plan was in tiny little pieces, but perhaps the Weasleys leaving Hogwarts could be used to entice the Potters back? "I'm sorry, young man, but you must either join your housemates or return home. I shall be removing all my children from Hogwarts, and rest assured, I shall be contacting the Board of Governors about the treatment I received here today." McGonagall still refused to back down an inch. "Rest assured, Mrs. Weasley, I shall be contacting the DMLE about your behavior here today. Should the Potters wish to press charges, I would quite happily agree to be a witness against all involved in this travesty." The twins fell on their mother, begging that she reconsider, but their pleas were in vain. "You're all coming home now. Your father can make the final decision tonight." Percy had been publicly humiliated not once but twice. First, an 11-year-old with no magical training beat him in a fight, then his head of house took his badge and said he wasn't cut out to be a prefect. He couldn't wait to get out of here and wasn't sure if he wanted to come back. Phileas and Pomona had watched this morning's proceedings with great interest. The Potters leaving would be the front page of the Prophet for days to come, but it might actually be worth it to see their friend assert her authority. Both intended to ensure she didn't slip back to just blindly following Albus. Watching as the Weasley family also left Hogwarts gave them some idea what a hacked-off McGonagall was capable of. Chapter 15, ch.15. Harry and Hermione were strolling hand in hand down to Hogsmeade, neither quite believing what they'd just done. "You know someone will be coming after us. The old man won't let you walk away from his influence. You're too important to his plans." Harry wore a wry smile. "I've had lots of time to ponder about this since the night Snape killed him, and I think I finally understand Dumbledore. He's utterly convinced that, for the greater good of the magical world, I must walk up to Voldemort and let him kill me, so he managed my entire life towards achieving that goal. Bugger that, Mr. Potter, you have a wife to consider now. I'm also pretty sure I don't have the Horcrux inside my head, which renders the whole scenario obsolete, but my point is Dumbledore is not evil, he's delusional. He gave up his life for the greater good as he saw it and can't understand why someone else wouldn't do the same." Hermione thought about this for a minute before replying, "Should we tell him?" Harry was horrified. "Absolutely not. Dumbledore would think he was the only one who could possibly handle such information and obliviate the shit out of us. We'd be lucky to remember each other's names, far less that we were married. While I wouldn't class him as evil, that doesn't mean he hasn't made my life crap because it suited his vision of the greater good." Hermione was sure Harry was correct and detested the idea of anyone messing with her head. "So how do we handle this?" "Well, I suspect the old man won't want to get personally involved. He likes to perform his manipulations through third parties or, if you prefer, get others to do his dirty work. We'll have time to figure out how to play this. I think we should return, but on our terms. I would like to see my godfather free, ensure my godson not only gets born but keeps his parents around for many years. We should also help Neville and Luna become the people we know they can be." Watching Neville standing there alone brought back just how clueless we were. "I've never made a friend right away like that. The whole Weasley situation must have been managed right from the start. I'm so glad you dealt with him today." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "I so wanted to kill him, Harry. You have no idea how hard it was not to." Harry now had his arm around her. "Hermione, had he laid a finger on you, nothing could have stopped me from killing him. To hell with everything else, you are by far the most important consideration in my life." She gave a weak smile. "Thanks, Harry, although it was good to feel my foot connecting with his bits, I think I'd still rather have killed him. Does that mean I'm going dark?" "No darker than me, love. Molly and Percy are definitely on my hit list. I don't think I could take down Ginny as she's still a child, but Ron is another matter entirely. We'll have to play it by ear with the twins." "Do we have the right to make those decisions, Harry? If we don't, then who does, love? We've seen the future and it's not pleasant. If we start second-guessing, we'll drive ourselves nuts. Do you think Draco is savable if given more chances?" He was still trying to kill us in the final battle and only the Malfoy money saved him from Azkaban. You're right, Harry, Malfoy had chance after chance and made no attempt to change his ways. He's a pure-blood supremacist and, since it got him everything he ever wanted, sees no point in changing. If we try to alter the system, sooner or later we're going to have to deal with the Malfoys. We don't need to decide everything right now. I'm still not sure getting out the country isn't our best option. I think we need to head to Gringotts and find out what our marriage status does for us, face the goblins then the Grangers. Oh, what a lovely day in prospect. My parents loved you before and will fall in love with you all over again, how could they not? Harry tried to hold on to that thought as they entered the 3 broomsticks to flow into the leaky cauldron. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 16, ch.16. Over 2 hours later and Harry led a shaky Hermione out of Gringotts, deciding his wife could use a seat. He pointed the dazed witch in the direction of Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Ordering a sundae for each of them, Harry waited until the waitress left before speaking. The arrogance of Dumbledore strikes again, because he doesn't know how to deal with something he just assumes no one else does. The goblin method of forcing the Horcrux into a pig, slaughtering the animal and then roasting the carcass for a feast is not only brilliant but poetic justice. Hermione gave an involuntary shudder with the thought she might never eat a ham sandwich again as Harry continued, I just wish we had thought to ask them for help the last time instead of having to break into that bitch's vault. The procedure doesn't harm the item so the cup will be returned to the Lestrange vault undamaged and we'll be able to save Ravenclaw's diadem. Harry's next word was ouch, as Hermione punched him none too gently on the upper arm. What was that for? Harry James Potter, why the hell didn't you tell me you were at least 10 times richer than the Malfoys? Hermione love, I had no idea. I'd only been in Gringotts once since we rather hurriedly left it riding a dragon, and that day my only concern was hoping I had enough gold to buy the woman I loved a ring worthy of her. When I discovered what we now know is the Potter ring, the only other thing I was interested in was collecting the Black Island portrait. The goblins advised I needed a will, so I set up a trust fund like mine for Teddy and named you and him my main beneficiaries. Luna and Neville got a little, but I just signed my name. They dealt with all the arrangements. I never once looked at the amounts as I was so bloody worried you were going to turn me down. If you had said no, then all the gold in Gringotts would have been little compensation. Hermione was staring at the new dragon skin wallet with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Hermione, but I know you never married me for my money since neither of us knew it was there. It's not that, Harry. My new Gringotts card has Hermione Jane Potter printed on it and nothing can change that. You have no idea how many nights I lay in bed dreaming of this. We're legally married and neither the Ministry nor the Wisengamot can alter that fact. I was sure there would be some loophole they could use to bring us back under their control. The waitress returned with the ice cream and they quietly enjoyed the treat while still trying to digest all that had happened this morning. How would my wife like to try out her new card in Flourish and Blots? I think my husband is either trying to spoil me or delay meeting his in-laws. Which is it, sir? Harry blushed at being so easily read. He should have expected Hermione to see right through him, a little of both love. She leaned over and gave him a kiss on the cheek for being so sweet before switching to her must dash to the library expression as the idea hit home. Harry, we know the Prophet is going to be all over us, so why don't we march in there and give them the story we want printed, before anyone else has time to put their slant on it. Follow that up with a letter to the head of the DMLE. The look of dread on Harry's face had nothing to do with thoughts of the Daily Prophet. Oh shit. Hermione, I left Hedwig in Hogwarts. I released her in King's Cross Station yesterday so I could shrink her cage before racing off to find you. She's smart enough to find me at your parents', but that's just what I don't need, her mad at me as well. Hermione understood how much his owl meant to Harry and hadn't considered going back in time would save her as well. Let's add a stop to the Ellipse Owl Emporium for a nice perch and some special owl treats. You know she'll forgive you, eventually. I only hope we can say the same about your mother. I love the woman, but she can be downright scary. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 17, ch.17. The woman in question was sitting finishing off the Times crossword in their lounge. The Grangers' dental practice was very successful, allowing them both the luxury of having Monday and Friday afternoons off. When Hermione walked in, leading a very nervous bespectacled young boy by the hand, she felt as if a cricket bat had just whacked the back of her head. Her scream had her husband racing from their home office to find his wife on her knees sobbing, with her arms around two children, one of whom they'd placed on a magical train to Scotland yesterday. When the green eyes behind the glasses met Dan's, the dentist also found himself on his knees. His legs felt as if they'd turned to jelly and wouldn't support his weight. The emotions that kicked in overwhelmed the father, who thought he would never see his daughter and her young man again. Dan's voice was trembling nearly as much as he was. "I asked you to bring her home, Harry, and you did. I don't know how you did it, son, but I always believed you would." Hermione broke away from her mum and raced into her father's open arms, but Emma still had a death grip on Harry and could be heard mumbling "thank you" between sobs. "Dad, you remember?" He had his arms around his daughter with the intention of never letting her go again. "The second I saw Harry, it was like you removing that memory charm in Australia. It all came flooding back. Your phone was still on and we heard everything as they led you away. I was trying to comfort your mother and convince her we needed to leave when two strangers appeared in the house. The last thing I remember is calling out the password Harry gave us and we disappeared, but how did we get back to here? That was Christmas Eve 1998, this is what, September 1991. Yes, Dad, and you have no idea how relieved Harry will be that you remember everything. He was terrified walking up the drive." "Why were you terrified of us, Harry?" asked Emma, who still had a tight hold of him, meaning there was no escape. Well, you see, it's like this." Harry decided just to blurt it out into the open. "Hermione and I are married." Laughter was not the response they expected, but that died the second Emma recognized the diamond adorning her daughter's finger. "Right, you two, sit down and start talking." Because their memories were almost current with their situation, it was only the last 24 hours that they had to bring them up to date with. When they finished, Emma hugged them both. "Even death couldn't separate you two. I always knew Harry was the one for you, darling, and, although you physically appear to be 11, I couldn't be happier that you're together. We've seen the alternative and intend to make sure it never happens like that again. First thing tomorrow we're off down the travel agents. I think Australia beckons. Why the hell should you risk your lives for these bastards after the way they treated you both? We know your real ages, but please listen to us on this." Dan pleaded. "I think Australia is definitely in our future, but we have a few things to do here first. Knowing that Gringotts will destroy Horcruxes, for a fee, takes an incredible amount of pressure off. We also know where another two are, just sitting waiting on us picking them up. Combined with the cup and the one in my head already gone, we're over halfway there. The diary isn't available to us until next summer, and I really would like some help to get the ring, as it has traps surrounding it." Harry was appealing to Dan, who understandably wanted the four of them on the first plane out the country. "There are people who are important to us we can help, and in some cases save their lives. If we can destroy the Horcruxes, then that only leaves the snake. Who knows if the prophecy is actually still valid, since I've already killed him. I will quit the country as soon as those goals are met, as I have no intention of making Hermione the youngest widow in Britain. We will be ruthless and take no chances. At the first sign of not being able to handle something, I'll pay for first-class tickets on the next available plane." Dan looked at his new son-in-law as if he was joking. "Trust me, Dad, Harry could buy the plane if he wanted. Mr. Potter here conveniently forgot to mention that he's one of the richest wizards in Britain. I think you'll find that's we Mrs. Potter, you have as much access to our vaults and properties as I do." Hermione blushingly took out her new passport and bank card out the brand new bottomless bag they'd purchased in the alley. She also took out the document she'd been looking for. "We also hired ourselves a lawyer that the goblins recommended. He drew up these." Emma took one glance at them before giving the order. "Dan, get the car keys." "Oh." When the doorbell rang, Petunia wondered who it was. She quickly pulled a cover over her Dudders, who was laying face down on the sofa. His surgeon said the poor little trooper wouldn't be able to sit for a few days yet. She opened the door to find an immaculately dressed couple standing there. Mrs. Petunia Dursley? Hi, I'm Dr. Emma Granger and this is my husband Dr. Daniel Granger, can we come in? Oh yes please, we thought that your clinic was a bit on the expensive side but we never realized that you made house calls, my little darling is right in here. Petunia led them straight into the lounge where the Dursley males were glued to the TV screen. She whipped the cover off Dudley. We've been trying to make sure the wound remains clean but it's not an easy job. I can't tell you how pleased I am that you can change his bandages and... Petunia was interrupted by a hated voice, wow Dud, full moon tonight. Hermione love you might want to cover your eyes from this hideous sight, personally I think they cut off your best feature cousin, it was the only part of your body that could even remotely be considered cute. Vernon attempted to spring out of his chair at Harry, it actually took 3 attempts before he managed to become vertical, though that didn't stop him yelling at the top of his voice. Freak! What are you doing back here? Did they discover what a useless waste of space you really are and kick you out? Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 18, ch.18. Harry wandlessly pushed the astonished walrus back into his chair. No uncle, I was just missing my family so much I wanted to come home. The sarcasm in his voice was as unmistakable as the power he now appeared to wield. Dan, would you have a look in the cupboard under the stairs? If he thought this was a strange request, Dan didn't say, but when he saw the panicked expressions on the Dudleys' faces he went and looked anyway. When he came back, his fists were clenched and his eyes were boring into Vernon. Although it was to Harry he spoke. How long? All my life actually. It was only last month they moved me into Dudley's second bedroom. They were afraid the magic users would find out. Emma was getting nothing but barely controlled rage from her husband, so she went to see what the fuss was about. Seconds later she came charging back in and smacked Petunia on the jaw. How could any mother treat a child like that? Far less one as wonderful as your nephew. Harry, let's get the police involved. I'm sure they would be arrested for child cruelty. Harry shook his head. That might still happen, but I just want to be rid of them. Hermione took some documents out her bag before removing her camera and heading towards the cupboard. Right, here's the deal. Sign these papers and the Grangers will become my legal guardians. If you don't object, it will be fast-tracked through the courts and you'll never see or hear from me again. Fight it and I'll tell everyone the way you treated me, including the pictures of my bedroom Hermione's now taking. To let that sink in, Harry shouted through to her, be sure to get some of Dudley's bedroom for comparison, love, before returning his attention to his relatives. Anyway, the choice is yours. Vernon snatched the paper out of Harry's hands. Just show me where I sign, boy. We have no intention of fighting this. We never wanted you here in the first place but were denied a choice in the matter. Petunia was still rubbing her face and afraid to say anything in case she got hit again. The man appeared ready to rip them all limb from limb. She very quickly and happily signed the form. Dudley lay face down with both hands covering the site of his very recent surgical procedure. The thought of another tale had him whimpering in fear. As they didn't know if this couple were magical or not, he just assumed the worst and kept very quiet. The paper was signed before Hermione whipped her wand out and, to the absolute horror of the Dursleys, transfigured the coffee table into a live pig. This is what I wanted to do with you, but my Harry won't let me. How he learned compassion and morals while living with you disgusting people is an unexplainable wonder. Should we meet again, nothing will stop me having my revenge on Harry's behalf. It will be the slaughterhouse for you pigs rather than surgery you'll be facing. With a casual flick of her wand the squealing stopped as the pig was once more a table. Let's get out of here before I do something they'll regret. As the 4 left their house, the Dursleys didn't know whether to cheer, cringe, or cry. If only they could believe they would never see the boy again, the choice would be easy as deciding they definitely didn't want to lay eyes on that girl again. Pigs would fly before they would contest Harry leaving for good, but when your table can change into a porker, then flying hogs was a distinct possibility. Back in the car heading out of Little Whining, Harry had a suggestion: pick a restaurant and Hermione will buy us all dinner. Why Hermione? Her mother asked. Oh, she just loves handing over her card and signing her name as Hermione Potter. It was a harassed Arthur Weasley who exited the fireplace at the Burrow. He started bemoaning his luck the second he left. He flew, what a day I've had, you've no idea the uproar your little spat in the station caused. I was getting dirty looks all day about the extra work you created, but when word spread it was the boy who lived, I'm lucky still to be in a job." He'd walked from the living room into the kitchen while talking and got a shock to see 4 of his sons sitting there instead of being at Hogwarts. Arthur had a very bad feeling about this. "What happened?" he asked, though dreading the answer. What happened was 5 people all started trying to tell him their version of events at the same time, making the noise unbearable, even for the Weasley kitchen. "Quiet!" he shouted before Arthur noticed the apple of his eye sitting quietly with tears running down her cheeks. "Ginny, tell me what happened please." His whole demeanor warned the rest of his tribe not to interrupt. Her voice was soft and she seemed far away, but Ginny's words struck fear into her father's heart. He was just sitting there quietly eating his porridge when she went tearing after him like a bear. His wife protected him and between the two of them put these 4 on the floor. He then snapped his wand and threw it at my feet before both Potters walked out of Hogwarts. "I'll never get to go now, Dad, or meet him. She's ruined everything." Arthur turned pleadingly to his wife. "Please tell me you didn't attack the boy who lived in the middle of Hogwarts." "No, I didn't." Arthur's relief was short-lived. "That little bitch of his cursed me before I could get my hands on him and give the little shit a piece of my mind." Arthur roared at his wife. "What bloody right have you to go anywhere near that boy? Have you any idea what you've done or just how serious this is? Our world has waited nearly 10 years for Harry Potter to return. Now, because of your actions, he's snapped his wand and left Hogwarts." The repercussions of this were making Arthur feel sick. "It's probably just as well you lot got sent home, because when I get fired tomorrow we wouldn't have been able to afford Hogwarts anyway." George corrected his father. "We didn't get sent home. Ron got sorted into Slytherin and didn't want to go there. Mum demanded they change it or we were all coming home." Fred filled in the rest of this expanding horror story. "McGonagall then took Percy's badge for getting beat up by a firstie and told us we were welcome to leave." His twin finished off the sorry tale. "We begged to stay but Mum dragged us all home." The picture being painted here was not a pretty one. Arthur was very disappointed in his family, so started with his youngest son. "You didn't get the house you wanted, so came crying home to Mummy, is that it?" He then turned to his wife. "And you bloody encouraged him instead of telling him to suck it up and make the best of it. What kind of example does that set?" Finally his gaze turned to Percy. "You were a prefect, why were you fighting with a first year anyway?" Arthur could see the storm coming but was unable to stop it. His wife would be portrayed as the Wicked Witch of the West Country and his family would be lucky if they didn't have to move to a faraway land where they'd never heard of the name Weasley. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 19, ch.19. Albus sat in his office, drinking cocoa and wondering how the last 24 hours had gotten away from him so disastrously. His eyes cast a glance at the silver instruments that had monitored Harry Potter for the last decade. The only reading he could get now was that the wards at Privet Drive had totally collapsed. On Mr. Potter's health or whereabouts there was nothing. It was as if the boy he cast them on didn't exist. Albus could only assume that his marriage had negated all his monitoring charms, as the boy would now be considered an adult. This did not bode well for his plans. He would give the Potters and Minerva a couple of days to calm down before suggesting she make contact with them again. He didn't want to become personally involved unless absolutely necessary. Minerva's comment about them wishing to move to Australia struck fear into his heart. If Harry Potter emigrated to the other side of the world, he would be condemning Britain to Voldemort's rule. That could not be allowed to happen. Having been raised and treated the way he was now worked against his plans. Harry's current circumstances would also make telling him the prophecy at this time a disaster. Not only would Harry have no reason to lay down his life, with his wealth and a new wife, the boy would in all likelihood tell him he owed the magical world nothing, probably getting out of the country as quickly as possible. What Albus needed was some way to connect Harry to the wizarding community. At the moment his only positive experience was meeting the young Longbottom boy. He could only hope the events of today didn't become public knowledge before the couple could be enticed back to Hogwarts. Albus had no idea that the next issue of The Prophet would blow the whole sorry scandal wide open. combined with letters from the Potters and McGonagall making their way to Amelia, Bones would see him being asked questions he didn't really want to answer. Back in Crawley, 4 tired people were discussing their next move. I don't think I can go to work every day as if nothing has changed. We've already lived the next 7 years and I can't do that again, not without slipping up badly. Emma, there are no financial reasons for you to continue working. We can clear the mortgage on your home and provide anything you want. Would you like to roam the world searching for a nice bolt hole for us? No problem, it's yours. Harry, you're our son-in-law and we're also going to be your guardians. Can we give Mum a try? Your offer sounds fantastic, but if Dan and I sell our practice we will be financially quite comfortable, and apparently we no longer have to worry about Hermione's future. I was really thinking more of a change of direction. Something like charity work appeals to me, nothing with a lot of ties in case it becomes necessary for us to leave at a moment's notice. I think you're right, sweetheart. I'll contact our lawyer in the morning to inform him we're interested in selling. The thought of living those years over the exact same way again does not appeal to me either. This time travel seriously messes with your head. I mean, what's the point of going to the football when you already know the result? It also messes with your energy levels. I'm knackered. Hermione reached out her hand for Harry. Time for bed, love. Harry's focus shifted immediately to his wife's parents, but it was Emma who put his mind at rest. Harry, we trusted you with our girl when you were 18 and she was 19, I think we can trust you now you're both 11. You made one very serious mistake though, Harry. You gave my daughter a credit card. I don't need a prophesy to predict a shopping trip in your future. Dan was failing valiantly in his attempt not to laugh at the looks his daughter was now dispatching in his direction. My husband and I will be going shopping tomorrow as he only owns the clothes he's currently standing in. It was my intention to buy some gifts for my fabulous parents, but don't worry, Mum, we'll still get you something. Hermione couldn't hold her stern expression any longer as a smile kept breaking through. She hugged them both. Thanks for making this so easy for us. My husband was really dreading informing my parents he'd just married your 11-year-old daughter. I'm so glad you have those memories and can help us plan for the future, or is it the past? Harry placed his arm around her. Too tired to care, love. Let's get some sleep as I have a feeling tomorrow's going to be a long day. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 20, ch.20. Waking with Hermione in his arms had been the norm with Harry for the last 6 months. Waking with an 11-year-old Hermione Potter in his arms was totally different, yet just as wonderful. He watched as his wife's large front teeth dug into her bottom lip, informing him that she was not only awake but deep in thought. He pulled her closer to him. Okay, love, spill it before you burst. Hermione could only smile at how well her husband knew her. I was trying to figure out how my parents kept their memories and wondering if anyone else might. He knew not to offer up some flippant answer when Hermione was in serious mode. The Sorting Hat said the powers that be wanted to help us. I don't think they could have helped me any more yesterday than your mum and dad remembering us being a couple. I had visions of sleeping in the dog kennel in the back garden. Hermione was giggling. You know we don't have a dog, far less a kennel. Your dad would have built one for the boy who dared to come near his daughter. Bet the roof would have leaked as well. Images of her dad out in the garden, sawing planks of wood while muttering about protecting his princess had her shaking with laughter. Harry was probably closer to the truth than he thought. I can't think of anyone else who could really help us by retaining their memories. What about Sirius? She offered quietly, unprepared for Harry bursting into laughter. Can you imagine anyone giving that sort of knowledge to a marauder? It would lead to total chaos. Okay, our way might lead us there eventually, but Sirius or Remus would see it as their duty to muck things up as much as possible just because they could. Hermione had to agree with him. The only other person I could think of would be Luna, since we already know Neville didn't. Harry was thoughtful for a minute. Did you get a chance to talk with Luna about her time in Malfoy Manor when we were at Bill's cottage? Hermione shook her head. I was still recovering myself and you had just buried Dobby, not one of our better days. I spoke to her a little and there was pain behind those lovely eyes. I don't know if it was because her father betrayed us or her experiences at the manor. Knowing who we were dealing with, nothing would surprise me with those animals. Hermione had his ribs almost squealing in protest with how tight she was holding him. If that was the case, then I hope she doesn't get her memories back. We'll get to know her much sooner, and I promise to be a better friend this time. Harry kissed the tension away before answering, "We both will, love." Breakfast time in the Grangers and the four fell easily into their well-established pattern. They had been doing it as a family for 6 months in Australia. The only difference here was that they now had a snowy owl perched on Harry's shoulder, and Hermione fed Hedwig all her bacon. "Well, I'll see our lawyers first thing this morning, get them on to Harry's guardianship and finding a buyer for our practice." Emma nodded in agreement. "While you're in there, I'll check the travel agents across the street for brochures on Australia. Perhaps you two could pick up some books while you're out shopping." She noticed Hermione had her head lowered so not to look at them. "Hermione, love, that's not a criticism of you. We really enjoyed our time there in the place you chose for us, but we have other considerations to take into account this time. We'll be a family, and I would prefer somewhere that had a school for you both nearby, well, at least closer than 500 miles, and preferably one we could at least see." Hermione understood. "We'll try to find information on Australian magical schools, but the British Ministry doesn't seem too keen on supplying information about alternatives to Hogwarts. We may have better luck in Gringotts than Flourish and Blots. That will allow us to do our clothes shopping in London." The expression on his wife's face was one Harry had only previously associated with libraries. He would quickly come to realize that Hermione adored shopping, not for herself per se, but the chance to buy her husband nice things was better than a book. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 21, ch.21. Breakfast at the Burrow was nothing like routine. Their father's rant at them last night was so surprising that it forced the family to sit back and take notice. The only conclusions they could draw from his words was that the Weasley family were in serious trouble. They had always known they were poor, but they might now get the chance to discover what poor really meant. It wasn't being unable to afford the latest broom or buy new books for school. They'd always had food on the table and clothes on their backs. If their father lost his job, that might not be the case. Molly was bustling about in her kitchen, not really accomplishing anything. After the children had been sent to bed, Arthur had very carefully yet rather forcibly explained exactly how much trouble her actions had landed them in. While seriously worried, her thoughts couldn't help but keep returning to another matter. Her pipe dream of Ginny marrying the boy who lived and solving all their financial problems would appear to be just that. The lad was the spitting image of James, and her Ginny could easily be mistaken for a younger Lily Potter. How could the boy be married to the buck-toothed, bushy-haired bitch when he was only 11? It wasn't the young age that bothered Molly, more the thought that she could have her Ginny in place and her hands all over the Potter money years sooner than originally planned. She was rudely ejected from her muse by the highly unusual spectacle of her husband cursing up a storm. She approached and noticed the object of his venomous outburst was this morning's prophet. "We're in so much shit, it's even worse than I thought." The first thing Molly noticed was a picture of the lad with that bitch. Before her blood got time to boil, the headlines cured that affliction and left her requiring to sit. "Boy who lives," snapped wand and left. Harry Potter and his wife were attacked by a woman and her family of red-headed children while eating breakfast in Hogwarts yesterday. The Hogwarts staff and the headmaster stood by and left the young couple to defend themselves, only to then punish the Potters for doing so. This was the final straw which saw his broken wand laying on the castle floor, after the headmaster's thinly veiled attempts at threatening him with having his wand snapped failed to keep them in Hogwarts. Harry Potter exclusively revealed the reason behind this action to the Daily Prophet. These are his own words, unedited as was our agreement with the young man. This was not the action of a petulant child, rather of someone who gave the British magical community one last chance, and it failed just as spectacularly as all my other dealings with it. It is now my intention to leave these shores for good, since the country holds nothing but bad memories for me. To explain will require me revealing details I might wish to remain hidden, but I really am past caring. The story begins in the evening of the 1st of November 1981. From what I have since read, very few of your readers will remember this day, as most were spending their time celebrating. Meanwhile, an orphan was left on a Muggle doorstep with a letter pinned to his blanket. That orphan was me. Is this the way adoption usually happens in the magical world? Strike 1 against. The Muggles on whose doorstep I was left hated magic with a passion, thus my life was made hell. Living in a cupboard with barely enough food to keep me alive, not knowing my parents' names, far less my heritage. I have to this day yet to see a picture of them. No one ever checked up on me, I was just abandoned there. Again I ask, is this what normally happens in the magical world? I spent 10 years of my life believing my parents were drunks who died in a car crash that gave me the scar on my forehead. For that alone I should leave the country, never to return. Strike 2 against. When my girlfriend, now wife, became 11, she received a visit from Professor McGonagall. The professor explained in great detail to Hermione and her non-magical parents exactly what was involved with her being a witch and attending Hogwarts. Hermione had already decided not to attend without me when she discovered her boyfriend's name in a magical book. It's in quite a few of them apparently. The dates and scar all fitted, so we both threw ourselves into learning as much as we could and waited to see if I would be contacted. On my 11th birthday I received a visit from Hagrid. He was incensed that I had been told nothing of the magical world and was under the impression that he was delivering the son of his friends their Hogwarts letter. He's a smashing big guy who I would consider a friend, but he would be the first to admit he was ill-equipped to inform a basic Muggle born on the magical world and Hogwarts. At King's Cross I was accosted by a strange plump lady with red hair that just wouldn't take no for an answer as she tried to drag me off somewhere. The station authorities dealt with her as I sped to board the train and find my Hermione. The same woman attacked me next morning as I sat having breakfast, and only my wife's quick reaction saved me from her obvious rage. Is it usual to have intruders walk right into your school unopposed and attack students? Strike 3 against. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 22, ch.22. My wife and I then had to defend ourselves against 4 of her children while the staff watched on. Only when we had them subdued did the staff act. A greasy-haired professor by the name of Snipe gave Hermione and me detentions in a childishly obvious attempt to keep us in the castle. Backed up by a headmaster who was more interested in detaining us in the castle than seeing justice done, isn't he the supreme mugwump in charge of the courts? Strike 4 and time to get out of there. The expression of undisguised glee on Snipe's face as we left the castle worried me. I don't know what the man teaches, but I wouldn't want my wife or me anywhere near the creep. In the Muggle world all teachers are vetted to ensure they're suitable to be teaching children. Even just from first impressions I could never imagine him passing any serious examination of his personality, far less teaching methods. After the way the magical world had treated me, we had decided to give it one last try. One day in Hogwarts was enough to let us see this was not for the Potters. We had originally looked at moving abroad, and that is now the route we will take. My wife and I came into the newspaper to tell our story before the rumors take over. Through extensive research the Prophet can reveal that the family in question are the Weasleys, and Snipe is none other than head of Slytherin, Potions Professor Severus Snape. Mr. Potter wasn't prepared to answer any questions but could understand that our readers would want to know how it was possible for him to be married at 11. He then gave the Prophet the following explanation. Hermione has been my best friend for many years before becoming my girlfriend. On the train to Hogwarts I asked her to always be mine, and she answered that she would as I placed a ring on her finger. The ring came from my vault, and it turned out to be the Potter family ring. Combined with our feelings towards each other, this resulted in us becoming married. As marriage was always going to be in our future together, this has just brought the happy event forward a few years. I just hope her father forgives me for not asking his permission first. We here at the Prophet can't help but think that any young witch returning home to inform her parents she was married to Harry Potter would be just cause for a massive party of epic proportions. Having spoken to this lovely young couple, we call on the Ministry to investigate the bizarre and totally irregular occurrences in this young man's life and answer the glaring questions that his interview has thrown up. Why was the boy who saved us all abandoned at night on a Muggle doorstep? Why was he never checked up on and left ignorant off our world? Are our children really safe at Hogwarts when people can just walk right in there and attack a student eating breakfast in the Great Hall? What part did Albus Dumbledore play in all this? Remember, the final event that decided the Potters to leave our country happened right in front of him. Our country has at most a few days to convince this wonderful young couple that Britain is, and can be their home, before the last members of an ancient and noble family leaves us for good. Is this really what James and Lily Potter sacrificed their lives for, to see their son and his bride forced to leave the country they died saving? Arthur could see no way his family could stay in the country now. Unfortunately, he didn't see any way for them to leave it either. Their only asset was the land their house was built on. He wasn't naive enough to think their house added anything to the value of the land, or that there would be buyers queuing up to take it off his hands. He rose to head off to work when the Ministry owl flew in the window, carrying a letter that had him sitting back down. Arthur discovered he wasn't sacked but indefinitely suspended without pay while investigations are carried out. This was the Ministry's way of forcing you to hand in your notice as you sought work elsewhere to feed your family. It quickly became apparent that the Ministry owl was the first of many headed in their direction. Howler after howler arrived heading directly for Molly. Arthur managed to shepherd the children into the living room before having to answer the door. He found Amelia Bones and two Aurors standing there. "Morning, Arthur, we're here to speak to Molly since we received 2 complaints about her behavior." That was before this morning's Daily Prophet hit the breakfast tables. "I assume she's at home." The scream of pain had them all rushing into the kitchen. Molly was surrounded by howlers that continually went off, but she was currently in agony as large yellow boils were growing on her face and hands. "I started destroying them with my wand, but one exploded and covered me in undiluted bubotuber pus. Get the children out of here in case there are any more like that." The 2 Aurors began scanning the continual stream of letters before destroying them while Arthur tended to his wife. Gauze covered with neutralizing potion was applied to her face and wrapped around her hands. Percy herded the others back into the living room. It was beginning to dawn on them just how much their lives were about to change. Amelia was angry that someone could send something so dangerous by owl, supposing a child had opened that? Still, she had a job to do. "Molly Weasley, I have received 2 complaints that demand I investigate your actions against Mr. Harry Potter." "My actions? What about this on my face and then what he said about me?" "I'll strange plump lady the little shit if I ever get my hands on him." Arthur was left wondering if he had enough gauze left to stuff in his wife's mouth. Amelia kept her cool. "Could you please explain to me what happened on the 1st of September in King's Cross Station? Albus asked me to keep an eye out for him, so when I saw the lad looking lost I offered to help him onto the platform, but he started screaming that I was trying to take him away. Muggles came from everywhere and jumped all over me and my family. Ron got his jaw broken and the Muggles drilled holes in it and wired it up. Didn't see that mentioned in the Bloody Prophet, but then Ron's not the famous boy who married at 11. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 23, ch.23. The slip about Albus would be chased up later, but Amelia wanted to get to the meat of the complaint. "Mr. Potter claims you neither introduced yourself nor would take no for an answer. He claims you grabbed him by the arm and started dragging him away." Molly interrupted. "I was leading him onto the bloody platform. I told him Ron was going to Hogwarts, but he started shouting anyway." "Can I ask you how many times you've been to King's Cross Station?" Arthur could see the trap, but his wife blundered on in any way before he could say anything. "Dozens, but I hardly see why that is significant." "Oh, I was just wondering how many more children you've helped through the barrier," Amelia asked. "That was my first and bloody last if this is the thanks I get. So, let me see if I've got this right. In all the years you've been going to King's Cross, Harry Potter is the first child you've tried to help through the barrier. That leads me to question why Harry. I told you, Dumbledore asked me to keep an eye out for him." "Ah, but why were you keeping an eye out for him? Surely if the headmaster suspected a student of his might not be able to make their way through the barrier, he should have sent a member of staff to ensure they made the train. Not entrust the savior of our world to a parent who arrived in the station 10 minuets before the train left." Molly could hardly say it was so Ron could befriend Harry Potter, so she just had to bluster, "I don't know, you'll just have to ask Dumbledore. Hogwarts is our next stop and you can be assured I'll be asking him more than that." "Now did you attack, or attempt to attack Harry Potter in Hogwarts?" Molly had considered this carefully. "I was angry and wanted a word with the lad. I can see how it could be misconstrued as an attack. I have 2 sources that tell me your hands were outstretched as if to throttle the child. Had Mrs. Potter not cast that spell, it would appear the most likely outcome. I will admit I was going to grab hold of him, but only because he'd slipped away the day before." "So you were in Hogwarts about to grab hold of a child?" Molly figured this was the best she was going to get. "Yes." Amelia paused for a moment. "Those actions in themselves could see you hit with a heavy fine if the boy presses charges. I shall carry out further investigations when I reach Hogwarts. Your children could be construed as aiding their mother, so I don't think there will be any charges against them. I was considering placing you under house arrest. For your own safety I now believe I should. Do not leave the grounds of the Burrow or you will find yourself spending the night in entirely different accommodation. You will be hearing from us." They left, leaving Arthur to deal with the steady flow of owls. A heavy fine on top of their troubles could break his family. He hoped the boy wouldn't press charges. The boy in question was currently pressed up against the bar, trying to protect Hermione as best he could. They had casually walked into the leaky cauldron, en route to the alley, and been instantly mobbed. Unlike the situation in Devon though, there was no anger here. These people were pleading with the Potters not to leave Britain. Tom fired off a noisemaker spell to restore order. "We all want this young couple to stay, but harassing them in my bar isn't going to help our case. Stand back and give them some air." Harry remembered being uncomfortable the first time he entered here and was recognized, but nothing had prepared him for this. Perhaps the alley wasn't such a good idea today. 4 Aurors exited the flue. "What's the disturbance you reported, Tom?" "Young Mr. and Mrs. Potter here were getting mobbed by well-wishers. I managed to get them to take a few steps back though. Suffocating the couple they were." The lead Auror approached the Potters. "Sorry about this folks, it would appear your story in the Prophet has caused quite a stir. Perhaps you would allow us to escort you to wherever you're going? We can then ensure this little scene isn't repeated." Hermione could see the clientele of the leaky cauldron hanging on every word, so decided to leave them with something to think on. "That would be most considerate of you. We were heading to the bookstore and then Gringotts to try to find information about Australian magical schools." There were groans in the pub and one woman even started crying as they made their way through to the alley entrance with an Auror escort. Hermione had her head on Harry's shoulder as she whispered in his ear, "I wasn't expecting this level of reaction. I wonder what it's going to be like at Hogwarts when the papers are delivered. I think we can expect a visitor from Hogwarts sooner rather than later as they try to entice us back to Scotland." Harry replied. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 24, ch.24. Hogwarts was in uproar. Without any Weasleys present, the students and staff turned their ire on Snape and Dumbledore. While this was happening, Minerva McGonagall sat serenely eating her breakfast, seemingly without a care in the world. Snape was losing it big time. He was raving and ranting while waving a copy of the Prophet in Dumbledore's face. "Albus, I demand you do something about these malicious slurs printed here. The Potter brat and his mudblood bitch should never have been allowed to leave the castle." Before Albus could answer, Minerva's calm voice fanned the flames of Snape's temper tantrum. "Professor Snape, using language like that is a serious breach of professional etiquette. The fact that it's in front of students leaves me with no option but to administer an official reprimand. Personally, for a head of house to use such words in reference to students turns my stomach. I find Mr. Potter's descriptions of what happened here yesterday to be totally accurate. His assessments of some members of staff were also right on the money, and I shall be approaching the board with a view to having some such screening system in place in the very near future." Severus looked expectantly at the headmaster, awaiting his usual neutralizing comments that would save his arse, but they never came. Dumbledore's #1 priority was getting the Potters back to Hogwarts. their very public decrying of his potions master left him in a bind. If he supported Severus, then the Potters would class Albus in the same bracket. If he didn't, then Minerva in her current minx mode would have Severus suspended before the week was out. With the Potter situation uppermost in his mind, Minerva was Hogwarts' biggest asset while Severus was a liability. For the greater good, Snape was going to be abandoned to the lioness. The greasy-haired one couldn't believe this was happening and turned aggressively on McGonagall. If you start handing out punishments for using the term mudblood, then the school will be empty before we reach Halloween. She calmly stood and faced the angry professor. If that's what it takes for people to realize that word isn't acceptable inside Hogwarts, then so be it. I can't help but think that there would still be 3/4 of the students present, and those missing would all have worn green trim on their robes. Perhaps seeing their head of house receive his second official reprimand for using that despicable term will have a positive effect on them. He whirled to Dumbledore. Are you just going to sit there and let her get away with this? Dumbledore's answer was calm and measured. Professor McGonagall is acting within the parameters of her role as deputy headmistress. Should you wish to challenge her recent decisions, then that would be by tribunal in front of the school board. Please inform me if you chose that option and I shall make arrangements so it can take place. Snape stormed out the hall, ignoring the sniggering coming from 3 of the house tables. He didn't appear for lunch and had to be summoned when Amelia turned up with a couple of Aurors and demanded to speak with the senior staff. The meeting convened in Dumbledore's office. Amelia threw in some general questions to get the ball rolling. First of all, I would like to determine just how accurate the description of yesterday's events that appeared in the Prophet actually is. Secondly, what steps are being taken to ensure it doesn't happen again? Severus couldn't believe how they were all shitting themselves because Prince Potter threw a hissy fit. The brat broke the rules and should be left to rot. Hogwarts should not be making exceptions for pampered princes who turn up with a wife in tow. Let them stew, they'll come crawling back. Amelia could see Harry's description of this vile man fitted him to at. Some of my Aurors were called to the Leaky Cauldron this morning where the Potters were being mobbed by well-wishers. They were making their way into the alley to find information about magical schools in Australia. Snape's sneer was on full power. I can't understand why you're all buying into this. He's playing with you. Amelia shook her head in dismay at this professor's antics. She was so glad Susan had been sorted into Hufflepuff. I had a couple of Muggle-born Aurors do a little investigating into the Grangers. They are a very well thought of and respected family, who this morning filed papers in the Muggle world so they would become Harry's legal guardians. They also put their very successful business up for sale. The word is they're looking to leave the country. Both are dentists, a form of Muggle healers, and would be considered extremely well educated and reasonably wealthy in their world. The chances of this being a bluff are 0, so please answer my questions. Albus was too shocked by these revelations. He'd thought to give them time to cool down before orchestrating an approach. This was time he apparently no longer had. Minerva answered the waiting Amelia. I'm ashamed to say the events described are very accurate. Internal steps have been taken to ensure it will never happen again. I have also contacted a former student with the view to making him a security consultant. Working alongside Hagrid as keeper of the keys, they would be responsible for ensuring that people can no longer just breeze into Hogwarts. This raised Dumbledore's eyebrow. May I ask who Minerva? Those may have been the words he used, but his tone clearly added, after all I am the headmaster. Remus Lupin. Dumbledore almost smiled. This was a brilliant idea. He could visualize Harry and his wife having tea with Remus and Hagrid, chatting away about his parents. This was what he needed, a way to create an emotional tie to Hogwarts. An outstanding idea, Minerva. If I can be of any help persuading Remus, please don't hesitate to ask. Snape had had enough. You're going to employ a werewolf in the hope of enticing Potter back. The parents will never stand for it. McGonagall went for the jugular. Well, they didn't complain about us hiring a Death Eater. Unlike you, Mr. Lupin did not choose to be a werewolf and his affliction only affects him one night a month. If you feel so strongly about this, I will of course accept your resignation now. After all, you are only one reprimand away from being suspended. I could perfectly understand you not wanting that indignity on your permanent record. He went to storm out the room, only to find his dramatic exit being blocked by a pair of Aurors. May I leave now? Severus asked Amelia. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 25, ch.25. Oh, I think I've seen all I need to of you for the moment, Professor. Both Aurors moved aside and Snape was soon slithering out the door as Amelia continued. Okay, let's deal with the school stuff first. Mrs. Weasley has admitted running up to the boy with the intention of grabbing him. Was that your impression, Minerva? She appeared ready to throttle the boy. If Mrs. Potter hadn't reacted so quickly, that's what probably would have happened. Albus tried to calm things down. I'm sure she was just overwrought. If Harry doesn't press charges, the whole thing will blow over. Amelia thought the old man had it seriously wrong this time. She decided to try and get him off balance. Albus, sitting behind these castle walls has made you insular to what's happening in the rest of our world. Rightly or wrongly, the public think of this boy as their savior. There has been outrage today and I'm surprised you haven't been inundated with howlers. He gave a weak smile. The elves deal with any that are sent to staff. Well, Molly Weasley has been receiving them by the flock. She even got injured when someone sent her a booby-trapped one. The minister is going nuts and Arthur has already effectively been sacked. People are crying in the streets. Albus, this is not going to blow over. He's insisting I contact the Potters today. Fudge was going to go himself until Malfoy pointed out it would look as if the Minister of Magic was groveling. Albus pounced on this. Perhaps Minerva could accompany you. She's already met the parents and spoken with both Potters. It could help break the ice, rather than a stranger just turning up on their doorstep. Perhaps, since you mentioned doorstep, Albus, I want to get to the bottom of why a baby was left abandoned on one. Any ideas? Amelia watched with interest as the color drained from Dumbledore, while Minerva couldn't even look at Amelia and actually lowered her head. It would seem they had more than an idea of what happened that night. Dan Granger had quite a day and it would seem that it wasn't over yet. He'd just opened the front door to discover the doorbell had been rung by Professor McGonagall and another woman he didn't know. Good evening, Mr. Granger. May we speak with Harry and Hermione, please? Dan's temper flared. Why the hell should I let you anywhere near the kids? I was assured Hermione would be perfectly safe in that school of yours. Care to explain how she turned up here yesterday after being attacked, married to another 11-year-old, and both of them were left to travel down from Scotland on their own? Just a good job we know Harry for the outstanding young man that he is. If this is your idea of the correct way to treat children placed in your care, then I'm very glad they're out of there. Excuse me, Mr. Granger, my name is Amelia Bones, Head of Magical Law Enforcement. I'm here to investigate a complaint that Mr. Potter made against his attacker. It was he who contacted me regarding this matter. I apologize if the timing is inconvenient, but I'm required by law to follow up on this complaint. Grudgingly, Dan invited the women into the Granger home. Neither could fail to notice the brochures and magical school prospectuses that Emma and the 2 children were poring over in their lounge. The fact that Harry moved to place himself between them and his wife was also glaringly obvious. There wasn't a lot of trust being displayed by the males present. Professor McGonagall? I thought we'd seen the last of you yesterday. Now I've left Hogwarts, I get the visit I should have gotten in the first place? The magical world sure does things backward. Minerva was saved from answering by Amelia introducing herself before getting to the reason she was here. Mr. Potter, the lady in question has admitted attempting to grab you. Should you wish to press charges, she would face a hefty financial penalty. The decision is of course yours. One quick glance to Hermione was all it took. Madam Bones, I wish to press charges. This really surprised Minerva. Mr. Potter, the Weasleys are a poor family. The father has been sacked from the ministry because of this. Their eldest son was also summoned back from Egypt and fired by the goblins. They are currently trying to sell the land they own, hoping to make enough money to leave the country. A large fine would in all probability bankrupt them. Are you sure you want to do this? Professor, had that red-headed boy who attacked Hermione actually laid a finger on my wife, then I would have killed him. Since finding out from Neville there was so much that we didn't know, we hit the bookshop. I have since discovered I would have legally been within my rights as well. If people think the Potters are a soft target, then they will treat us as such. By doing this we are sending out a signal that we are not to be messed with. Please understand, I have here what I've longed for my whole life. My family was taken from me once and I swear that will never happen again. I will do anything to protect my family. The passion and power in Harry's words belied his 11 years. While Amelia and Minerva thought he was talking about his parents, his family understood what he meant. Hermione wrapped him in a hug. Our family, Harry, I'll be beside you every step of the way, love. Any other boy this age threatening to kill someone would have Amelia chuckling to herself, not this one though. It was in his eyes, the boy was no killer but wouldn't hesitate if it was to protect those he loved. Yes, she believed Harry Potter would have hit the Weasley boy with everything that he had. Since he had incapacitated the Weasley twins, then who knew what other surprises he had up his sleeve. He was also correct that ruining the Weasleys would make others hesitate before messing with the Potters. It was now time to pop the question that Fudge had given her a direct order to ask. Mr. and Mrs. Potter, I have been directed by the Minister of Magic to ask if there was any consideration we could make to halt your decision to leave the country. Harry focused his full gaze on both women. I used to lie in my cupboard and think that the hunger was making me hallucinate. I could hear a man shout at my mother to take me and run. She didn't but pleaded with someone to kill her instead of me. A maniacal laugh was followed by a flash of green light and my mother was gone. If I mentioned it to my relatives it earned me a beating, and flung back in the cupboard for another couple of days. They called me freak and, with no knowledge of magic, I honestly thought I was one. They had discussed where he was going to go with this, but Hermione could see Harry's emotions were still pretty raw. Emma now had both of them in a hug as the memories evoked had the tears flowing freely. I remember a flying motorbike and a man with black hair. He was not my father but loved me very much. I have read and read before finally uncovering this person's identity. I want to be at Sirius Black's trial, look him in the eye while he's under truth serum and ask him why he betrayed my parents. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 26, ch.26. Minerva couldn't have been more shocked if someone had stuck an electric cattle prod up her arse. They'd abandoned that baby to a life he himself described as hell. Amelia had tore Dumbledore to shreds on his admission that it was he who left Harry on that doorstep. She promised him that her department would investigate this meticulously and she herself would push for charges to be brought against him. Minerva also had a question to ask. Do you think there is any way you could give Hogwarts another chance? Emma's grip tightened on her children. Why the hell should they? We've spent the evening looking at some wonderful schools on the other side of the world. Personally, I still don't think that's far enough away from the people who allowed Harry to be treated like this. Amelia had what she came for and didn't think there was anything to be gained by arguing with these people, probably because she agreed with them. Mr. Potter, I shall pass on your request to the minister, hopefully we'll be in touch. Dan gave them a timeline to work with. We plan on traveling to Australia, checking out some schools and areas to live before finally making the move. If things proceed the way we hope, by this time next week our family could be on a plane headed for distant shores. She could only nod. These people had a right to live their own life and were breaking no laws. If they wanted to leave the country, then legally they were powerless to stop them. Both witches operated away to audible sighs of relief. Sorry folks, I got quite lost in the moment there. Harry received kisses from both Hermione and Emma. No words were needed. Do you think they'll give your godfather a trial? Dan asked. I hope so. It was the best we could come up with until getting our hands on a certain rat. Now there's something I need to ask you all. How would you like to stay in Devon? Hermione sussed what he was up to but didn't understand the reason behind it. Harry, why would you buy the burrow? Well, I thought my wife might like to destroy it, blast the house apart and set the ruins on fire to watch it burn. Then you 2 ladies could design the house of your dreams, swimming pool, library, gym, Quidditch pitch? Whatever you want. A team of magical builders would have it completed well before Christmas. Of course we would have to invite the neighbors over during the holidays. Harry never got to say any more as Hermione was kissing him. Emma couldn't help but smile at this. Okay, it's pretty obvious that Hermione loves the idea, but perhaps you could explain it to us. Mum, what my brilliant husband here didn't get around to mentioning is that our nearest neighbors would be the Lovegoods. And the Diggories, added Harry. A big black dog was sleeping curled on a filthy threadbare blanket. It raised its ears without lifting its head or even opening its eyes. The dog was suddenly transformed into a man who appeared every bit as mangy as the dog he'd just replaced. Sirius Black stood in his cell and stretched. It was a rare occasion when the Dementors were withdrawn and one not to be missed. The wizard didn't open his eyes. There was nothing to see that he hadn't memorized years ago. Counting the bricks that make up your cell walls gets old nearly as fast as counting the days to your trial that never comes. All that was left now was to savor being human without the Dementors messing with your head. Without pad food he didn't think he would have survived this long. His eyes soon sprung wide open when he heard multiple footsteps approaching his cell door. Even more shockingly, it began to open. Okay, Black, you're coming with us. No funny business or we'll just knock you out and drag your worthless arse out of here. Sirius hadn't used his voice in a while but discovered it still worked. Where are you taking me? Well, it would appear Harry Potter found out who was responsible for his parents' deaths. Now he wants to spit in your eye before Fudge hands you over to a Dementor. This is your last day on this earth, scumbag. Sirius was struggling to stay upright with all the shocks coming his way. He knew he had to though, or they literally would drag him out of here. The guards didn't carry wands in case the prisoners got hold of them, so he would be dragged out by the ankles and his head would hit every stone step in Azkaban. They placed a medallion around his neck that signified he was off limits to the Dementors. It didn't repel them, just emitted an aura that marked the prisoner for safe passage. Sirius almost broke down when he was being led out the prison. Heading towards the dock he got his first glimpse of the night sky. The stars were beautiful and there had been a distinct lack of beauty in his life for the last decade. Sirius felt a great weight lift off him as the boat sailed away from the island. Even if this was his last night, it was still better than rotting in that hell. What was running through his mind though was Sirius Black was going to get to see Harry Potter. Now Sirius thought that was worth dying for. Oh! Arthur and Bill entered the burrow as the sea of expectant faces tried to read their mood. This proved very difficult as neither was sure what to feel at the moment. They all sat around the kitchen table with only Charlie missing. Dragon handlers didn't have the same penalty clauses in their contracts that the goblins insisted on. A wizard working for Gringotts had to be above reproach. The faintest hint of scandal could see you lose your job. Having it splashed all over the front page of the papers that your mother tried to attack the boy who lived was always going to result in an instant dismissal. Molly couldn't wait any longer. Well, what happened? Arthur reported the latest news to his family. We've sold the land, for a lot more gold than I expected, but we have to be out of here before the weekend. Molly tried to make the best of it. At least we'll have some gold at our backs. We can be packed in no time. Bill was shaking his head. The new owners are going to tear everything down and build from scratch. Again Molly tried to look on the bright side, though she had unshed tears in her eyes at the impending destruction of her home. We always knew whoever bought the land wouldn't want the house. It stands to reason. At least now we'll be able to get a good start somewhere else. It was Arthur who dropped the bombshell. The Potter boy is pressing charges against you. We'll lose over half the gold in fines. Molly let the tears go. Couldn't we fight this? Arthur knew they didn't have a hope. Molly had admitted her crime to the head of the DMLE. All that would achieve would be to give our remaining gold to some lawyer. We just have to take it on the chin and get on with it as best we can. I'd like to put one on that little bastard's chin, him and that trollop. Molly's tirade was abruptly ended by a fuming Arthur Weasley. That's what got us into this mess in the first place. Your stupid bloody temper and pig-headedness have already cost Bill and me our jobs, as well as almost making this family destitute. I swear if you cause one more bit of trouble for us I will not hesitate to cast you out. we have a family crisis here and don't have any time for your tantrums." This shocked the entire clan into silence. Not even Molly had ever seen Arthur like this. The angry head of the Weasley family continued in the same vein. "Percy, Fred, George, you will be returning to Hogwarts. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free." Chapter 27, ch.27. Percy wanted to object, but his father's tone had left him in no doubt that would not be a wise decision. He just nodded his head in acceptance. The twins were smiling as Arthur turned his gaze to his youngest son, Ron. "I'll give you a choice, return to Hogwarts or be homeschooled by your Auntie Muriel." Homeschooled was on his lips until his father threw in who would be doing the schooling. Ron desperately wanted to ask why he couldn't stay with his mother, but, since that wasn't an option offered, he would just have to assume that it wasn't possible. His father didn't appear to be in the mood to answer questions. Slytherin or his Auntie Muriel was a tough choice. In the end there was only one way he could go: Hogwarts. Arthur's eyes then shifted to his daughter and his expression softened for the first time today. "I'm really sorry, Princess, but I don't have any options to offer you. Your Auntie Muriel is going to be looking after you until we can get settled somewhere. Bill has some contacts in a few countries where we can hopefully find work." The tears were streaming down her cheeks as she asked, "Why can't I come with you? We have 4 of you in Hogwarts and need to set up a new home abroad. It's going to take me, Bill and your mum all working full-time just to make ends meet. The burrow may not have been much, but it was ours. Anything else we get is going to cost us rent or mortgage." Arthur turned his attention back towards his sons to deliver a warning, and also because watching Ginny cry was breaking his heart. "I have no idea what the situation will be at Hogwarts, but if the Potters are there, you lot will be on your best behavior. They have done nothing and acted entirely within the law. This family can't afford to take one more hit. A story in the press about vindictive Weasleys picking on 2 first years would end any hope we have of recovering. Do I make myself clear?" Arthur made sure he got a "yes, Dad" out the 4 of them. He didn't want to imagine what would happen if the twins started to prank them or Percy drew his wand again. They would probably have to dye their hair blonde and change their name to get a job tending camels in the Sahara. Arthur walked outside, heading for his hut to get one last look at his Muggle plugs and batteries collection. This also meant he didn't have to look at his wife. In all the years of marriage he'd come closest to strangling her today. Having been married to Molly for over 20 years, that was really saying something. Harry and Hermione stepped off the night bus at the public entrance to the Ministry of Magic. They had received some strange glances and a few glares from the other passengers, but Harry was sure their chosen apparel was responsible for that. He was wearing a dark suit Hermione had picked for him and, with a shirt and tie, Harry was dressed as the quintessential Muggle. His wife was also paying no heed to the fact that they were probably going to meet the Minister of Magic today. A pale blue dress with a dark blue jacket was rounded off by matching bag and shoes. Only the wand hidden in a holster on her arm signified she was a witch. They were making no concessions to the magical world, and if they didn't like it, tough. Both couldn't help but think the ministry hadn't concerned themselves too much with what clothes the pair were wearing the last time they visited this building. The bastards were too busy making sure they both got kissed. Hermione understood how emotional this was going to be for Harry. She had been relieved to go first, as watching the kiss being administered to Harry would have been worse than the actual deed itself. Add to that he was going to see Sirius again and his emotions were off the scale. She just hoped he didn't do anything reckless. Then again, he wouldn't be Harry Potter and the man/boy she loved without that reckless streak. She would just have to be on the alert and, as always, cover his back. They arrived at the desk and the guard asked for his wand. When Harry replied he didn't have one, the shocked guard waved them through. 2 of the Aurors from the Leaky Cauldron were there to once more provide an escort, this time to courtroom 10. Hermione was certain controlling her husband was a lost cause the moment they entered. There was the chair, complete with chains that they had personal experience of. The Dementor in the corner waited quietly behind its containment field. It knew it was going to be fed today, but there was even worse to come. The panel of 5 contained not only Dumbledore but Dolores Umbridge. Hermione was fighting the urge to go down there and kill the bitch herself, so Merlin knew what Harry was thinking. Harry's face was contorted with anger. Fortunately most folk thought this was due to his impending meeting with the betrayer of his parents. Unfortunately a certain toad just couldn't keep her mouth shut. I find it insulting that these two children can appear before us in this disrespectful manner of dress, surely some robes can be found for them. Harry was on his feet while Hermione's hands were in her lap, her wand handle already in her grasp. I was denied knowledge of who I was for 10 years, perhaps you should be looking into who carried out that deed rather than concerning yourself with what my wife and I are wearing. Fashion tips from someone wearing a hideous pink cardigan? Please. Harry sat back down but a clearly upset Toad could hear the sniggering all around her and wouldn't let it go. Mr. Potter, I am Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. I will not be spoken to in that manner by a mere boy. Harry stood slowly, knowing every eye was on him. Dumbledore was watching keenly and he'd noticed McGonagall, incredibly accompanied by Remus in the public box. The Hogwarts approach must also be coming today so he thought he'd better make it look good. I am Lord Harry James Potter, last scion of the noble and ancient House of Potter, banisher of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Who the fuck are you to call me boy? If you're insulted then I offer you the chance to duel, before or after you bring out black. Either way, can we get on with this? I didn't think anyone could procrastinate worse than Dumbledore but it seems I might be wrong. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 28, ch.28. The Toad wouldn't give it up though, if the fiction in the press is to be believed. I understand you have no wand. How do you purpose to duel? Harry gave her a predatory smile. I didn't have a wand when I defeated Voldemort. The gasps at the name again gave him the opening that he was looking for. What? You think I blasted him with a bad pair of nappies? Dumbledore couldn't resist. And just how did you defeat him, Lord Potter? Perhaps had I not been in effect banished from the magical world for 10 years I might be inclined to tell you, as it is I owe you nothing. Professor McGonagall called out from the public gallery, Lord Potter, I have your wand here, we were able to repair it at the castle. Hermione summoned it directly into her husband's hand as Harry gave their favourite professor a slight bow. Thank you, Professor, it would seem I might have some use for it after all. Amelia was so enjoying the Toad getting stepped on and any time Dumbledore didn't get his own way made her day. It was time to move proceedings on, though she would be more than interested in how the Toad tried to squirm her way out of the duel. Harry had made it quite plain he wished to discourage attacks on his family. Taking down Fudge's hatchet woman would certainly do that. For some reason she never doubted Harry would win. Bring in the prisoner. Sirius entered the room with an aura holding each arm. He was frantically searching the faces for one in particular, hoping beyond hope he would recognize Harry. That should never have been in question as an 11-year-old James stared back at him with Lily's eyes. Sirius had expected to see hate reflected there. Instead it was like drinking the world's strongest pepper-up potion with a fire whiskey chaser. There was unbelievably, yet unmistakably love reflected there and Sirius Black felt 10 feet tall as energy surged through his body. He shook off the auras and marched straight to the chair, sitting down without once taking his eyes off Harry. After the chains wrapped around him the head of the DMLE stepped forward. Sirius Orion Black, you are charged. She was interrupted by the Marauder. About bloody time, Amelia, I plead not guilty. He then stuck his tongue out as the sparkle that was such a feature of his youth made a tentative return to his eyes. It took a matter of minutes of his answers to result in the chamber descending into chaos. Umbridge was banging on the table in an attempt to restore order. She would have had more luck dancing on top of it. It was Amelia who restored a semblance of order before Toadface interrupted her. How is it possible that Black can overcome the truth serum? Harry was up so fast you could have sworn he was spring-loaded. Why is it Miss Under the Minister that the Ministry was so quick to believe I was under the Imperius while dismissing evidence that's right in front of your eyes? Doesn't this fit in with your plans, or am I supposed to pay someone off to get my innocent godfather out of Azkaban? A mouse fart could have been heard in the absolute silence that followed that remark. Harry removed a letter from inside his jacket and offered it to Amelia. My mother wrote that, so I want it back. It was in my family vault and explains that my parents switched secret keepers. This seemed the quickest way to get my godfather free. To be perfectly honest, the only person I trust in this room is sitting by my side. Harry gave Amelia a moment to scan the letter before asking, since my godfather is here and still under truth serum, could we ask him what happened that night? Dumbledore objected immediately, I hardly think that's necessary. Harry expected nothing less and interrupted him, Madam Bones, my godfather will of course tell me, but I feel it should be on public record, rather than second-hand from another prophet interview that some people will question the validity of. His eyes were boring into the toad as he said this, I think the greater good of the magical world would be served if the facts were learned here today. Dumbledore reacted as if he'd been physically slapped, not helped by the fact that Amelia agreed with Potter and began asking questions he didn't want answered. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 29, ch.29. Sirius began telling the story of that fateful Halloween. I felt uneasy all day, so went to check up on Peter, only to find him missing. This really had me worried, so I headed immediately for Godric's Hollow. There I found the door blasted off and my brother in all but blood lying dead inside. I heard someone coming down the stairs and had my wand out ready to kill. It was Hagrid and he had Harry cradled in his arms. I told him I would take Harry, but he refused. He had orders from Dumbledore and I knew where his loyalty lay, so offered him my motorbike. I kissed Harry goodbye and went after Peter. The drug was wearing off now, but Sirius had waited a long time to say this and had no intention of stopping. The chamber was so enthralled that no attempt to stop him speaking was even considered, never mind made. I spent many nights lying in Azkaban wondering how different my life would be if I hadn't let Hagrid take him. Only the thought of Harry being happy allowed me to survive all those years. I knew James and Lily had made detailed provisions for him. Why did no one even question me? I was stunned in the street and woke up in that cell in Azkaban. I was an Auror and knew that wasn't the way things were supposed to happen. Harry could see his godfather was now totally free of the drug's effects. Sirius, I ended up with the Dursleys. Only the chains still holding him to the chair prevented Sirius attacking Dumbledore. What the fuck were you thinking of? You signed their wills as a witness along with me. It specifically stated he was never to go there as they hated magic. Harry removed a scroll out his jacket and offered it to Amelia. This is a copy of my parents' will. It lists yourself and Professor McGonagall by name as just some of the trustworthy people I should have went to instead. We met Susan briefly in Hogwarts and I would really have liked to have a sister while growing up. He turned to Dumbledore, we have the how and who, would you care to tell us why? Dumbledore actually squirmed, I had my reasons but don't wish to go into them here and now. Harry didn't think there was a chance in hell Dumbledore would disclose the prophecy here. He liked his secrets and had kept everything to himself before, but this time they already knew most of them. Very well then, the noble and ancient houses of Potter and Black. Harry looked towards his godfather to see if it was all right to include him in this. Oh hell yes! Let's hit the old bastard with everything we can. Potter and Black will pursue this matter legally, politically, and financially to the full extent we are able. Who the fuck gave you the right to make decisions regarding my life? Your mother and father were friends of mine. Were friends? Screamed Sirius. You better pray they don't have wands in the afterlife, Albus, or Lily Potter will transfigure you into a flobberworm for giving her boy to Petunia. Whatever possessed you to do something that was not only criminal but insane? Madam Bones, can I ask why my innocent godfather is still in chains while Dumbledore is clearly guilty of breaking the law yet sits there on a judging panel? Amelia for once wasn't sure how to proceed. Sirius Orion Black, you were never actually charged with any crimes, so the Ministry can't grant you a pardon. All I can do is exonerate you from any wrongdoing and set you free. There will be a full public inquiry into why this happened. You have suffered 10 years in Azkaban and this will not be swept under the carpet. The chains fell away and Harry was out of his seat in a flash. Sirius had barely time to stand before Harry had his arms around him. Both of them were barely holding back the tears until Harry pulled away. There is someone you need to meet. Hermione was now by his side. This is Hermione Potter, my wife. Sirius glanced at the girl before noticing the Potter ring on her finger. Next second they were both hugging the confused marauder. He was beginning to wonder if he was still lying in his cell, having finally lost his mind. This seemed to be confirmed by his godson's next actions. "Excuse me a minute, Sirius, Madam Bitch, are you prepared to apologize?" Dolores was not having a good morning. The minister was standing outside with the press, waiting on the Potters leaving to have his picture taken with them. Everyone expected Black to be found guilty and kissed. When he walks out that door, all hell was going to break loose. She let her temper get the better of her. "I have no intention of apologizing to a little half-blood upstart like you. I will duel you anytime, anywhere." Harry whipped off his jacket and handed it to Hermione. As he was loosening his tie, he called her bluff. "Here and now works for me. I'm sure these kind people would act as witnesses for us." Dumbledore thought it would be good for the Potter boy to learn some humility. He began erecting dueling shields as Harry was rolling up his sleeves. Sirius was not amused. "Harry, this is nuts and I won't allow it." "Sorry Sirius, but only my wife is allowed to tell me that." Hermione gave him a quick kiss. "Remember Harry, it's pronounced stupefy." Sirius was about to say something more when he spied the gleam in Harry's eyes. "James used to look like that just before he pranked you." Sirius was beginning to believe these two might actually know what they were doing. After all, he was a free man now. When Harry replied, "Thanks love, it was the wand movement that gave me the trouble though." Sirius was sure. He went from being utterly terrified to just worried sick as Harry's wife led them to where they had been sitting. Dolores bought the whole act and was feeling supremely confident. Handing Potter his arse in front of everyone here would soon put an end to this chosen one nonsense. It would also look great on her CV. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 30, ch.30. Amelia was going over the rules, but Harry wasn't listening. While in Australia, Dan had introduced him to the game of pool. He'd picked it up so fast Dan used to jokingly accuse him of using the cue like a wand to perform magic. Here was his chance to put the toad in the corner pocket. When Amelia gave the signal, the toad started firing curse after curse. Harry quickly placed her as their worst ever professor. Considering they'd had Gilderoy, that was some achievement. She just stood there without moving, continually firing with most of her spells off target anyway. Harry was constantly on the move, lining up his perfect shot. Dolores was having fun. The little boy looked scared shitless. He hadn't even fired a spell at her. That was before his wand appeared to burst into action and she barely got her shield up. When Harry got into the right position, he unleashed a barrage of spells, 4 stupefies and an expelliarmus in as many seconds. The first 2 stupefies impacted on her shield, the third one shattered it before the fourth one ended the duel. The expelliarmus whipped her wand out her hand and flung her violently backwards. She bounced off Dumbledore's dueling ward straight and true, right into the Dementor's containment shield. The very nature of the shield was to contain the Dementor while allowing the condemned prisoners to pass through unhindered. Dolores sailed right through the shield into Death's waiting arms. The Dementor was well aware anything passing through the shield belonged to it. Dolores was being kissed before anyone had time to react. Trying to get Dolores away from the Dementor was a bit like trying to take a juicy bone off a pit bull. When it finally let go, Dolores Umbridge was no more. Dumbledore was livid. "See what your reckless cavalier attitude has caused. You have that woman's death on your conscience." Harry could quite happily live with that but wasn't prepared to show it here. "Well, personally I blame whoever erected the dueling shields. How could you miss something dangerous that's over 9 feet tall and standing in the corner? You are either incompetent or were hoping it was going to be me that ended up in there. You seem to have a habit of blaming others for your mistakes. The head of the DMLE can verify I fired nothing but stunners and a disarming hex. Why didn't you shield that area?" Harry's plan had formed the instant he'd noticed that the old goat hadn't shielded the Dementor. As far as he was concerned, the toad got exactly what she deserved. The vicious and cruel witch had forced him to watch as Hermione had her soul sucked out. Payback was a bitch. Harry was engulfed by bushy brown hair as Hermione pounced on him. Sirius had the good graces to wait until they had finished kissing before smacking Harry on the back of the head. "Don't do that to me again, you just took years off my life. You were bloody brilliant though." "I'm merely brilliant, my wife here is the brains of the family. She's a genius." Sirius pulled the both of them into a hug. "Just like your parents, your dad was clever but your mother was, well, scary." Sirius, don't take this the wrong way but you seriously need a bath. You're coming home with us, Hermione's dad is about the same size as you and we can go shopping tomorrow." Amelia approached them. "Lord Potter, I agree with your assessment of the situation. Poorly erected dueling wards led to the unfortunate accident that happened here. I was really impressed by your performance. Can I ask if you had a dueling strategy?" "Ma'am, I got the impression the woman was a bully, so decided to let her tire by throwing curses before using any of my own. The stupefies were to break her shield, allowing the disarming hex to do its job. Her shield was weaker than I thought it would be." Amelia could see the chosen one living up to the reputation that had built up over the years he'd been missing. The lad's claim that his wife was even better was just plain terrifying. "I have some bad news for you. Minister Fudge is waiting outside with the press to ambush you." Harry put his tie back on and was reaching for his jacket when Hermione asked a question. What would the head of the DMLE say was the best way to spring an ambush? Amelia's eyes nearly popped out her head. "Reverse the ambush. Fudge won't know what hit him." Hermione took one of Sirius's arms while Harry had the other. "Oh, I'm betting he'll know what hit him, he just won't be able to do anything about it." Harry was smiling at his wife. "Didn't I tell you she was brilliant? Let's get this show on the road." As they walked through the doors, Fudge proved himself the consummate politician. While his insides were turning to liquid at the sight of Sirius still alive, the smile never left his face as the Potters and Black headed straight for him. His ability to keep that smile in place was seriously tested by Harry Potter. Harry approached, all smiles, with his hand held out to shake. "Minister Fudge, I'm delighted to meet the man who set in motion the process that found my godfather innocent." "That your head of DMLE immediately announced a full public inquiry into why he was denied a trial just indicates what an inspirational leader you are." The cameras were flashing as Harry Potter shook his hand and praised his leadership. Cornelius could feel his popularity rating rising with every shake. His political ardor was soon quenched though by the next statement. "I would like to offer my condolences to the family and friends of Madame Umbridge. She duelled with honor and only the poorly erected dueling wards of Professor Dumbledore saw her life tragically ended by a Dementor. It has emerged this is the same man who left me on a Muggle doorstep and was the supreme mugwump who allowed an innocent man to rot in Azkaban for 10 years without a trial. Is it any wonder my wife and I left Hogwarts?" Hermione had a tight grip on Sirius. With squeezes of his arm and imploring with her eyes, she kept him quiet for now. She could see Sirius had a million questions for later though. Harry finished with the kicker. "All I can say is thank Merlin we have Minister Fudge at the helm. Our faith in him is causing my wife and I to reconsider our decision to leave the country. With him in charge I know action will be taken against those who broke the law, denying me my heritage and my godfather his freedom." They made to leave until one of the press shouted a question. "Mr. Black, what will you be doing now you're free?" Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 31, ch.31. Sirius just couldn't pass up an opportunity like that. "I have been in a cell for 10 years, allowed no contact with the outside world. For all I know Death Eater Lucius Malfoy might even have squirmed his way to freedom. I intend to catch up with my godson and his charming wife. I know you'll respect my privacy while we take time to get to know each other again." He'd seen the way they'd lapped up the bullshit Harry was serving, so dished out some more of his own. Sirius was well aware Lucius had bought his way out of a prison sentence, but he had deniability on his side. They walked away from the press who were now bombarding Fudge with questions and straight into Minerva and Remus. Both men stared at each other for a moment before throwing themselves at one another. One-arm manly hug soon gave way to the real thing. "Sorry, I believed you could betray them, Sirius. Remus, we thought you were the spy and that's why we didn't tell you about the switch. Those were crazy times, my friend, though it seems very crazy here today. Harry, this is Remus Lupin, a very good friend of mine and your parents. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is my wife Hermione. Before Remus could say any more, Minerva broke into the conversation. It's good to see you again, Sirius, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. I heard you say that the decision to leave Britain wasn't finalized yet. Would you be prepared to give Hogwarts a second chance? It was Hermione who answered, Professor, this is hardly the time or the place for that conversation. Sirius here looks dead on his feet and we're anxious to get him home. You know where we live, why not drop by later and bring Mr. Lupin with you? This was more than Minerva had hoped for. Could I bring Madame Pomfrey along? She's the school healer and could give Sirius an examination while she's there. Hermione smiled. Sirius should really be going to St. Mungo's, but neither him or Harry had any time for hospital stays. It was one of the many things they had in common. That would be fine, Professor. Now all we have to do is get Sirius Black on the night business. Amelia came to their rescue and made them a porte-clés home. Albus sat in his Hogwarts office, sucking a lemon drop and wondering just what the hell was going on. He'd spent 20 minutes trying to extract himself from the press who descended on him as he tried to catch hold of the Potters before they left. Minerva being invited to speak with them tonight was the only bright spot he could think of since the 1st of September. When he was being asked things like why didn't he knock on the door, was he afraid the Muggles wouldn't take the baby he illegally left on their doorstep? Albus knew tomorrow's papers were going to crucify him. After Harry's lavish praise of Cornelius, any thoughts of trying to control the boy through the ministry vanished. With Minerva and Amelia also on Potter's side, Albus was finding himself marginalized as Harry clearly blamed him for his time at the Dursleys. He was terrified the boy would go dark without his guidance. Harry's lack of remorse at the death of Dolores really worried him. The boy should have been distraught. He'd used 2 very simple spells to devastating effect. The lad was obviously very powerful, but then so were both his parents. Albus himself was a prodigious seeker of knowledge and both Potters apparently devoured books. Having the magical power to match would make them outstanding students. Albus had another worry. The house elves might deal with the howlers he was sent, but the school board read the papers too. If they took the view that the only thing standing between the Potters and their attendance at Hogwarts was its current headmaster, then he would probably find himself out of a job. Harry's comments today could easily be construed as such, and Albus sensed the reporters were out for blood. With a public inquiry into Black's lack of a trial and questions on his placement of baby Harry coming from all sides, Albus found it hard to believe this had all started with Molly Weasley trying to grab the lad in King's Cross Station. Sirius awoke in an actual bed without a Dementor within 100 miles of him, after having a light lunch, a heavy-duty shower. Who knew there could be so many nozzles? He'd slept wearing borrowed pajamas in a bed with sheets. There were clothes waiting on him and he could hear the kids preparing dinner as he got dressed. Hermione's parents arrived home as Sirius was leaving the bedroom and he heard a man's voice ask how it went today. Oh, better than planned. A certain Umbridge found herself in an embrace with a Dementor and we even managed to blame Dumbledore for it. If Harry's answer shocked Sirius, the next bit confused the hell out of him. She's the bastard that thought my daughter was scum and made you watch her die. Well done, son. I have a very good bottle of malt whiskey that will be getting opened tonight. We can say it's for Sirius being free, but I'm so glad that bitch is dead. Sirius made sure to make a noise as he closed the bedroom door and headed down the stairs. He was met by a smiling Hermione who took his arm. Sirius, this is my mum and dad, Dan and Emma. He shook Dan's hand before Emma pulled him into a hug. These two have told us so much about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Sirius. Sirius was now sure there was something badly wrong here. How could they have spoke about me when I haven't seen Harry since he was a baby and met Hermione for the first time today? Emma looked crestfallen. Oh shit, I'm sorry kids, I told you I would be rubbish at this. Harry could see Emma thought she'd let them down and he couldn't allow that. He wrapped his arms around her waist and chased away all her worries with his first sentence. It's okay, Mum, it was always our intention to tell Sirius, we just wanted to give him a few days to settle in first. We need his help to get into Grimmauld Place. Harry calling her mum for the first time worked better than anything else could and made this a red-letter day for Emma Granger. He turned towards his godfather, Padfoot, Hermione, and I met you and Moony in our 3rd year of Hogwarts. We left before our 7th year as Dumbledore was already dead and we had a job to do. We did that job and finally defeated Voldemort, only for the purebloods to take over the country. That cockroach Malfoy could survive a nuclear holocaust and ended up running the country with bitch, Hermione and I were arrested and given to a Dementor in that same room we were in today. I was 18 on my last birthday and in that life I watched so many people die, including you, Remus, his wife, Dumbledore and my Hermione. We're back in 1991 and this time the good guys are going to watch the right people do the dying. Sirius was standing there with his mouth hanging open. How did Harry know about Padfoot, Moony and the Black family home? You're joking, right? Moony married. Harry held out his hand and a silver stag shot out. The patroness brought a tear to his godfather's eye. Sirius, prongs, and I solemnly swear we're up to no good. I refuse to tell you who Remus married, but we know where the rat is hiding. Those were the words that Sirius really wanted to hear. He would believe anything to get his hands on Peter. Harry, I need a wand. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 32, ch.32. Sirius was again lying in the extremely comfortable bed, wearing his borrowed pajamas, but this time sleep eluded him. Today was in his top 10 of happiest days ever, but was by an exceedingly wide margin easily the strangest he'd yet lived. The recently amassed information was buzzing around his brain while Poppy's potions and Dan's exquisite single malt pulsed through his body. Any doubts that this was some massive prank were dispelled by the sight of 2 11-year-olds playing McGonagall like a trout on a fly rod. They would return to Hogwarts on their own terms and Minerva thought it was all her idea. The only crack in their armor was later that evening when Sirius tried to push for information about who Moony had married. It was obvious to the 3 adults present that their self-assured act was indeed just that, an act. Sirius, you have no idea what we're dealing with here. We're trying to make things better, but the whole mess could blow up in our faces at any moment. Last time Remus took a lot of convincing that he was worthy of a wife and that she loved him, furry little problem and all. We hope to save both their lives, but I also want my godson to be born. Fighting Dark Lords we can handle, but I think it would be safe to say both of us haven't a clue about matchmaking. Hermione agreed with her husband. Perhaps Remus having a job 2 years before the last timeline and you being legally free might build up his confidence enough to the point where he can accept someone young and beautiful could love him. Sirius was desperate to make a joke about Little Red Riding Hood but could see it wouldn't be appreciated. Instead he bade them good night as the tired twosome headed off to bed. The chat he had with Dan and Emma though was no less revealing. What you have to understand, Sirius, is that they don't need parental figures looking out for them, just providing unconditional love and support. Dan could see he was going to have to explain this comment, so did his best. We have the distinct advantage of having lived those extra years and knowing the people they were before coming back in time. When Harry and Hermione arrived in Australia they were 2 broken people. We watched and helped where we could as they slowly put one another back together again. Emma and I already have 6 months' experience fulfilling the support role they need. They've relied on each other for so long that sometimes you can feel like an outsider. It's not anything they do consciously, but you don't have to be around them long to see they watch each other's backs in every situation. Harry and Hermione have a relationship built over years of hardship and danger which has made them closer than any other couple I can think of. Emma tried to help with an example he could relate to. I assume you know what a mountain troll is. Sirius was really confused where that question was leading but nodded his confirmation anyway. Only a couple of months after starting Hogwarts, one of those creatures had Hermione trapped in a girl's bathroom and was determined to kill our little girl. Harry jumped on its back and stuck his wand up its nose to distract it away from her, and they've been inseparable ever since. Don't think for one second that Hermione wouldn't do the same for him. That is the kind of commitment they have for one another, and it's grown since then as they got older. Some of the stories they could tell you would turn your hair white. Emma now had tears in her eyes and Dan's arm around her shoulders. Harry has stood by our daughter through nightmares you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. he's killed to protect her and will do so again. That bitch he dealt with this morning was the one who had tortured him at Hogwarts before sentencing them both to death. We listened by phone as they were arrested and I was a basket case. Harry was forced to sit there in restraints while they legally murdered the woman he'd just married. There will be no tears cried in this house for that evil bitch. I would have killed her myself given half a chance. Sirius was left wondering just what role there was left for him to play in their lives, which was why he was unable to sleep. He was now a free man and able to make good on his promise to James and Lily, only to discover his 11-year-old godson was not only married but had already defeated the monster that murdered his parents before returning back in time. The pair had also told him that their plans would see Peter ratted out next week. They refused any details but promised he would be there at his capture, so Sirius had to settle for that. Their grins when Minerva gave them the news that the Weasleys would also be returning to Hogwarts were nothing short of feral. All four refused to explain it later, though Harry's comment of "there are Wormtail" silenced the marauder. He knew what it was like to suffer the betrayal of a friend. If this indeed was the position of the Weasleys, then Sirius wasn't going to say a word in their defense. In his mind, Wormtail was going to die for his betrayal of James and Lily. He couldn't imagine what the Weasleys had done to be classed the same, but all four clearly thought the comparison was a fair one. Sirius had another problem. Moony had found himself a wife that the Potters clearly approved of. All the information he could glean was that she was young, beautiful, and bore Remus a son before both parents died fighting evil. He considered himself the most handsome, sophisticated, and suave of the marauders. Sirius Orion Black, witch magnet, would not be last in the wife and family stakes. He was going to have to pull his bloody finger out and find the witch of his dreams soon. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 33, ch.33. In Hogwarts Castle, a certain headmaster was also having trouble sleeping. Minerva's news that she'd convinced the Potters to return was very welcome. The conditions they were imposing, while not unexpected, were decidedly less welcome news to Albus Dumbledore. That they refused to have potions taught to them by Severus was always going to be the case. Given their very public decrying of the professor, Albus expected nothing less. Black's apparent suggestion of a replacement almost brought a chuckle to the old wizard. He couldn't imagine Horace would reject an invitation to be the personal potions tutor to the boy who lived. Just the thought of being able to add Harry Potter and his young wife to his Slug Club portfolio would see him beating a path to the Potter's door. Minerva had also added accommodation at Hogwarts to sweeten the offered employment package. His deputy was obviously thinking it would be prudent to have a replacement already in the castle for when Severus eventually stepped over the very harsh line she was taking with him. No, it was the clause where they would only deal with their head of house, rather than the headmaster, that really stuck in his craw. How was he supposed to start building a mentor relationship with the boy if Albus was specifically banned from contact with him? Minerva left him no wiggle room with the description of what she found at the Grangers, the entire family studying prospectuses of Australian magical schools that the goblins had provided them with. She left Albus in no doubt what would happen if he interfered, or who would be shouldering the blame should they leave Britain. With the Minister of Magic as their new best friend, the headmaster understood he wouldn't survive the fallout if he was the one who hounded the Potters out the country. He wasn't totally sure he would survive the backlash of today's revelations at the Ministry. He was losing allies at an alarming rate. Severus and the Weasleys were damaged beyond repair. Minerva and Amelia were clearly on the side of the Potters, while the young couple's endorsement of Cornelius left them practically untouchable at the Ministry. Their backing of the minister and his administration would mean Fudge moving heaven and earth to retain that golden endorsement. This not only stripped Albus of allies but left him standing alone as a target for the public's anger. He didn't need Sybil's tea leaves to accurately predict tomorrow was going to be very bad. Lucius was having a bad morning as he left the Minister of Magic's office without what he came for. This was a new experience for the blonde Slytherin. Black's comment in the newspaper focused unwanted attention onto his past, a past he had so carefully spent years glossing over. Fudge had been no help whatsoever. Lucius, what would you have me do? The article clearly stated that the man had been held incognito for the last decade. It's also a record of fact that you were involved, though under the duress and command of the imperious curse. That it further mentions you never stood trial nor faced questions under truth serum is also a fact, whether you would choose to forget it or not. As far as I can see, there is not one word of lie in that story, so how do you expect me to support your proposed charges of slander? Lucius was seething, well aware that had the same paper not printed in bold headlines that the Potters supported Fudge, Cornelius would have no qualms about backing his proposal. At the moment everything in the garden was rosy for the minister, and he wasn't about to give the press any excuses to go digging for dirt. Lucius had heard from Draco that the Potter brat had openly ridiculed his Death Eater family, publicly stating that he wasn't afraid of the Malfoy name or those who carried it. His first instinct had been to head to Hogwarts and make sure Severus dealt severely with the arrogant little shit. Now he was glad he didn't. The boy's actions had seen dramatic changes, and not all of them bad, from the Malfoy point of view. Severus being forced to behave was no more than an annoyance at the moment, but losing influence at the ministry could be serious. On the other hand, the Potter brat had practically destroyed the blood traitor weasels, and a certain old muggle-loving fool was unquestionably in far deeper shit than Lucius was. That arse Fudge had casually mentioned truth serum and trial to put Lucius in his place. Giving Potter any reason to demand such a thing would be a really bad idea. He could just imagine the minister, like an eager puppy, waging his tail as he complied with the boy's request. The Slytherin thing to do would be to wait and see how this played out before making any moves. He would have to owl Draco to keep his eyes open and stay out of trouble, especially with Potter. He was aware his son had the very un-Slytherin habit of shooting his mouth off at the wrong time. Lucius was hoping the boy's attendance at Hogwarts would teach him some restraint. Lucius was unaware that the owl would be too late to avoid Draco's latest episode in stupidity. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 34, ch.34. Neville had just received a package from his grandmother containing a remembrall when a beautiful snowy white owl landed beside him and held out its leg. He was almost shaking with excitement when he discovered who wrote the note she was carrying. The Potters had said they wouldn't forget about him, and here was the proof. "Hi Neville. Told you we'd keep in touch. Things have been quite crazy here, or we would have written sooner. Please take everything said or written about us with a pinch of salt. The latest news is we have reconsidered moving to Australia and will give Hogwarts another chance. We will be returning on Monday and fill you in on everything that has been happening since we left. Our new friendship with you was one of the deciding factors in our decision, as neither of us has so many friends we can afford to throw a good one away. Keep your head down and don't get into too much trouble until then, and we'll see you soon. Your friends, Harry and Hermione." Neville couldn't believe the evidence his own eyes were providing. He had friends. A voice he was coming to hate pulled him out of this pleasant feeling. "Oh look, the squib's got a remembrall." Neville turned around to see Malfoy and his goons laughing at him. The blonde Ponce made a grab for the sphere in his hand when mild-mannered Neville Longbottom reacted. The entire episode lasted mere seconds, but the changes it brought would have far-reaching effects. As Malfoy attempted to grab the remembrall, Neville closed his hand over it, tightly trapping the Slytherin's meticulously manicured fingers. A panicking Draco used his other hand to reach for his wand, leaving Neville only one option. He used Draco's trapped hand to pull him forward before using his other hand to put his fist forcibly and squarely into the posturing peacock's face. Neville liked the sound it made, so pulled Malfoy back and punched him again. The heir to the Malfoy fortune had never been physically struck in his life and had no idea how to deal with it. Draco continued to try to free his wand as Neville pounded on him again and again. Crabbe and Goyle began to move when the first punch was thrown. Unfortunately for them, Neville's Gryffindor year-mates moved quicker. Lavender Brown smacked Vincent in the face with the plate containing her half-eaten breakfast. Seeing how effective this was, Dean Thomas used the same tactics on Gregory. Both Malfoy's bodyguards were out of the fight, and Draco himself slumped to the floor when Neville released him. Snape was there with his wand drawn and looking for Gryffindor blood. Fortunately for the Lions, the leader of the Pride was right behind him. "Professor Snape, put your wand away immediately. These are children in our care, simply trying to have their breakfast in peace. There will be no foolish wand waving here." Snape was not for backing down. His godson was lying on the floor bleeding and he wanted retribution. 3 members of my house have been subjected to a vicious and brutal attack. The perpetrators should be at least expelled. Minerva stared him down. I am just about to investigate the incident and you should know from personal experience I will take the appropriate disciplinary procedure that any errant misbehavior warrant. She turned her back on the fuming professor to speak with Neville. Mr. Longbottom, could you explain what happened here please? It was an empowered Neville who answered his head of house, a Neville who had friends and just witnessed his housemates defend him. Malfoy tried to steal my Remembrall professor. When I wouldn't give it to him he then reached for his wand so I punched him. Draco was lying on the floor with his wand beside him, lending credence to his version of the event. Snape couldn't allow this to get away from him, he probably only wanted a look and this stupid boy overreacted. Minerva's stare had Snape taking a step backward. Professor, I don't know how things work in Slytherin but in Gryffindor we look with our eyes, not our hands. She turned her back on him again which further infuriated Snape. Miss Brown, could you explain your actions please? Lavender took a deep, calming breath before answering. Well Professor, you told us our house would be our family while we were in Hogwarts. I saw someone attacking a member of my family so did what I could to help. Surely you don't expect us to sit here and watch 3 people attack a member of our family without helping. The head of Gryffindor wanted to give her cub house points for an answer like that but her sense of fair play just wouldn't allow it. She was loath to punish them though so stole a page out of Severus's book. While I admire your spirit Miss Brown I'm afraid the rules state you should have let a professor deal with the situation. You, Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Thomas will be joining me tonight in my office and we'll discuss matters like these further. She could see the crestfallen looks on the Gryffindors' faces so gave them a less than subtle hint of what would really be happening. Please don't stuff yourselves at dinner as I will ask the house elves to supply us with some cakes and refreshments for our discussion. The twinkle in her eye would have done Dumbledore proud and immediately lifted her entire house, that and the fact Snape almost had steam coming out his ears. Is that all? He demanded. Oh sorry Professor Snape. I was leaving the punishment of the 3 Slytherin attackers to you. I will certainly punish them if you are unwilling or unable to do so. She could see he was on the brink of an explosion and Neville unwittingly provided the fuse for her to light. Professor McGonagall, I've just heard from Harry and Hermione. They told me that they're returning to Hogwarts. The entire hall was now quiet as they listened in. Yes Neville, I spoke to them last night. They are hiring a private potions tutor and want you to join them for the lessons. In fact they have offered the same to all their Gryffindor year mates and were only sorry they didn't get a chance to know you all better. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 35, ch.35. As she expected, Snape went off like a rocket at this news. I'm the Hogwarts potions master, I alone teach this subject in Hogwarts. Minerva was more than ready for this argument. The facility has always existed for a student to hire a tutor if they believed it was in their best interest. The Potters are paying for this and have very generously allowed their housemates to participate if they wish. Oh hell yes, was Lavender's answer for all of them. Snape was indignant. I will not stand for this. Minerva was almost casual in her dismissal of the man's tantrum. You are of course at liberty to resign. The fact that I will have another registered potions master residing in the castle by next week would allow me to forego the necessity of you having to serve a period of notice. The final decision is of course yours to make. Snape spun around and approached the headmaster. What is your opinion of this matter, sir? Albus hadn't seen the incident that triggered this or any of the byplay. His entire concentration was absorbed by the newspaper in front of him. The vilifying of Albus Dumbledore was as brutal as it was truthful. Black was a free man, Umbridge was dead and now everyone knew what had transpired that fateful night. Apparently the only thing Albus Dumbledore wasn't being blamed for was the Chudley cannons loosing again. The real problem though was that the story was the truth. Albus had a lifelong aversion to people learning the truth but was powerless to fight this. He had taken baby Harry away and left him on a doorstep, against the child's parents' express wishes. He had then never once returned to see how the boy was being treated. He had left Sirius Black in Azkaban when he had the power to grant him a trial, or even visit the prison himself. He was the headmaster who sat and took no action as Molly Weasley tried to attack one of his students. He was the person who erected the dueling wards that didn't take into account someone bouncing off them and finding themselves getting up close and personal with a Dementor. The elves were going to be working overtime today, dealing with the deluge of howlers, and a request from the Hogwarts board to explain his actions was a foregone conclusion. Had the Potters actually left the country, Albus would probably have to go into hiding, though he was far from off the hook. Harry had already shown by his treatment of the Weasleys that he could be ruthless. Albus expected no mercy. His thoughts were interrupted by Severus whining something about Minerva. "Professor Snape, I have already intimated this on several occasions. Professor McGonagall has my complete trust in the way she handles her position. I will not answer this question again." Snape stormed out the hall as Minerva made her way back over to the 3 Slytherins that Poppy was currently treating. "Since your head of house didn't see fit to punish you, then it falls to me. Report to Mr. Filch after dinner tonight." Draco was all set to protest loudly when he was cut off by a stern McGonagall. "If you wish to dispute this, we can easily arrange to stretch the detentions to cover the rest of the week. You and your companions' little forays to the Gryffindor table to taunt and bait other students will stop now. Nature teaches us that when you upset a pride of lions, a mauling is the inevitable result." Draco so wanted to spout that his father would hear of this, but with Madame Pomfrey currently repairing his mouth, that action was momentarily beyond him. Sirius was enjoying his breakfast when Harry spoiled his appetite. "Sirius, we understand why you hate the place, but we need to go to Grimmauld today." He placed his cutlery on the plate just as Hermione offered him an explanation that was as shocking as anything he heard yesterday. "There is something there that your brother stole from Voldemort in order that the evil bastard could be killed. Regulus was fighting for the right side when he died." Sirius was speechless and fighting back the tears, so Harry continued, "He created Horcruxes, Sirius. When Regulus discovered this, he gave his life to remove the item from where Voldemort had secured it. Kreaker has been faithfully guarding the necklace but was unable to destroy it. The goblins have already agreed to do the deed, so we need to get the necklace to Gringotts." Sirius felt Dan Granger's hand settle on his shoulder in an offer of support. "The kids told us they went through hell to get this the last time, and it even cost Dumbledore his life. I can understand you not wanting to go back to your childhood home, but this evil needs to be destroyed. It can be done by lunchtime, and then you and I can spend the evening in our local pub getting wasted. I know I definitely need something stronger than the few scotches we had last night." Sirius never took his eyes off his godson. The love he felt for this boy knew no bounds. "Yesterday you gave me back my freedom, and today you give me back my brother. I have been made welcome by this wonderful family, and you'll have to excuse my tears. Having nothing to feel happy about for so long has left me struggling to deal with these strange emotions. I just want to say thank you to everyone, and Dan, I'd love some company when getting blinding drunk tonight." Dan squeezed his shoulder. "Harry and I tied one on a couple of times in Australia and felt better for it, especially as Hermione can brew the hangover cure. We're going to have to wait a few years before he can join us, but just don't play him at pool for drinks. I was up and down to the bar all night." This brought a chuckle to everyone. Hermione had loved watching her dad and Harry head off down the pub together. This also gave the Granger girls time to sit back on the porch with some chilled wine and chat, usually about their 2 men in the pub. Even though they weren't a couple in the romantic sense then, the hope of this being achieved someday was what had kept Hermione going. It was Harry who spoke though. "You were killed before we found out the last time, Sirius, and we never got the opportunity to tell you. That won't be happening this time around. We should probably get that prophecy sphere out the ministry as well, destroying it before anyone else discovers its existence." Sirius had heard about the prophecy last evening and reiterated his promise to aid them. "I will go to Grimmauld Place today, help you with anything else you need, and even try to stop asking so many questions about the future. What you have done for me in the last 24 hours is nothing short of miraculous." The Marauder now had a busy day in front of him, a visit to his old house, a trip to Gringotts, then shopping for his own clothes. He would be ready for those drinks tonight. Sirius could actually use one before entering his ancestral home. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 36, ch.36. The Weasleys were leaving their ancestral home for the last time. Everything was packed, shrunk, and stored. Molly had been in tears all day but was inconsolable as her children fled from the burrow, never to return. The realization that the house her family had been so happy in would not be here tomorrow was finally hitting home to the Weasley matriarch. Combine that with the fact her husband had barely spoke to her, far less offered any comfort, and Molly was as miserable as she'd ever been. That the whole family blamed her for their troubles had led to a lonely few days as she had been avoided whenever possible. Ginny wouldn't even look in her direction. Arthur practically pushed his wife into the floor before taking a moment in the now silent house to reflect on his life here. There had been more happy times than sad, but he couldn't help the shiver that ran down his spine with the thought that the Weasley family's troubles were far from over. The fine wasn't as heavy as Arthur feared, giving them a better stab at a new life somewhere else. Charlie had also been in touch to offer any help he could. Arthur knew dragon handling was a calling, rather than a career, and his second son wasn't well paid. Just the lad making the offer lifted Arthur's spirits and gave him hope they could come out the other side of this stronger. Bill was going to take the boys back to Hogwarts on Monday before they left Britain to seek employment elsewhere. Arthur had no intention of allowing Molly anywhere near the castle and was struggling to forgive her for the trouble she'd caused. Perhaps if she would realize what she'd done, then maybe they could begin to patch things up, but as long as she kept blaming the Potter boy for everything, then Arthur had no intention of forgiving his wife. Normally he would just have agreed with the woman as he sought a quiet life. He knew that part of this was his fault for not standing up to her more often. His wife was an opinionated woman. Her greatest fault though was in thinking that everyone needed to hear her opinion on everything. At the heart of the problem was the fact that she thought she was entitled to grab the Potter boy and give him a piece of her mind. That the boy's wife had objected and the couple had then put forward charges was them being bloody-minded as far as Molly was concerned. Arthur could and had made a lot of allowances for his wife, but this was a step too far. Unless she could face up to the fact that she was wrong, then he just couldn't see how this could be resolved. One last longing look and he entered the flue. It would be tight at Muriel's, but it wasn't for long. Soon the boys would be off to Scotland and the 3 adults heading for Europe, leaving little Ginny behind. Now that really broke Arthur's heart. Emma had been amazed at the magical blueprints for their new house. If they wanted to alter the size or layout of a room, then one of the kids just used their wand to pull a wall to exactly where they thought it should be. This gave them unlimited options and was a lot of fun, though Hermione kept trying to make the library bigger. It would seem some things never change. The magical world might not have computers, but this was as close to a design program as to make no difference. They wanted the house to be a combination of magical and mundane. There would be electricity and phone lines, while the water and drainage would be provided by runes. The kitchen would have all modern appliances, but with liberal use of self-cleaning charms to make the devices really labor-saving. With the plans at a stage where the family were all happy with them, the magical builder was then talking weeks to have it completed, and apologizing because their mixture of specifications would make him take that long. Emma's first sight of the burrow left her totally confused. This was a beautiful setting in Devon, yet the building jutted up into the air like something a 4-year-old would build using Lego. They had all this land yet had made the rickety structure at least 4 stories high. Emma could see no sense to it. As the contractors started tearing the building down, she noticed Harry had Hermione held tightly in his arms, comfortingly whispering in her ear as she watched a place they had once loved razed to the ground. Emma also noticed a little blonde girl in the trees and brought it to their attention. This had the effect of immediately ending the funk that both had been slipping into. The young couple walked slowly over to their friend, hoping they didn't spook Luna into running away before they could talk. Their hearts went out to this frightened little girl who was standing here alone, with tears running down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't be here, but my best friend, my only friend, lived in that house and now I'll never see her here again." The impulse to hug Luna was almost overpowering. Harry tried to talk to her. "Well, we'll be living here very soon and always have room for new friends. you're very welcome to come by here anytime you want. Our door will always be open and we need someone to show us around the place. Do you live in the village? Luna was half expecting to be shouted at and told to get lost. This was a surprising, yet very welcome change. No, I live with my father at the rookery, we'll be your nearest neighbors. My name is Luna Lovegood, some people call me Loony. Hermione intended to nip that in the bud, not while we're around they won't, Luna is a beautiful name. My name is Hermione and this is my husband Harry, we're the Potters. Luna's eyes focused at this, the Potters were both pleased that they didn't immediately shoot straight to Harry's scar though. My friend Ginny told me she met you too. On seeing the expressions on both the Potters' faces, Luna thought she needed to clarify what she meant. Ginny was very impressed with you Hermione, she described in great detail how you protected Harry from her mother and brothers. She hung her head down, Ronald is the one who calls me Loony. This time Hermione couldn't hold back, she had her arm around Luna's shoulders. Well, he won't be doing it again if we're within earshot, nobody gets away with saying that about our friend. Luna had tears in her eyes again, but this time for a different reason. Ginny told me you looked really nice people, wait until I write and tell her I've not only met you but we're going to be friends. The little blonde seemed to have a problem with her last comment as her expression changed to that of sadness, this prompted Harry to speak out. What's the matter Luna, you look upset. Ginny is going to be staying with her Aunt Muriel as her parents go abroad looking for work. I wouldn't be a very good friend if I sent a letter telling her I've met 2 new friends while she is so miserable. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 37, ch.37. Both Potters had met Aunt Muriel and shuddered at the thought of having to stay there. Harry would rather stay with the Dursleys any day of the week than live with her. At 10 Harry at least had his cupboard as a sanctuary. Ginny was going to be subjected to Muriel's constant ranting without any means of escape. Luna drew them out there reminiscing, Ginny doesn't blame you for what happened, she knows her mother was at fault and has hardly spoken a word to her since. For years she dreamed of meeting Harry Potter, then when she actually does her mother spoiled it for her. Now she's forced to stay with a woman nobody can stand, I just hope she gets to Hogwarts next year. Hermione couldn't help but admire Luna's devotion, but then again she was the same in protecting the few friends that she'd made. We're going back to Hogwarts as well but, because we're a married couple, we will be coming home every weekend. We will be back here next week to see how the building is progressing and can meet you again if you want. Oh, that would be wonderful. Could I bring my friend Ginny? She could fly and stay with me for the weekend. That would not only give her a break from her aunt but something to look forward to. Harry and Hermione may have returned with hardened attitudes and a wide streak of ruthlessness, but they were in no danger of turning dark. One glance at Luna's hopeful expression totally melted their hearts, there was just no way they could refuse her. Seeing Ginny at Hogwarts had brought home to them just how young she was, they would give her a chance as Luna's friend. Yes sure Luna, come on over and meet my mum, dad and Sirius. Oh Hermione, do you think Stubby Boardman would give me an autograph for my dad? The Hobgoblins were his favorite group before he quit. The hope expressed in those eyes again got a positive answer, they were just hoping Sirius played along with them. Emma had carefully watched the entire scene and had never seen a person change moods so quickly. The girl had been crying at first yet was now holding Harry and Hermione's hands as they skipped towards her. She knew Luna was the reason they were moving here, she and Neville had been the 2 people who'd never let Harry and Hermione down. Having someone described to you as interesting meant Emma couldn't wait to meet the girl. Another little girl was sitting on her father's lap, crying her eyes out. It was bad enough they were all going away to leave her, they were leaving her with her Auntie Muriel for Merlin's sake. The thought of being stuck here and not seeing any of her family until at least Christmas was having a devastating effect on Ginny. She didn't know there was currently an owl winging its way to her from Luna that would help banish her tears. There was life after the burrow for Ginny, she just hadn't found it yet. Ginny couldn't help but stare at the letter that temptingly offered her a faint hope of sanctuary. Deep down inside she knew it would never come to pass. Auntie Muriel wouldn't allow it, and her mother was going to explode the instant she discovered who had bought the burrow. She had her eyes well and truly opened by her mother's outrageous reaction to Harry Potter, though surprisingly it was Hermione Potter who drastically changed Ginny's outlook on the world. Her mother had been teaching Ginny to cook, clean and sew as if that was all there was to a witch's life. The woman had the future all mapped out for her only daughter. Find the right man, preferably the aforementioned famous Harry Potter, settle down and play house while raising her grandbabies. For more than one reason, their visit to Hogwarts had blown that pipe dream into tiny little pieces. Ginny had watched in wonder as Hermione Potter had defeated not only her mother but Percy and then physically floored Ron. As if that wasn't enough, the young witch then faced down McGonagall and Dumbledore, all in defense of her husband. The fact that the girl was almost the same age as Ginny blew her mind. She now understood that the mother she'd considered to be a powerful witch was nothing more than domineering women who bullied weaker people. Ginny may only be 10, but the Hogwarts incident had already set her mind about how she wanted to grow up. She didn't want a husband that needed his shed as a refuge for some peace and quiet. Hermione Potter was now the new role model of what Ginny Weasley aspired to be. Hermione was no stay-at-home wife, rather a full partner in a marriage who was going to be at her husband's side, facing everything that came their way together. Her crush on the boy who lived would probably always linger, not helped by Luna writing that he was really nice to talk to, though her mother's wish to have Harry Potter as a son-in-law was certainly not going to come true now. Ginny was currently holding an invitation to stay with her friend and meet the girl who made such a big impression on her. Hermione Potter was awesome, though as the wife of the boy who lived, Ginny supposed she should have expected no less. With a voice that could do as much nerve damage as a Cruciatus curse, her Auntie Muriel was on her case, again. Ginevra, it's rude enough of you to receive post at the dinner table, but to then read it while everyone is still eating is the height of bad manners. If the letter is so important that it couldn't wait, then you should share it with the entire company. Ginny decided to give it her best shot. My friend Luna has invited me to spend the weekend with her. She never got to say any more as the voice actually increased in its power to inflict pain. Absolutely not. It's going to take me all my time to instruct you on how to behave like a proper young lady without you undoing all my good work by cavorting around the countryside with that Lovegood girl. For her own sake, that child should be placed in an orphanage. Zeno Lovegood couldn't raise dandelions in his garden, far less a daughter. You will not be spending time with that girl ever again. Ginny had tears slowly running down her cheeks. May I be excused? Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 38, ch.38. Muriel was merciless. No, you may not. We don't waste food in this house. You will finish your dinner and then assist with the washing up. It's time for you to grow up. We should already be looking to get you betrothed. Arthur couldn't take it anymore and left the table, heading straight out the room. His actions though just made Muriel worse. How am I supposed to teach the child manners when the parent behaves like that? The sooner you all leave here and it's just young Ginevra and I, the better. Now what else does that letter say? Ginny was trying to get hold of herself. Luna met the people who bought the burrow. Everyone was now silent as their eyes were glued to the littlest Weasley, awaiting the news. None of them were prepared for what came next. It was the Potters. There was mayhem until Bill shouted them down. Quiet. Percy couldn't let it go though. But Bill, they stole our home. They didn't steal anything and, had you said that in public, Mum and Dad could have ended up in court. They bought our land at a very fair price. The only other offer on the table was from Lucius Malfoy and was almost a tenth of the one our family accepted. Malfoy wanted to publicly rub Dad's nose in it. He probably made sure all of his friends wouldn't bid either. Without the other offer from the Potters, none of you would have been able to return to school. Ron still didn't get the point, but they're living in our house. It was a still tearful Ginny who answered him. Our house is completely gone. Luna said they removed every trace of it and are building from scratch. There were now tears in almost every eye at that revelation. The burrow held a lot of happy memories for all of them. There was no going back now. Arthur rather decisively marched back into the dining room that now had the atmosphere more akin to a funeral parlor. "Boys, are you packed?" After receiving nods all round, he turned to Ginny. "I have another option for you, princess. Would you like to stay with Luna?" Ginny had trouble believing what she was hearing, so wanted to make sure there were no mistakes. "You mean instead of here?" Her father's nod had her diving out her seat and straight into his waiting arms. Bugger asking her aunt's permission to leave the table, she was leaving this entire nightmare. Molly just looked at her husband for confirmation. "I just spoke to Zeno on the flu, he would be delighted if Ginny stayed there. Luna has been withdrawing into herself more and more since her mother died, and he thinks this is the very thing to help both of our daughters. I feel bad enough having to leave Ginny behind, but couldn't live with myself after seeing how unhappy she is here." Muriel was raging. "That child will grow up spoiled if you give in to her every whim. A touch of discipline is what she needs, not pampering." With that comment, Arthur lost any doubts that he'd made the right decision. "I don't think pampered could be used to describe any of my children. You seem more than willing to administer the discipline, Muriel, but there is no love in this house to balance it out. You are welcome to raise any children you have, however you see fit, but mine will be raised the way I want. Weasleys, let's go. We're spending the night at the Leaky Cauldron before going our separate ways in the morning." It was as if Arthur had performed an exorcism on the room. There were suddenly smiling redheads hurrying to collect their trunks in case their father changed his mind or they got left behind. Molly hadn't said a word, her opinion had neither been asked for nor required. Even she, though, had a smile on her face at the thought of getting out of here. She hated to think how Ginny would have turned out living with Muriel, and was thankful to the Lovegoods that they no longer had to find out. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 39, ch.39. It was a jovial breakfast in the Granger house. Emma had thought the location of their new home was beautiful and had immediately fell in love with Luna. Her mothering instinct had kicked into high gear at first sight of the little blonde waif, and yet when Luna smiled she was pure sunshine that lightened your heart. Sirius had taken a fair bit of ribbing as Stubby. He was so shocked by Luna's autograph request that the marauder let slip he'd used his likeness of the star to woo the occasional young lady. Harry had literally been rolling on the ground with laughter. Dan was desperate to find some hobgoblin memorabilia just to wind Sirius up. Since they were all heading for the Leaky Cauldron so the kids could flew to Hogsmeade, Harry had slipped Dan some gallons to buy whatever he could find in the alley. They were asking Sirius if they needed to turn a room of the new house into a recording studio when he reminded the Potters he would be getting a new wand today. Both wisely decided upsetting a marauder was maybe not the best thing to do, so toned the ribbing down. The group had just entered the Leaky Cauldron when they heard someone calling their names. A hyper-excited Luna practically pounced on them. "What are you doing here?" "My friend Ginny is coming to live with me, isn't that great?" "Hermione, why have you got your wand out?" Hermione had spotted Molly Weasley and her wand was in her hand without conscious thought on her part. "It's simple, Luna, that woman has twice tried to accost my husband, there will not be a third time." Hermione's eyes contained a fierceness that frightened anyone who saw her. Dan was likening it to a Western movie as people were quickly cleared a path between his daughter and that woman. He turned to his wife and couldn't believe what he saw. Mild-mannered Emma Granger was like a coiled spring, ready to pounce on the Weasley woman. Dan wrapped his arm around her waist. "Easy, honey, the kids have this under control." Her eyes were smoldering as Emma growled, "She makes one move toward them and she's mine." The sheer emotion in her voice left Dan wondering whether to be frightened or ask the proprietor if he had a vacant bedroom to let as soon as the kids headed off to school. He was currently leaning heavily toward the second option. This was a side of his wife he'd never seen before and he liked it. Dan liked it a lot. Sirius was surprised at how many people were in the pub on a Monday morning until he noticed most of them were eating breakfast. The marauder was trying not to laugh at the wizarding public being scared by a not yet 12-year-old witch. That was until he looked at said witch. The tip of her wand was actually glowing with power and only Harry's arms wrapped around his wife's waist was preventing Hermione from attacking. Arthur Weasley knew there was more chance of his wife resisting the last piece of chocolate cake on the plate than there was of her not causing a scene here this morning, he acted quickly and decisively. He pushed Molly firmly into a seat and had a full-body bind curse on her before she had time to do anything more than try to kill him with a look. He then took Ginny by the hand and walked slowly toward the Potters. "Lord and Lady Potter, I would like to apologize on behalf of my family for all the trouble we've caused you." They both had liked Arthur in the last timeline, but Molly had led him around by the nose. After watching what he just did, both were impressed that the balding man had finally grown a pair where his wife was concerned. "Mr. Weasley, I would like to apologize that you and your eldest son both lost your jobs over this incident. We wanted the guilty punished, though feel it has went too far. Neither of you were involved in any of the incidents yet still had to shoulder blame." Arthur gave Harry a slight bow of thanks. "Can I assume that's why you made the generous offer you did on our land?" Harry shook his head. "We only offered what we considered was a fair price, sir. The Potters are not the Malfoys and don't look to profit from the misfortune of others." "My honor dictated the price, sir." Luna noticed that Hermione was staring daggers at Ginny and attempted to break the ice. She grabbed her friend and pulled her forward. "This is Ginny, my best friend who's coming to live with me." Harry and Hermione's relationship had developed over the years to the point where they could hold conversations with merely a glance. This was one of those times when that ability came in handy. They'd both become resigned to meeting Ginny with Luna this weekend. With her now taking up permanent residence in the Lovegoods home, it became a whole different ballgame. Their intention was for Luna to spend a lot of time in their new home, a plan that since meeting Luna, both Granger parents wholeheartedly agreed with. The problem was that, largely thanks to them disrupting the timeline, Ginny would now be there, as she and Luna were both going to be a package deal from now on. Hermione gave the slightest nod of her head. There was no way the Potters would abandon Luna, so they were just going to have to put up with a 10-year-old Ginny. Both hoped that her change of environment would curb some of her less attractive qualities that appeared later in life. "Ginny, like your father and eldest brother, you were not involved in either of the incidents. Being Luna's friend is also a big plus with us, so let's count this as the first time we've met. Hi, I'm Harry Potter and this is my wife Hermione." The eep that Ginny emitted only needed her elbow being submerged in a butter dish to have a happy memory slap Harry squarely in the face. Thinking back to those days that hadn't actually happened yet, he couldn't help but reach the conclusion that the young girl's crush was just that, a crush. Whether it had been manufactured or manipulated in the timeline was another thing altogether. Harry could see that Ginny living with Luna might be good for both of them. Hermione squeezed his arm. "We have to move, love, or we're going to be late. We didn't even get our timetables, so don't know what subject is first this morning." They said cheerio to everyone and promised to see them at the weekend, trying not to laugh at Zeno Lovegood, having cornered Sirius to obtain an exclusive regarding when Stubby was getting the band back together. Luna called out to them before they headed off, "Hey, you can flew to our house if you want, then we can walk over to the site? It would save you having to take a car, as you could leave from here." That sounded an excellent suggestion, and they made arrangements to visit on Saturday. Everyone began heading off to their destinations as Arthur returned to his still cursed wife. He wisely decided to remove her wand before lifting the spell. An enraged Molly was bad enough without giving her a wand to use on him. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 40, ch.53. Harry was walking back down Stoat Hill after having a wonderful day when he really looked at their new property laid out below them. This elevate view allowed him to see the extent of the land they'd bought, as well as their new home beginning to rise out of the ground. This combined with a day like no other had Harry thinking this was worth fighting for. The picnic had thrown up many firsts. Luna and Ginny had their first taste of pizza, Coke, Mars bars and other treats Emma had packed in their basket. The day had also contained firsts for both Potters. Throwing a frisbee with friends and just acting like kids was something neither had done the first time around. Harry was aware that they would have to change attitudes if they wanted to bring positive changes to their world in Britain. Luna and even Ginny were always likely to come down on their side in any battle of hearts and minds, but that wasn't going to be enough. He had an idea how to start making changes though, and from a small acorn a giant oak tree grows. He could only hope to provide the right conditions for the seed to germinate. Luna and Ginny, it's Hermione's birthday next week and I'm planning something rather special. I would like to invite both of you along for the weekend. We could meet in the Leaky Cauldron and you can stay with us in Crawley. Do you want to go? Harry found himself wearing 2 witches before Luna, then went and hugged Hermione. I've never been to a party before, thanks for inviting us. Ginny followed her friend's example before gushing, we used to have tea and cake when it was one of our birthdays, but we never actually had a party. Hermione could only shake her head and smile. I'm sorry girls, but you know as much as I do, this is the first I've heard of a party as well. All 3 girls then turned to face Harry. Well, since I've just thought of it, that's perfectly understandable. I was thinking of speaking to Mum and Dad to arrange a surprise party, and then my plans just got a lot grander. We'll have a party on Friday night and then spend all day Saturday at a theme park. I also wanted to get all our Hogwarts friends out the castle for the day as well. If we talk to the Muggle Studies professor, we might be able to swing it as an educational trip. Harry could see the excitement build with the 3 witches. With Mum, Dad, Sirius, Remus and maybe even Tonks, there should be more than enough adults to cover the group. Ginny was almost hyperventilating from anticipation, a party, a sleepover, and a visit to. What's a theme park? Hermione understood what her husband was trying to achieve, a crash course in Muggle studies for youngsters who'd no idea what they were letting themselves in for. Purebloods and roller coasters should be an interesting combination. Think of it like a giant fairground, Ginny, roundabouts, swings and roller coasters. The only problem might be some of the more exciting rides have a height restriction, you have to be a certain height to board them. This would probably exclude Ginny from most of them, though she didn't really care, just being there would be good enough for her. We can book to have a party with food and cake as part of the day. Once you're in the park, all the rides are free. With lunch provided, we can stop somewhere for fish and chips on the way home. Hermione loved how thoughtful her husband was and just had to kiss him in thanks. Luna watched as the couple kissed with their under-construction home as a backdrop. She had a feeling that being friends with the Potters was going to be life-changing. Luna couldn't wait. Fudge was reading another confession that Amelia had just presented him with. If anything, this one was harder to read than Pettigrew's. How did they let things become so bad? Here was an individual who, by any criteria you wished to use, should have spent time in Azkaban. Instead, he was spared and even allowed to work with children, all on the word of one man, Albus Dumbledore. There was no defense put forward. No, I was under the Imperious curse. Just Dumbledore saying he wasn't a Death Eater made him a free man. Cornelius couldn't help but conclude that the prophecy mentioned was at the core of everything Albus had done. How could he not only protect Snape, but employ him while little Harry Potter was living in a cupboard, was the question the minister needed answered. The list of names that followed was also disturbing. That it was almost identical to the list they received from Pettigrew added credence to the claim they were all Death Eaters. Amelia was standing waiting on her orders, and Cornelius realized this was the moment that would define his time as minister. The decisions taken here and now would reflect on how history would remember him. Deciding to be as honest and open as possible, Cornelius asked Amelia to sit as he laid out his orders. Okay, we have to temper our response to this and withhold action that might tear our world apart. Here's what I'm thinking. Let Snape stand trial in front of the Wizengamot. His crimes will be made public and they can decide his fate. That's the way the system is supposed to work. Amelia was nodding her agreement, which was always encouraging. I want you to deal with Lord Potter personally regarding this prophecy, preferably before the trial, to give him an opportunity to collect it before the matter becomes public knowledge. I also want him informed it was Snape who pointed you-know-who in his direction. This action led directly to the murder of his parents. I feel the Wizengamot would allow him to lead in what punishment should be meted out to Snape. This will also air more of Dumbledore's dirty laundry. He was directly involved with all the major players that night. Snape was his spy, Pettigrew was in his order, as were the Potters and Sirius Black. I also can't help wondering why he sent Hagrid. If he suspected an attack, why send a gamekeeper who can't perform magic? It's time we learned what the old goat thinks only Albus Bloody Dumbledore is smart enough to know. Amelia Bones was astonished. All this good publicity about taking a tough stance seemed to go straight to the minister's head. The head of the DMLE was wise enough to know she was never going to get everything she wanted, but was already way ahead of where she thought she would be. It was the list of names that was going to be the sticking point. Fudge was expecting arguments about those named, so decided to explain his reasoning. Were we to go after every name on those lists, it would create havoc in our society, causing a rift that we may never recover from. For all intents and purposes, those named have behaved like upstanding members of the magical community for the last decade. What I will say is that if any of those named are arrested for anything, your department can question them under truth serum. As long as they behave themselves, will live and let live. They step over the line and you have my permission to bring the full weight of the ministry down upon their heads. This was a lot more than Amelia expected to get. To be fair to the minister, this was a problem he had inherited. While she wasn't happy about the situation, she could see some merit in his explanation. Letting sleeping dragons lie is one thing, minister. What about those named who work for the ministry? Were these facts ever to become known, there is no fallback position from having Death Eaters working for us. Fudge pondered for a moment before proposing a solution. What if all employees were required to take a loyalty oath? We can introduce the new initiative in your department before rolling it out to encompass the entire ministry. We can word it in such a way that it would be impossible to belong to an organization that intended to overthrow the ministry. He was becoming more enthusiastic as the thoughts solidified into a plan in his head. This would also deny any future Dark Lords a foothold in the government. After the ministry, we can take on the Wisengamot. They would have a hard time refusing when every ministry employee had already complied. Amelia left the minister's office with a large smile on her face. If Fudge kept this up, she might even vote for the arse. She didn't know whether it was the absence of Umbridge, Malfoy being on both lists, or the ringing endorsement from Lord Potter. Whatever the reason, Cornelius had grown a backbone and was finally acting like a minister for magic. There was something Amelia Bones never thought she would see. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 41, ch.40. The Weasleys were at the castle gate talking with Remus. The new rules meant this was as far as Bill could go. Their conversation was loudly interrupted by one Harry Potter. "Hey Moony, how are you? Padfoot wants to know if you managed to liberate a certain piece of parchment from Filch's office yet." Remus was laughing. "Morning Harry and Hermione, give me a break. I've not had time." "But Moony, Padfoot said you guys were the best. Surely you don't need the son of Prongs and his wife to show you how it's done." Harry's voice changed down a few octaves. "My father worked on that and I want it. There is so little left to remind me of him." Hermione's entire attention was on a pair of twins who were currently trying to give the impression of not hanging on every word spoken and failing miserably. Both of them were staring at each other with expressions that were easy to read, having been caught completely off guard. The twins' position had left the Potters in a quandary. As far as they were concerned, Molly, Percy, and Ron were all black and white cases, while the rest of the family were cloaked in varying shades of grey. In their original timeline, Fred had already been dead before the Weasley betrayal took place. George had been in the courtroom and, while he didn't speak in their defense, he certainly didn't say anything against them either. For all they knew, George could quite possibly never have spoken another word since his twin died fighting that night. This was an opportunity for them to make the first move. They'd dangled the Marauders' carrot in front of them to see if they would offer up the map. They'd given it to Harry in his 3rd year before they knew the Marauders' identities. It was now up to them whether they approached the couple or not. Harry added some sweetener. "I assume you are Bill Weasley. I would like to offer our apologies on you losing your job over this. It really isn't fair considering you weren't even in the country at the time. I offered the same apology to your father before we left the Leaky Cauldron." Ron just couldn't resist. "I'll bet you did, Potter. Arrange for them to lose their jobs so you can buy our house out from under us." Harry did well to resist killing the bastard there and then. The only thing stopping him was that it would be too quick. He didn't need a master's in divination to see that there was going to be suffering in Ronald Weasley's future. That would be a very Slytherin thing to do, wouldn't it? Since my wife and I are both Gryffindors, it would appear the hat sorted you into the correct house after all. Ron looked ready to explode at Harry's comment, but Bill's glare held him in check before the eldest Weasley brother accepted Harry's apology. See you later, Moony. Tell Hagrid we'll be down sometime this week for a visit. The couple headed off, leaving Ron and Percy furious while the other three redheads were deep in thought, though for different reasons. All noise stopped as the Potters entered the Great Hall and headed straight for Neville. They had discussed what might happen on their return and were pretty confident of their predictions. Dumbledore would act all serene, as if a couple of first years returning to school was not something a man of his importance needed to concern himself with. They were also pretty sure Turban Tom was going to sit back and allow them to do as much damage as they could. It was all good in his book. The doppelganger, though, was unaware that the Potters had already read the book and were changing its ending. The chances of Snape being serene or sitting back were so low you would need an electron microscope to catch a glimpse of them. The Potters weren't wrong about any of the trio. Dumbledore and Quirrell were still at the staff table while Snape was hurriedly making his way toward them. His cloak action was impressive. Emma had asked why they were going after Snape if he was on their side. It didn't take any thought on Harry's part to provide an answer. His last act led directly to me walking alone into the forest to die. Part of me wonders if he died happy knowing that. He may have been on our side, but that doesn't change the fact that he was and is an unmitigated bastard who reveled in his role of punishing us just a bit too much for keeping up appearances' sake. While we don't necessarily want him dead, we certainly don't want him as part of our lives in any way, shape, or form. Dumbledore falls into the same category. He's an obstacle that will try to block our path, so needs to be removed. Snape was now standing directly behind the boy. Potter, I really don't appreciate the lies you spread about me in the newspaper. I demand an apology, with a full retraction to be printed before the week is out. Harry stood slowly and turned to face the professor, comforted by the knowledge that Hermione had his back covered. Professor, I don't appreciate the fact that a marked Death Eater not only escaped Azkaban, but is now working in an educational establishment. The headmaster said he trusted you and that was all it took for your freedom, while my godfather languished in that awful place without even a trial. Just what is your special relationship with the headmaster that drove him to save your arse? Did you know Gellert Grindelwald was also a special friend of his? It would appear our headmaster has a taste for the dark side. Severus was calling on all his years of experience not to strike this little bastard down where he stood. Only McGonagall appearing at his side tilted the balance. He was well aware she wanted him out the castle. Without Dumbledore's protection and Slughorn coming to Hogwarts, one more mistake would see him kicked out. He stormed out the hall, nearly bowling over the returning Weasleys. One sight of the youngest redhead wearing Slytherin robes almost pushed him over the edge. Detention with me tonight, Weasley. We set a higher standard in Slytherin House, and wearing our breakfast on our robes is unacceptable. Albus was stunned by the knowledge Harry possessed. He was sure the number of people who knew that particular piece of information about him and Gellert could be counted on the fingers of one hand. He was pleased to see Minerva ask the boy some questions as he, like the rest of the hall, participated in the latest form of Hogwarts entertainment, Potter watching. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 42, ch.41. Minerva was handing them their timetables and asking the question everyone wanted answered. Mr. Potter, you seem particularly well informed for someone so young and with so little contact with our world. Hermione smiled and stood beside her husband. As an educator, you must know that it's the quality of knowledge that's more important than the quantity. We had a very interesting visit from someone who is writing a book on the headmaster. They shared their research in exchange for Harry telling his story and allowing it to be used. He made sure to tell them to leave room to cover the court case when Harry and Sirius press charges over mistreatment, mismanagement, or sheer incompetence of his actions. Did you know his nose is that shape because his brother broke it at their sister's funeral? Minerva was as shocked as the rest of the hall at this morning's revelations. Any book that aired Dumbledore's dirty laundry and had an interview with Harry Potter was destined to be an instant bestseller. The witch didn't have the same sex prejudices that some people possessed. she just didn't need the image of Albus and Severus together in her mind when she'd just eaten breakfast. She knew Albus had a brother and was aware there was bad blood between them. Minerva had no idea it had lasted as long or that it ran so deep. A book in a court case could ruin the headmaster. Strangely enough, that idea did not cause her as much pain as it would have done even a month ago. As the Potters sat back down and Neville began introducing them to their Gryffindor year mates, Minerva noticed Albus leaving the staff table. He'd waited years on Harry coming to Hogwarts, only to find that he was nothing like Albus, or any of them had imagined. She suspected his next move would be to cast aspersions that the boy was turning dark. Minerva had seen his new family and would violently refute those suggestions. Just because the boy wasn't willing to be the headmaster's puppet didn't mean he was turning dark. This couple had minds of their own and Minerva couldn't wait to get them into her class. She was so looking forward to teaching them. Ron sat at the end of the Slytherin table, paying no attention to the gap that appeared between him and his fellow housemates. He was too busy concentrating on trying to cram in another breakfast before his first Hogwarts lesson. The fact he had no idea what or where that lesson was had no chance of permeating his brain while there was still food on the table. Harry and Hermione had a brilliant day and all the first-year Gryffindors were invited back to their quarters for a look-see after dinner. Hermione was a lot more relaxed this time around without the burning need to prove herself that had alienated the young girl from her peers in the first place. As a married girl, especially with Harry as her husband, Parvati and Lavender thought she was the coolest witch in the school. Harry found himself getting along better with Dean and Seamus this time around as well as a more confident Neville. Since there was no competition with Ron determined to claim Harry Potter exclusively as his best mate, there was a much more relaxed and comfortable atmosphere between the first-year Gryffindors. They had breezed through their classes, helping their fellow Gryffindors and amassing a bucket load of house points along the way. Harry felt no sense of guilt or that they were cheating. Hermione had known all the answers the first time around. The difference now being that she wasn't almost dislocating her shoulder by frantically shooting her hand in the air every few minutes, while determined to impress the professors with her knowledge. The Potters had certainly made an impact on Hogwarts. Albus was drinking his cocoa while trying to figure out his next move. He'd spent ages on his knees with his head in the flue, calling in favor after favor in an attempt to discover this mysterious author's identity. Any book mentioning Ariana, Abe, and Gellert would have to be suppressed for the greater good. Painting him in a bad light at this particular time would be very bad for the wizarding world. His biggest problem though was that the Potters had not only read the material but apparently believed it to be true. The fact that it was true mattered not a jot in Dumbledore's grand scheme. What was really important was getting the Potter lad into his sphere of influence. That Harry seemed hell-bent on destroying any influence Albus had just added a degree of difficulty to the task. Ron Weasley was currently taking an eyeball from one jar, polishing it by hand before replacing it into another jar. It was a dirty, mind-numbingly repetitive task that provided plenty of time to ponder on the root of all his troubles, the Potters. He'd tried late last night to see if the offer of staying with Looney was open to him as well. His father had killed that idea stone dead. If Ron wanted to be homeschooled, then his Auntie Muriel was his only other option. After spending a short time there, he was more convinced than ever that anything had to be better than that. He'd watched with envy as the Gryffindor students had all obviously enjoyed their classes and sat together for their meals. Ron was being treated like a pariah in Slytherin with not one person speaking to him the entire day. His jealousy grew when he watched all the Gryffindors leaving together while he headed off to detention. As Neville jokingly hit Harry on the arm, one thought kept repeating in Ron's mind, that should have been me. Percy Weasley was also consumed with jealousy, sitting in the common room while Oliver Wood headed out to perform his prefect rounds with Penelope Clearwater left the boy seething with rage. The twin badges of Quidditch captain and prefect on Oliver's robes almost made Percy physically sick with envy. He also knew exactly who to blame for him currently being badgeless, the Potters. His father had told him to let this be, but that was not going to happen. Percy's honor demanded revenge, and that's exactly what it would have. He had trouble planning it at the moment though, as his imagination just kept flashing up images of Oliver and Penelope holding hands by the end of their rounds. One phrase kept repeating itself over and over in his mind, that should have been me. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 43, ch.42. Draco Malfoy was not a happy snake, as if being punched out in the Great Hall by that Squib Longbottom wasn't bad enough, he now had to share a dorm with a blood traitor Weasley. Like everyone else he'd watched on, enraptured by the drama of the Potters returning to Hogwarts. Then, like a good little Slytherin, he'd written it all down and oiled it off to Daddy. Draco couldn't help but feel envious of all the attention the Potters received. At the back of his mind he couldn't deny his greatest wish, that should have been me. Neville left the Potters with the rest of the Gryffindor first years before the curfew. He had all his homework done, read over the material needed for his classes tomorrow and had a fun time with his friends. He was so surprised yet very, very happy with his lot in life. One thought kept playing over in his mind, Gran will never believe this is happening to me. Harry and Hermione were just about to head into their bedroom when a loud knock on their door had them wondering what was going on. Hermione drew her wand and held it down at the side of her leg while Harry answered the door to a pair of red-headed twins. "Could we talk to you a moment?" Fred asked nervously. Harry was unsure if they were nervous about meeting them or because a suit of armor with a sharp-looking sword was currently blocking the passageway. "It's okay, Charles, we've got it from here." The suit of armor moved to allow the twins to enter as Harry held the door open for them. They hesitantly entered before Fred gushed, "Look, this is awkward and we don't usually do awkward, but our dad and Bill don't seem to have a problem with you two, so why should we?" George was nodding his head in agreement as he reached into his robes, only to be stopped by Hermione's wand almost touching his nose. She gave a resigned shrug. "It's not as if we don't trust you, well actually it is. Let's just see how we get on when you remove your hand from there. If it has a wand in it, then your brother will be carrying you back to your dorm." George slowly removed a piece of parchment from his robes. "We couldn't help but overhear you this morning and believe this rightfully belongs to the son of Prongs." Fred was delighted to see the wand lowered from his twin's face. "We were hoping you would let us borrow it occasionally when we're involved in things that we don't particularly want to get caught doing." Harry's whole face had lit up. "Gentlemen, I have no problem agreeing with your request since the map was constructed solely for that purpose." George noticed Hermione still hadn't put her wand away. "You don't trust many people, do you?" She shook her head. "Experience has taught us to be careful of whom we trust. Too many people want to get to know us to serve their own agendas." Both twins glanced nervously toward one another. "Okay, out with it. Why are you really here?" They could tell Hermione wasn't really annoyed with them, yet. There was a hint of steel in her voice that didn't rule out she might be very soon. Fred pushed ahead. "We were hoping you could introduce us to the Marauders, they're rather heroes of ours." Hermione chuckled. "Aw shit, Padfoot's head is going to get even bigger." Harry couldn't help but smile at these two. He'd liked them from the first moment he'd met them and they were by a very wide margin his favorite Weasleys. He took the map and activated it. "Leave it with me guys and I'll see what I can do. The corridor is currently empty, so you should head back before you get caught out after curfew." George took the comical hump to Harry's implied slur. "I'll have you know the Weasley twins are never caught out after curfew. What do you think we are, a couple of amateurs?" Fred added a proviso. "Besides, we're the best beaters in Hogwarts and Ollie would never do anything that might see us kicked off the Quidditch team." As they watched them leave, the Potters knew dealing with Molly, Percy, and Ron would now require a degree of subtlety. That was okay, they could do subtle. A quick check showed a dot marked Peter Pettigrew was currently in the Slytherin first year's dorm. Both wondered what effect it would have on Dumbledore if a Death Eater other than Snape was found hiding in his school. They intended to find out. With a mischief managed, the couple headed for bed. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 44, ch.43. Lucius Malfoy was mulling over the parchment he'd received from his son, once more thanking Merlin he didn't go angrily barging into that school to challenge Potter's rant against him. The boy was rampaging through the magical world like a horde of giants, flattening all who stood against him. Lucius was only a few school board votes short of being able to turf Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. These latest revelations alone wouldn't quite push his swaying supporters off the fence, but it set the old fool up nicely for the biggest fall from grace ever seen. He may have to allow Severus to take the fall as well, though, in the grand scheme of things, this would be acceptable losses. The potion master's main duties were to spy on the old fool. If Dumbledore no longer resided in the castle, then Severus would be free to use his talents exclusively for brewing more financially lucrative, totally illegal potions. Lucius could construct a lab in the manor and use his contacts to procure the more exotic ingredients, while taking a percentage at every turn. Dumbledore would be gone, Severus would be looked after, and the Malfoys would make even more gold. That was how a Slytherin operated. Dan answered the door to find an imposing woman standing there with an entourage. "Mr. Granger, I presume?" "I'm Amelia Bones, and these ladies and gentlemen are members of the Magical Law Enforcement Department. Could we please speak with Sirius Black?" He couldn't think what else to do, so led them into the kitchen where Emma was preparing breakfast. Sirius shot to his feet at the first sight of their unexpected guests. "Amelia, is there trouble with Harry and Hermione?" Amelia smiled. "Take it easy, Sirius, as far as I know everything is fine with them. I received a rather strange note from your godson, requesting my immediate presence at Hogwarts in my official capacity. It also suggested that I turn up mob-handed and asked if I could bring you along as well. I was hoping you might be able to throw some light on the matter, but I can see you're as much in the dark as we are. Would you like to finish your breakfast or head straight there?" Sirius was already moving. "I'll get my cloak." Emma was still worried though. "How can we find out if they're okay? I really didn't want them to go back to that place." Dan had his arm comfortingly around his wife's shoulder. "Don't worry, love, you know they'll look after each other. If they were in any trouble, Hedwig would have been waking us up this morning, not Amelia here." Since she had the opportunity, Amelia asked a question that was puzzling her. "Mrs. Granger, you seem to be taking the children being married in your stride. I am guardian to my niece who's the same age, and I don't know how I would react in similar circumstances." Amelia Bones had built a career on being able to read people, so could say with a degree of certainty that the smile which illuminated the woman's face was as genuine as any she'd ever seen. "Ah, but that's purely down to the young man who captured my daughter's heart years ago. They've been best friends for a long time, and anyone could see they were perfect for each other." Hermione had numerous educational choices available to her as she registers near the very top of the intelligence scale. When given the opportunity to study magic with Harry, her mind was instantly made up. "As a mother, Harry is everything I could want for my daughter. I wish they were a bit older, but you can't have it all." Dan agreed with his wife. "The day Harry confessed how his relatives treated him, we jumped in the car and went straight over there. The kids may be adults in your world, but they are still considered minors in ours. Our lawyers are currently perusing having us declared as his legal guardians. No matter what, he will never set foot in that house again." Amelia's gaze shifted from the Grangers to Sirius as he hurried down the stairs. She was delighted to see that Harry now had caring adults in his life. The group portkeyed from the Grangers directly to Hogsmeade and made their way to the castle, leaving behind a couple of anxious parents. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 45, ch.44. Albus was at his breakfast when Amelia entered the Great Hall, accompanied by Remus, Sirius, and half a dozen Aurors. The chill of dread that spread through him was intensified when the Potters rose to meet the group. Harry produced a piece of parchment which resulted in 6 Aurors following Sirius and Remus out the door at speeds that would have earned students a detention. Ominously, Amelia and the Potters approached the staff table as the hall's occupants once more anticipated the entertainment about to be provided. "Albus Dumbledore, it would appear that Slytherin House is harboring a dangerous Death Eater. Once again the safety of Hogwarts students is being compromised. Amelia, I can assure you, Professor Snape is no threat to the students of Hogwarts. He has my complete trust, and I find your accusations unfounded and offensive." She couldn't hide her smirk. "I never mentioned Professor Snape. Since you automatically jumped to his defense, it makes me wonder why you immediately thought of him." This bears further investigation, but I was actually referring to a different dangerous Death Eater who's currently hiding in the Slytherin dorms. Snape couldn't keep quiet any longer. Preposterous, more of Potter's lies aimed to discredit me. I want him charged with slander, libel, and defamation of character. Harry was enjoying himself. I will agree to that if, when we find this Death Eater in the Slytherin dorm, Snape here is charged with aiding and abetting a wanted criminal. There are no wanted criminals in Slytherin. Snape was now shouting. McGonagall decided to stir the cauldron. Mr. Potter, I fail to see what your involvement in this matter is. If you would accompany us down to the Slytherin dorm, I'm sure you'll understand why it concerns me. Professor, I made the discovery using a family heirloom and contacted someone I trust to deal with the matter. Which reminds me, Headmaster, you have a Potter family heirloom that my father loaned you. Please see it returned to me before I have to add that to the growing list of charges we will be bringing against you. Snape was on his feet. No one will be entering the Slytherin dorms without me being there. Hermione smiled sweetly at the angry man. Wouldn't dream of it, Professor. We want you to see for yourself just how wrong you are. Snape stormed from the hall with Amelia, the Potters, Minerva and Albus following close behind. Before leaving, the head of the DMLE gave an order that brokered no argument. Everyone is to stay in the hall until we return. Anyone who doesn't will find themselves in serious trouble, and I'm not talking house points. They found the marauders and Aurors waiting for them outside the snake's den. It was time to spring the rat trap. Peter Pettigrew was currently a dirty rat. Ever since he'd entered the Slytherin dorm, Wormtail had been shitting himself. His new owner Ron was not too concerned about taking care of his own personal hygiene, far less expend the time and effort to clean out his pet's cage. The boy had also kept the cage locked tight as his dorm mates had threatened to decorate Ron's bed with rat entrails. The certainty that they weren't joking led directly to Peter's condition. The moment the cage was open he would be off and running. Until then he was a trapped rat, as he couldn't transform back to human while confined. His dreams of freedom were shattered by a voice he hadn't heard for over a decade. Hello Peter, surely you knew if the Death Eaters didn't kill you then we would. Harry interrupted his godfather. Madam Bones, can I have your personal assurance that Peter Pettigrew will see justice administered swiftly? Otherwise we are going to kill a rat right now. The rodent cowering in the corner of the smelly cage had Amelia wanting to kill the creature herself. That it had instantly reacted in fear at the sound of Sirius's voice convinced her this was indeed Peter Pettigrew. You have my word, he will be tried today if we can manage it, tomorrow at the latest. He will be guarded around the clock and will even include a few Minders as well. Sirius stunned the rat before unlocking the cage and levitating the rodent onto the floor. He and Remus performed the spell together that transformed the rat into Peter. Remus cast a spell to disarm the unconscious Death Eater when two wands shot into his hand. Harry hadn't expected this turn of events and had to be restrained by Hermione. Sirius caught his actions and wondered what the problem was. What's the matter, kiddo? That's Voldemort's wand. This piece of filth must have been in the house that night when his master killed Mum and Dad. I vote we do him now. Dumbledore felt as if he was drowning. The shocks were hitting like waves and just seemed to keep on coming. How could you possibly know that, Harry? Harry had to think on his feet. I remember my mother begging with Voldemort to kill her instead of me. When she wouldn't step aside, that wand cast a green curse at her. It then cast a green curse at me. I would know that wand anywhere. His revelation had shocked everyone. Harry used those few seconds to grab the wand out of Remus's hand and snap it, ensuring that it broke cleanly and couldn't be repaired, not even by Dumbledore using the Elder Wand. Amelia's tone was cold as ice. Mr. Potter, you have just destroyed evidence. No, I haven't, it is still clearly Voldemort's wand. I just made sure it would never be used to harm another person again. If anyone has the right to snap his wand, then it's me. Amelia had also lost family to this wand, and, the more she thought about it, was actually delighted it would never be used again. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 46, ch.45. Harry turned to the head of Slytherin. There is your Death Eater Snape, hiding in the Slytherin dorm. Makes a mockery of your slander claim, don't you think? Harry wasn't supposed to know that the rat had spent the last 4 years in the Gryffindor dorm, so was saying nothing. The Aurors were fitting multiple restraints to Pettigrew and stunned him again for good measure before Amelia dropped the bombshell. Professor Snape, I'm going to have to ask you to accompany me to the Ministry and undergo questioning. Snape's face drained of color as Albus tried to save him. Amelia, I hardly see the need for that, I trust Severus. Dumbledore was interrupted by the head of the DMLE, that is neither here nor there Albus, I have a wanted Death Eater found hiding in a facility that is supervised by a known former Death Eater. There is no room for maneuver here, Severus will be questioned. To whom does this creature belong? Snape was once more wondering why the world hated him so much. The first ever Weasley sorted into Slytherin and he brings a pet Death Eater along to keep him company. Ronald Weasley. Amelia was left shaking her head, poor Arthur just couldn't catch a break. Well, since his parents are out off the country and his head of house is also under suspicion, I need to know what other options we have available. Minerva supplied the necessary information. Arthur Weasley nominated Muriel Pruitt to act on his children's behalf while he and Molly are out of the country. The grimace on Amelia's face told its own story. I will ensure she is contacted, as we'll have to take the boy for questioning as well. I shall go and fetch my cloak. Snape left before Harry drew Amelia's attention to something. Madam Bones, is it possible to counter the effects of Veritaserum, and would a potions master know how to do it? A pair of Aurors raced after Snape without having to be told. Yes, Mr. Potter, it is indeed possible. The defense against this is to keep the suspect isolated and administer flushing potion for 3 days. I think Hogwarts is going to be missing its potions professor until at least the weekend. Albus was still concentrating on what Harry said earlier to be too bothered by that statement. Mr. Potter, would you really have killed Peter Pettigrew? Harry was still angry at the discovery that Peter was there that horrific Halloween to pander to Dumbledore's feelings and beliefs. I'll answer that question with one of my own. Is there anyone in this room that believes Lucius Malfoy is not a Death Eater? I fail to understand. Harry cut him off. Lucius Malfoy is a Death Eater yet escaped justice. This thing lying here helped murder my parents, yet my godfather was the one who ended up in Azkaban. The only reason he's still alive is that I trust Madam Bones, otherwise I would have exterminated the rat and lost no sleep over it whatsoever. Dumbledore was staring at Harry as if he were Tom Riddle reincarnated. He decided to burst the old goat's bubble. In the environment you personally placed me to be raised, there was no forgiveness practiced anywhere in that house. That was where I learned the lessons that I will live my life by. I will deal with people according to their behavior toward me and my family, and so their actions will determine how I treat them. By his own standards, Pettigrew doesn't deserve to live. I will never be the aggressor, but if someone hurts me or mine, then I will respond in kind. Hermione interrupted him. Now Harry, you know that's not right. It should be my wife and I will respond in kind. Albus had thought for a moment that Mrs. Potter was going to contradict her husband. Instead, she intended to be by his side as they seek retribution on those who did them harm. Having no forgiveness in your heart is the first step on the road to darkness. Hermione was ready for him. The other side of the coin is that if you forgive everyone, no matter how feeble their excuse, then the whole concept of justice is eroded to the point of collapse. When you start rewarding people by making 20-year-olds, with no teaching experience, head of a Hogwarts house, then that takes forgiveness to a whole new extreme. We have worked within the laws of the land to ensure anyone doing the Potters wrong, including you, headmaster, won't get away with it. A female Auror entered with Ron, whose gaze immediately noticed the empty cage. What the bloody hell happened to Scabbers, and who is he? Amelia pinned him with a stare. He, Mr. Weasley, is an illegal animagus who was masquerading as your pet. I really need to hear how he came to be in your possession. Ron looked ready to lose his breakfast at the thought of this balding man sharing a room with him. I got Scabbers off my brother Percy. He had him for years but now has an owl. We will collect your brother on the way out. You will be accompanying us to the ministry. Amelia led them back to the main hall. They would be portkeying as a group directly to the ministry. Sirius was going to walk to Hogsmeade and then apparate back to the Grangers. They would be desperate for news. He couldn't help but hug both Potters. Not only was he now free, but the rat was well and truly caught. He whispered a thank you as he pulled them close. Now all he had to do was work out who this mysterious woman was that Moony marries. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 47, ch.46. Cornelius was reading the report Amelia had just handed him, and all he could think of was, thank Merlin we have a scapegoat. So Pettigrew has spent the last 4 years living at Hogwarts, right under Albus Dumbledore's massive nose. Only the fact that the rat was gifted to a younger brother, who was then sorted into Slytherin, saved us the embarrassment of having a Death Eater sharing a dorm with Harry Potter. What was the result of Snape's questioning under Truth Serum? Did he know Pettigrew was in the castle? We're not sure whether he managed to take anything that would counteract the effects of Veritaserum, so he's isolated in a cell, on a purge program for 3 days. This raised Fudge's eyebrows before Amelia explained, we never had a chance to question him before, Dumbledore blocked us at every turn. He may trust Snape without divulging the reason why, but with the Potters now at Hogwarts I think we need to have that information. If things go pear-shaped, then I want the Ministry to be able to honestly say we did everything in our power to prevent it. As far as I'm concerned, Dumbledore's word is no longer a good enough reason for someone being declared innocent. Cornelius was quite happy to see Dumbledore brought to heel in the name of protecting Harry Potter. His popularity as minister had never been so high since the lad gave him his public support. So Pettigrew's trial is first thing tomorrow morning. I'm assuming he's well guarded. He's terrified to move. Selling out the Potters and having you-know-who's wand on his person means my Aurors will hex him if he so much as raises an eyebrow. He may eat breakfast, but I very much doubt he'll see lunch. This pleased Cornelius, more positive proof that his ministry was decisive and just in its protection of the magical world. Being able to publicly poke Albus one in the eye at the same time was just the cherry on top. 2 Weasley brothers had spent the day being questioned by Aurors before being interrogated by their Auntie Muriel. Both knew which one had been worse. At least the Aurors didn't criticize their parents and wild upbringing every second sentence. With the castle now in sight, the 2 brothers could finally see an end to the constant verbal blitzkrieg from the woman who was accompanying them. Instead of feeling relief that their ordeal was almost over, Percy and Ron had both independently came to the conclusion that this was one more stain on them and their family from the Potters. The Potters' mere presence in the Slytherin dorm was enough to make it all their fault in the eyes of these 2 jealous redheads. Their feelings of anger, leaning toward hatred, may not be based on fact, but that didn't make their venom any less toxic. Any opportunity for some payback on the Potters would be grasped with both hands. Horace Slughorn was enjoying his return to Hogwarts, though staying at the 3 Broomsticks for now. He was the quintessential Slytherin who used his contacts and influence to get what he wanted. Horace had the biggest prize in the wizarding world within his grasp, so was proceeding very cautiously. His original intention to tutor the Potters and a few of their friends was rapidly heading toward a full-time teaching position with the arrest of Snape. Minerva seemed to think she had a ready-made replacement, though he wasn't sure whether that would be counterproductive to his main goal, adding Harry Potter to the Slug Club. The enmity between the Potters and the Slytherins was there for all to see. Horace was sure becoming head of that house would have a detrimental effect on his fledgling relationship with the boy. Since he had a prior contract with the Potters, he was forced to honor it, therefore excluding the Slytherins from the potions lesson the Potters were paying for. If Snape wasn't allowed to return, then that would be Minerva's problem. He had a signed contract with the Potters to teach them potions at a certain, pre-agreed time and would not be breaking it. She would just have to reschedule the Slytherins' lessons. Both Potters had impressed Horace with their aptitude and knowledge of potions. With their friends also willing to learn, it quickly became one of the most pleasant first-year lessons he could remember teaching. Hermione was forced to keep a close eye on Harry during potions as his temper was very near the surface. It wasn't as bad as their defense lesson with Quirrell, but came close. Here was the man who knew what Tom Riddle was up to yet never said a word. Had he mentioned Horcruxes to Dumbledore, then the old wizard would have been certain Voldemort wasn't dead and had an extra decade to search for them. Instead he'd lied and even falsified his memory in order to protect his image as a jovial host who everyone wanted to know. In all honesty, the man made Hermione feel sick. She could forgive incompetence, even understand greed, but to allow a murdering megalomaniac to survive over some weird kind of vanity almost had her vomiting. That phony smile behind those calculator eyes really turned her stomach. Still, anything was better than listening to Snape boast how he could teach them how to bottle fame, and if they didn't learn that skill it was their own fault. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 48, ch.47. Albus Dumbledore was having trouble sleeping. It wasn't so much a guilty conscience keeping him awake, more that some of his secrets were going to be revealed when they eventually questioned Severus. While his potions professor's involvement in the Potter deaths would not be well received, the revelation that there was a prophecy in play would be a disaster for Albus. Having this information, Albus knowingly placing the Chosen One into an environment where he would be denied knowledge of magic was indefensible. Not unless he wanted to mention that their savior had to die because the lad had a bit of Voldemort's soul in his head. Albus really didn't want it becoming known that the only plan he had involved manipulating Harry Potter into willingly letting Voldemort kill the lad. He'd spent the last 2 days calling in every favor he was owed to no avail. Amelia was relentless on the need for Severus to face questioning under truth serum, and Cornelius was backing her stance. Pettigrew's trial and sentence were quickly dealt with, and the former Gryffindor wailed like a baby as he was led to the Dementor. Remus Lupin and Sirius Black had sat unmoved as their former friend was half dragged, half carried toward his fate. Their swift and decisive action won Amelia and Cornelius many plaudits in the press, which also severely hindered his efforts. No one in the Ministry or Wizengamot wanted to get caught in the middle of a power struggle between those two and Albus, so the old wizard found himself helpless to intervene. That the press had apparently declared open season on the headmaster after it was discovered that Pettigrew had been in the castle for the last 4 years didn't help him either. Albus was dreading people's reactions from Severus being questioned, with even Minerva now standing up to him. Things could only get worse. He'd planned to try to ingratiate himself with the Potters by returning James's cloak, only for Minerva to piss all over that plan. She'd less than politely advised him that the Potters wanted nothing to do with him and that she would personally pass the cloak on to them. Minerva then told him their plans for flying lessons this week. He was only being informed as he was the headmaster, since the deputy headmistress had already decided to allow it. Harry Potter was bright, powerful, confident, married, and had already bonded with his Gryffindor classmates. Both he and his wife looked set to shatter all Hogwarts academic records and were taking the rest of the first-year Gryffindors along with them. Augusta Longbottom was worried her grandson may be a squib, but the evidence was now clearly stacked against that assumption. How the hell had all this happened? He had expected a demure, polite, impressionable lad who he would be able to control without any problems. Instead, his nice stable world had been in a constant state of flux since the sorting. Now he was going to be forced to approach the boy, cap in hand, and ask if he would be willing to save Severus. If the revelations he expected came to pass, there would be a trial with Harry having a major input to Snape's sentence. If the lad really pushed for it, Albus was in no doubt he could see Severus kissed. Given the Potter's reaction to Peter Pettigrew, Albus feared for his friend's life. He would try and have a word with them after their flying lesson tomorrow. The trial could be as soon as Monday, given the speed the ministry was working at these days. Albus would need to lay a little groundwork before then. Presenting Severus in a good light was going to be quite the challenge. Were he to stretch certain details and events to suit his case, Sirius and Remus would simply supply the truth of the matter. This would leave Severus and himself in even hotter water. Was it any wonder he was unable to sleep? Hermione could actually feel the excitement radiating off her husband as she woke. "What's got you in such a good mood this morning?" His eyes were almost glowing. "Hermione, not only is this the day we learn to fly a broom, but we get to go home for the weekend straight after it. It doesn't get much better than that. Am I to assume Neville won't be breaking anything today?" "Oh, Neville won't, but that doesn't mean Madame Pomfrey's services will not be required." She snuggled into him. "Are you going to get yourself placed on the Quidditch team this time around?" He thought for a moment before answering, "I don't think so, it was always flying I loved, Quidditch just gave me that opportunity. When the new house is finished I'll be able to fly every weekend, and at the holidays, I could do without all the injuries I received the last time. I for one won't miss sitting in the stand, biting my nails while you almost get yourself killed. We had Riddle jinxing your broom, Dobby jinxing a bludger, and not forgetting the special guest appearance by the Dementors. All that before we get to the dirty tricks by the Slytherins and Cho making cow eyes at you. I think I'd rather be at home with my husband than watch him defying death to try and win a bit of tin." Harry couldn't help but chuckle. After the life they'd led, a school game of Quidditch just didn't seem so important anymore. "What would you like to bet the old man objects to my Gryffindor offer?" "Well, I would say that was as likely as a certain Weasley spending Friday night in the infirmary." Harry kissed his wife. "You know me too well, love, I suppose we'd better get up and start the day." Draco had finally begun to act like a Slytherin. Instead of continually confronting Potter, he just wound the Weasley prat up like a clockwork toy and pointed him in their direction. Whether Weasley won or lost, it was all good to Draco Malfoy. With the flying lessons today, the Weasel thought he finally had something that he could do better than the Potters. They may have read more books than Ron knew existed, but that would be merely excess baggage when trying to fly a broom. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 49, ch.48. The redhead had boasted and niggled at them all day. He wasn't stupid enough to say anything that could be interpreted as a challenge by Potter, but he sailed close to the edge once or twice. The entire school knew the story of what Harry had done to Umbridge in the Ministry. They didn't know who she was, but defeating the Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic was a good enough reason for them to leave the Potters alone. When the time came to head out onto the grounds, Harry couldn't hide his disappointment at the brooms laying there waiting for them. He was certain the old man would object, but thought McGonagall would have been able to force it through. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Madam Hooch barked. "Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." It was like the showdown at the OK Corral as the Gryffindors lined up opposite the Slytherins, only this time Wyatt Earp was intending to use some wandless magic to clean up Tombstone. "Stick out your right hand over the broom and say, 'Up.'" Cries of "up" rang out along both lines until broken by Ron's sarcastic laughter. "What's the matter, Longbottom?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot squibs can't fly brooms." Malfoy and his goons joined in Ron's laughter until Neville practically growled up, causing his broom to move with speed and force. It didn't actually move up though, instead it shot straight forward and struck its target with amazing accuracy. Both the distance and quality of broom involved meant that it probably only just reached into double figures for miles per hour. This proved quite fast enough for Ron Weasley as the end of the broom impacted with his groin. The lanky redhead seemed to collapse to the ground in slow motion. It was also weird to see his mouth wide open with no sound coming out, or food going in. He just lay there quietly, making no noise and not moving an inch, with tears streaming down his cheeks. Lavender and Parvati were trying to hold back their giggling, but none of the guys laughed. Neville though soon changed that. "Oh, that must have hurt. Is that why there are cushioning charms on brooms?" Even the Slytherins were laughing at Madame Hooch's attempts to get Ron to stand on his feet. They were silenced by the appearance of Professor McGonagall. "It would appear that your concerns over the quality of the brooms available is justified, Mr. Potter." Hooch was ready for a rant. "I complain to the headmaster about these every year, and every year I'm told there is no money in the budget to replace brooms. These are the best we have available, but I fear it's going to take a student being seriously injured before something is done about this." Minerva removed a shrunken holdall from her pocket. "Mr. Potter has provided brooms for his housemates to learn with. After hearing stories of how bad the school brooms were, he purchased a set for Gryffindor. I wanted to see for myself how bad the situation was and am now convinced we need to search for patrons to do the same for the other 3 houses." After unshrinking the bag, Minerva began distributing new brooms to her house. Draco of course couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Clean sweeps, Potter? My father would have bought Nimbus 2000s for Slytherin." Before any of the staff could say anything, Harry cut Malfoy down to size. Well, that makes your father an idiot. Then again, we had wondered where you got it from. Giving students who've never flown before top-of-the-line racing brooms is more likely to get them killed than flying the crappy thing you're using. Madam Hooch agreed. Mr. Potter is quite correct. The clean sweep is an excellent broom for beginners, and I wouldn't allow a novice to sit on a nimbus. Now mount your brooms and show me your grip. Professor McGonagall headed off with Ron to the infirmary while Hooch had them all gently kick off and land again. As the lesson progressed, the Gryffindors were growing in confidence. Harry stayed between Hermione and Neville, though still managed to keep an eye on the other four and pass on helpful suggestions. They were about 30 feet of the ground and flying in a very wide circle when Draco dive-bombed the end of their line from above. He was climbing back up when his laughter was terminated by an audible crack. His broom split in two as Draco fell from the sky, making a detour through a tree's branches en route to his painful meeting with the ground. Hooch ordered them all down when Tracy Davis's ancient broom chose that precise moment to fail without any assistance from Harry. She screamed almost as loud as Malfoy when gravity exerted its fatal pull on her body. Harry took off like a heat-seeking missile in an attempt to intercept the girl before her face hit the grass. Everyone else could only watch in wonder at the scene playing out at speed before them. Tracy thought she was a goner. Her whole life flashed before her eyes, and it didn't bloody take long. There was so much more she wanted to do. Suddenly she wasn't falling anymore, but looking into the greenest pair of eyes she'd ever seen. Tracy was somehow lying across Harry Potter's broom and his arm was wrapped around her. She realized that the screaming she could hear was coming from her and closed her mouth. There was nothing she could say to this boy that could in any way express her gratitude. Harry brought them both into land and Tracy was engulfed in a hug from her best friend Daphne. Harry found himself being shouted at by Pansy Parkinson. "You save her, Potter, yet let my poor Draco fall. What are you playing at?" Harry's eyes bored right through the girl. "Your poor Draco was attempting to unseat some of my friends. He attempted a dangerous maneuver that the old broom couldn't handle. Him lying there is entirely his own fault." Tracy, on the other hand, was just quietly flying along when her broom stopped working. "That is why I provided new brooms for my friends." Tracy Davis came over and knelt at Harry's feet. "Lord Potter, I owe you a life debt and await your request for payment of that debt." Harry stood straighter. "Miss Davis, as Lord Potter I recognize that debt. As payment, from this day onward, you shall repay that debt by calling me Harry." He helped an astonished Tracy to her feet. He could have asked anything of her, or the Davis family, yet granted her an easy out. Her eyes sought out Hermione for permission to thank her husband. With a smile and a nod she granted her wish. Tracy kissed Harry Potter on the cheek. "Thank you, Harry, you are a gentleman in more ways than one. Hermione is a lucky witch." Harry was actually blushing. He pulled Hermione to him. "No, Tracy, I'm the lucky one." None of them had seen McGonagall return and almost jumped when she spoke. "Personally, I think Miss Davis is the lucky one. Madam Hooch, I am suspending all flying using school brooms until they can be replaced. Mr. Potter, your rescue and reactions afterwards are to be commended. 50 points to Gryffindor for saving a fellow student, protecting your friends with the gift of brooms, promoting house unity, and your actions afterwards that were exemplary." Harry was really blushing now. McGonagall almost smiled. "I know you both are setting off home now, but please come and see me first thing Monday morning. I need to introduce you to Oliver Wood." As McGonagall assisted Hooch in getting Draco to the infirmary, Hermione was trying not to laugh. It would seem the more things change, the more they stay the same. Albus was lying in wait for them as the two happy students joked with each other along the corridor. "Mr. Potter, could I have a quick word?" Harry stopped and gave the old man a hard stare before giving a one-word answer. "Velocity." The Potters walked away from the confused old man, silently wondering if he'd still be standing there when they returned on Monday. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 50, ch.49. Emma was pacing up and down inside the leaky cauldron. Sirius had assured her they were fine, and Hedwig had also delivered a note from the pair confirming the same, as well as giving her a time when they would be home. While Emma believed the evidence, the mother in her still needed to see Hermione and Harry with her own eyes before she could relax. The pair exited the flue to find themselves tightly engulfed in Emma's arms. All those times Harry stepped off the express and watched as the other children received hugs from their parents flashed through his mind. Now he had someone who loved and hugged him. I know it seems silly, but I just had to see for myself that you were okay. I couldn't wait until you came home. Harry was reveling in the experience of a mother's love. The fact that it was Emma Granger and she loved him as just Harry made it all the sweeter for him. Emma began to notice her surroundings. Hermione, why is everyone staring? Surely parents hug their children in the magical world. Hermione was struggling not to laugh. It's not you, Mum, rather the person you're hugging. People stare at my husband all the time, you'll get used to it. Emma wasn't sure how to feel about this. Of course she'd heard Harry was famous in the magical world, though this was her first time encountering the phenomenon. After the fourth person had approached them, her mind was made up. Emma didn't like it. She experienced more of the adulation as they entered Diagon Alley. Hermione wanted a quick look in Flourish and Blots. Emma gave her daughter a time limit of an hour, they still had to drive home. Harry cornered Emma for a private word. I'm going to disappear for a few minutes, I need to get something for Hermione. This will be her first birthday as Mrs. Potter and I might just be able to find the perfect gift for my wife. Hermione didn't notice he was gone. 14 books later she was ready to leave but couldn't fail to notice the large smile on her husband's face. It was also hard to miss the way his arms were hiding something behind his back. I know it's not your birthday until Wednesday, but this couldn't wait. From behind his back Harry produced a pet-carrying basket that contained a kitten that from first glance was unmistakable. Crookshanks. I didn't know if he would be there yet. The little guy ambled straight over to me. He appeared to understand I was there to buy him. Hermione now had the carrier in her hands and was talking through the bars to a clearly delighted kitten. Oh, he's such a clever boy, even as a baby he's the smartest cat in the country. Aren't you, Crookshanks? Not as clever as your daddy though. A happy, if somewhat bemused Harry was kissed in thanks. Hermione, Daddy. Well Harry, you have to get some practice in before the real thing comes along. Harry thought his face couldn't get any redder, or his smile any wider until Emma hugged them both. That sounds great, just not for a good few years yet. I'm 35 and don't want to be a grandmother before becoming 40. Hermione's eyes practically glazed over. That would make me 17, I can live with that. Harry was sure he was going to do an impression of Marge Dursley, floating right out of the shop and off into the sky. He felt lighter than he did when flying his broom earlier. Dinner that night was fun. Dan kept making disparaging remarks about Crookshanks. His claim that he had been hoping to miss out on the bloody cat this time wasn't fooling anyone. He was just as likely to slip the ginger ball of fur some food as anyone else at the table. Hermione was ignoring her father's comments and instead asked Sirius a question. Did you invite the Tonks over for dinner on Sunday? Yes, they're coming. It was good to see Andy again. I'd only met Ted a handful of times and their daughter has grown into a beautiful young woman, who just happens to hate her first name. She insists everyone calls her Tonks. That brought a smile to Harry's face. Yeah, we know, Remus was also invited and definitely coming. This puzzled the marauder for a minute. Why did you invite? No bloody way. I'm her head of house and won't allow it. Sirius found himself thrown from his chair and pinned to the wall by an invisible, yet very powerful force. Harry's expression as he faced his godfather was one of pure fury. You will do nothing and say nothing, this doesn't concern you. You were dead by the time they got together and will not interfere this time either. Harry felt a pair of arms go comfortingly around him. They were not his wife's. Harry, this is not the way. Sirius doesn't know what's going on yet you are expecting him to make decisions based only on you saying it needs to be so. You both told me that was the way Dumbledore treated you and Hermione, you have to give him the relevant information. Harry settled into Emma's embrace, her words had knocked all the fight out of him. To Harry, being compared to Dumbledore was nearly as bad as being likened to Voldemort. One bastard had sent him into the forbidden forest to die while the other had done his best to accomplish the deed. As her mother hugged Harry, Hermione approached Sirius. "Sirius, what would you do to save your godson's life?" He looked directly into Harry's green eyes before answering, "Anything." Hermione had expected no other answer, "And if you could give him back his parents?" Sirius was now struggling to speak as his emotions swam very near the surface. "Hermione, I would gladly give my life to bring back either of them. James was like a brother to me while Lily was a wonderful witch who we all adored." Hermione knew this was painful, but the point had to be made. Before his first birthday, Teddy Lupin had lost his mother, father, grandfather, and godfather. Harry had made arrangements so he would be financially taken care of, but we all know how well that worked out for my husband. Andy was a broken woman who clung to that baby like a security blanket. Apart from Teddy, her entire world had been destroyed. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 51, ch.50. Harry started speaking, drawing strength from still being held in Emma's arms. Tonks was in the room of requirements. Even though she was a fully trained Auror, Remus refused to let her fight in case anything happened to him. I asked her to leave the room so it could be changed into something else. She joined the battle and her Aunt Bellatrix killed her. Harry was struggling to keep his emotions under control as he gave voice to one of his greatest fears. "Coming back in time has probably killed my godson. The changes we've made and continue to make see the chances of him ever being born decrease almost daily. The war made it possible for his parents to connect, so, as we have no intention of letting things get to that stage, we are trying desperate measures. It's highly unlikely that we will ever be using Grimmauld Place as a hideout, and Dumbledore can stick his Order of the Phoenix right up his wrinkly old arse." Godson and Godfather had tears streaming down their cheeks now. "We love both Tonks and Remus. Our intention is to have them in our company as often as possible. It may have been the war that brought them together, but the spark had to be there or it never would have worked. We're just going to have to do the best we can with what we've got." Tonks was the one who chased after Remus. He thought she was too young, too beautiful, and way too good for someone with his furry little problem. He loved her with all his heart though, and she gradually wore him down, forcing the stubborn bugger to accept he could be happy. Harry was now openly sobbing and struggling to remain coherent. "I held my godson in my arms the day before Hermione and me were killed. We invited Andy over here for Christmas dinner with the intention of coaxing her to return to Australia with us. There was nothing left for any of us in Britain." Emma passed Harry to Sirius as both of them were now openly crying. "Sirius, it was the best feeling in the world to hold my godson. He changed his hair and eyes to match mine. He looked like my son." When Hermione held him, Teddy did the same with her, and everything I ever wanted in life was standing right in front of me. Teddy Lupin was the reason I finally pulled my finger out and asked my Hermione to be my wife. Hermione joined their embrace as Harry continued. He needed to get this off his chest. "By coming back in time I might have killed my godson, and it's eating me away. I can't do a Dumbledore and console myself this is a greater good scenario, because I don't think it is." Hermione was holding Harry tightly as she continued the explanation for her husband. "What you need to understand is that Teddy was a symbol of hope, a beacon to the light side of what we were fighting for. We wanted a world where an Auror and a werewolf could marry and be allowed to raise beautiful children in peace. We fought with everything we had, yet ended up with a society more bigoted and perverted than we have now." Harry was trying to regain control of himself. "I'm sorry I attacked you, Sirius, but Teddy is one of the most important people for us to help. Unfortunately, he's also the only one I'm powerless to do anything about." Sirius also apologized. "I'm sorry to Harry, I was reacting again without engaging my brain. Moony will make a good husband and a wonderful father." Harry was drying his eyes with a hanky Emma had quietly slipped him. "He does, Sirius, but both of them are very clever and sharp as tacks. Neither of us has the subtlety needed for this situation, so please don't say anything. If any sparks between them become apparent, you can then use that famous black charm to let Remus know you approve." Sirius held his godson at arm's length. "I keep forgetting you're really 18, though don't think for a second I'm letting that subtlety comment pass me by." Hermione followed her mother's example and slipped Sirius a hanky. It's not the years, Sirius, it's the millage. We packed an awful lot into every one of those 7.5 years we were together. Sirius kissed Hermione on the forehead before turning to Dan. How did you manage to get two such wonderful women in your family? Dan had deliberately stayed out of the argument. He could tell there was something really bothering Harry, and it was now out in the open. In Australia they had grown quite close. Harry had needed someone to unload all the shit he'd been carrying around with him for years, and Dan had become that someone. Hermione had done the same with her mother, and between the two of them, the parents began to see the whole picture. The revelation of what had happened to his girl had almost broke Dan. By this time he knew Harry well enough to know his reaction would have been exactly the same as Dan's. A redhead would have to die. Both Emma and Dan had detected a change in Harry when he came back from visiting the Tonks. They now understood he was trying to find the courage to ask Hermione to be his wife. Both parents would have been ecstatic with that news, heading back to Australia with the Tonks for company and a wedding to plan. Instead, almost 7.5 years was wiped out. Dan and Emma had been so fixated on the kids they'd hardly given a thought to the likelihood of Teddy not being born. Harry Potter was an extremely deep young man. Dan was glad that he at least now appeared to be opening up to Hermione. It was blatantly obvious she knew exactly why he reacted the way he did. Before she would have known what he was feeling, but not necessarily why. Harry did exactly the same with Hermione. They supported one another unconditionally, understanding that they would be told what the problem was sooner or later. That they could talk things through had really moved their relationship to a whole new level of support, though Dan would bet their house that Emma was already working on ways to get Tonks and Remus together. Dan answered Sirius as truthfully as he could, "Pure luck, Sirius, I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free." Chapter 52, ch.51. Harry awoke to find his wife entwined with him, their limbs interlocking as she attempted to hug every part of him simultaneously. Last night had been emotionally draining but strangely cleansing as well. There were now 4 people who knew his greatest fear, with each of them pledging their help and support. Harry hadn't realized how much he'd enjoyed and needed his chats with Dan until they were no longer there. He intended to reinstate them as soon as possible, and may even include Sirius. Due to his physical age, they no longer had the option of disappearing down the pub for a pint and a few games of pool. This didn't mean they couldn't head off to a river bank for a spot of fishing or take in a Quidditch/football match. Harry was learning that he had trusted people he could air his problems with and receive helpful advice. Before, unconditional support had only come from the girl he currently held in his arms. The knowledge that he would wake up like this with Hermione in his arms for the rest of his life had started Harry's day with a smile since their return. Truth be told, after the emotional roller coaster of last night, he could quite happily spend the full day lying here snuggling with his wife. The thought of having to spend time with Ginny Weasley was no encouragement to get out of bed, but Luna was expecting them, and it would be a cold day in hell before Harry or Hermione deliberately let down Luna Lovegood. Hermione had been watching her husband as the thoughts ran through her mind. She gave him a kiss that focused his attention on the here and now. "You looked a little lost there, love, thinking about last night." "Actually, I was thinking that if we didn't have to meet Luna today, I could have happily spent the day like this. Just lying here holding my beautiful new wife might be my new patroness memory." Hermione rested her forehead on his. "Harry, you shouldn't say things like that. It'll go straight to my head." "Hermione, the only person I know who's worse at telling lies than me is you. I love my beautiful wife with all that I am. When I saw you holding Teddy, it was the most moving experience of my life. Next morning I was at Gringotts for that ring you like so much." She snuggled in for another kiss before emitting a sigh. "I would love to lie here all morning cuddling you, but a couple of young ladies are looking forward to going on a picnic with Harry Potter. Mum told me last night. She's checked the weather forecast and is packing a basket full of Muggle treats." Harry couldn't help but smile. Introducing young witches to the delights of sugar-free snacks is one way to control Ginny's ardor. "You let me worry about Ginny's crush. I'm more worried that you're corrupting my mother. She's bought all normal snacks and drinks. Mum now claims there are more important things in life than the risk of a few cavities." She still reminded me to floss though, so you haven't totally corrupted her yet. Harry was stunned into silence. It was just beginning to dawn on him that perhaps he had impacted on the Grangers as much as they had changed his life beyond all recognition. Ginny was pacing up and down the Lovegoods' living room, glancing at the fireplace every few seconds in a fair imitation of Emma Granger at the leaky cauldron the day before. "Ginny, could you please stop getting your knickers in a twist over this? You've met them before and they're nice people." "Yes, I've met them before, the station, Hogwarts, and then my dad having to petrify my mother so she wouldn't attack them in the pub." Hermione had her hand on her wand the entire time we were in the leaky cauldron. Talk about making a good first impression. Luna shook her head at her friend and now roommate. "Ginny, just be yourself, stop worrying about what they'll think. Let them see the real Ginny Weasley, my best friend." Ginny stopped her pacing and stared directly at Luna. "What if I don't know who the real Ginny is? What if I don't like her and want to change?" Luna could see her friend was working herself into a state. "Ginny, we're 10, we change almost daily. I'm just concerned you're trying to be someone you're not. I like the idea of reading books and studying, but it has to be because you want to do it, not to impress someone else. Luna, I am doing this for me. There is so much more to life than what my future was supposed to be. This Ginny Weasley will not be a stay-at-home wife who has a husband that gets sent out to earn the upkeep of an ever-increasing family. I refuse to be another Molly Weasley." Ginny then noticed that Luna wasn't looking at her, rather at a spot behind her. "The Potters are here, aren't they?" Luna gave a big smile and enthusiastically nodded. Ginny groaned. "How long have they been standing there? Why didn't you tell me, and will someone just kill me now?" Ginny heard Hermione's voice from behind her. "Please excuse me for saying this, Ginny, but not wanting to become another Molly Weasley is a cause for celebration in my book. I know she's your mother and I'm grateful that even you think one of her is enough. Now how about showing us around?" Luna sprang up and grabbed Harry by the arm before beginning to drag him out the house. "You'll have to excuse Ginny, she has a bad infestation of hero worship that has her acting all confounded." Harry wanted to put an end to this quickly, before elbows ended up implanted in butter dishes. "I'm nothing special, Luna." Luna was beaming a smile at him and ignoring all efforts of Ginny to get her to shut up. "Oh, I agree, Harry, but it's your wife she thinks is absolutely brilliant and holds up as a role model." Ginny had both her hands covering her face, valiantly attempting to hide her embarrassment while wishing the ground would open up and swallow her. She missed the looks of utter amazement that were being worn by both the Potters. Ginny was too busy thinking that she had 6 brothers. Why the hell did she ever want a sister? Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 53, ch.52. Luna was giggling like mad as she led/dragged a confused Harry from the house, leaving Hermione with the decision of whether to just follow on or talk to the clearly mortified, face-hiding redhead. She decided to give the girl a chance. "So Ginny, are you enjoying staying with Luna?" She removed her hands from her blushing face. "Up until a moment ago, I was. My other option was my Auntie Muriel. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy." Hermione visibly winced at her memories of the woman, Ginny noticed though, which forced Hermione to come up with an explanation. "Every family has one, mine is my Auntie Agnes. I think I would prefer an orphanage to staying with her." "Shouldn't we be going? Luna has just made off with my husband." "That's Luna." Ginny was smiling before becoming serious. "She can seem a little quirky, but that's just who she is. Her mother died almost a year ago and it affected her greatly. The Weasleys and Diggorys were the only other magical families that lived in this area and she's been so lonely. Luna's been very excited by the thought that you are moving here and want to be her friends. Please don't make fun of her if she says something strange." Hermione took Ginny by the arm and started leading her toward the door. "Not a chance, Ginny, not a chance." Luna meanwhile was telling Harry why Ginny thought Hermione was such a good role model, and explaining that she'd dragged him out of there to give the two of them a chance to talk to each other. It was either that or Ginny would spend the entire day following Hermione around like a little lost puppy, blushing like mad every time your wife looked in her direction. Harry couldn't help but stare at the little blonde in admiration. Luna Lovegood, you are an extraordinary young witch and I hope we can be the very best of friends for many years to come. Ginny and Hermione came across the pair to find Luna wrapped around Harry and hugging him for all she was worth. Ginny was concerned for her best friend's health until she spotted the huge grin Hermione was wearing. I have only one rule, if you hug my husband then you need to hug me as well. This was probably the wrong thing to say as Luna pounced on her. Harry said you wanted to be our friends. Hermione was positive Harry had said they wanted to be her friend but, in typical Luna fashion, she'd extended the offer to include Ginny as well. Both Potters were determined this version of Luna Lovegood would not grow up friendless. Of course we do, now can you lead us to the building site? My mum made us a picnic basket for later. Ginny was understandably apprehensive about visiting the site of her former home. When they arrived she received quite the shock. Not only were all traces of her former home obliterated, the entire landscape had been changed. Trees had been magically uprooted and planted precisely where the Potter plans stipulated they should be. A Quidditch pitch was being constructed with seats for viewing being built up the hillside. The water hole was gone because the new house would have a pool and the orchard had also been moved to become part of a massive back garden. A real road now approached the building and ended at a triple garage that would have a self-contained flat above it. Harry and Hermione were explaining all this to their new friends but they were slightly overawed. Ginny had stayed here her entire life yet didn't recognize the place. She wasn't sure whether to be happy or sad at that. Her life had changed so much and here was visual proof that it was permanent. There could be no going back because there was nothing but memories to go back to. Harry and Hermione were delighted with the progress. They'd paid the builder extra to get the job completed faster. The fact that the customer was Harry Potter saw the builder's entire workforce concentrating on this one job. The prestige of being chosen to build the Potter home would see their order books swell. They wouldn't even have to advertise, there were only so many magical builders in Britain and the word had already spread. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 54, ch.54. Sunday night's dinner was going splendidly. Sirius and Remus were keeping the entire company entertained with stories that were becoming more outlandish with the amount of wine they consumed. Nymphadora was laughing so hard her hair was changing colors. The Granger parents had heard stories of this phenomenon but viewing it live was another matter. Harry floated his theme park idea. Both Remus and Tonks were very happy to come along. Hermione had been taken to Thorpe Park by her parents when she was older and had loved it. Harry had based his whole idea on his wife's description of how much she'd enjoyed her day there. The Dursleys had also visited the park though as usual Harry hadn't been invited. Emma headed into the kitchen to fetch more wine and was delighted when Tonks followed her in to see if she needed a hand. Actually I could use some help but not with this. Dan and I were talking to Sirius the other night and he let slip he felt ready to settle down with the right woman. The problem is he's terrified of dating. Claims he's been out of the game so long he wouldn't know where to start. Normally I would introduce him to one of my single friends though, while Sirius is in no way prejudice, I think he would be more comfortable with a witch to start with. Tonks wasn't expecting that but could see the logic behind it. Having to spend the last decade in Azkaban would severely dent anyone's self-confidence. I know a couple of girls who are single and one of them might be just his type. Should I see if she's interested? Oh yes, but don't say anything to Sirius yet, let me handle that part. He'll probably just try to talk his way out of it though that man just loves company. The sound of laughter from the other room proved Emma's point far better than anything she could say. Tonks was now giggling like a conspiratorial schoolgirl. Okay, I'll ask my friend but won't say a word to Sirius. He won't know what hit him. Tonks had no way of knowing that the broad smile Emma sported was because Phase 1 of her Operation Teddy was underway. Remus hadn't spent an evening like this since before those fateful events on Halloween almost a decade ago. Great food and even better company had been in extremely short supply for the werewolf. What made the evening extra special was the conversation his abilities allowed Remus to overhear as Sirius was saying good night to the Tonks family. Thanks for accepting Remus the way you did tonight. His furry little problem usually leads to people judging before they take the time to get to know him. Nymphadora smiled at Sirius. This was the caring man she remembered and not the monster he'd been portrayed as. Someone who thought of others before themselves could never betray his best friends and his godson. This was the reason she'd agreed to help Emma in her quest. It was a damning indictment of wizarding law and politics, though, when a first-year Hufflepuff could determine that fact, yet they couldn't. Sirius, I was in first year when the Potters were murdered. Because of who my family was, most of the school thought I must be dark due to you and Aunt Bella. The rest of them called me a blood traitor, as the Tonks family will never support blood supremacy. Add to that me being a metamorphmagus, which I was still learning to control, and you can see my time at Hogwarts was anything but pleasant. I could write a book on prejudice, so there is no chance of me practicing that which I hate most. Your friend Remus is charming if a little quiet, then again, next to you most people would appear quiet. Sirius was left to shake his head. I keep forgetting that everyone has grown up while I was away. You would think that spending time with those two in there would cure me of that. This caused Nymphadora to laugh, a sound that was almost musical to the listening ears. Those two are something else. I feel as if I've just been conned into this event on Saturday, yet I'm looking forward to it. Weird or what? Sirius gave a half-hearted laugh that was filled with nerves. Harry was right again, she was very sharp. You got off lightly. Before you arrived they double-teamed Remus into giving them and their friends some defense lessons. It appears that their professor is hopeless and stutters so much he would be dead in a fight before he could say a curse. This made Nymphadora laugh harder. I know I'll probably regret this, but tell them I'll help as well. Sirius couldn't believe how well that went, wisely kissing both Nymphadora and her mother goodbye on the cheek before he could say anything to spoil it. He would make his godson eat those subtle comments and enjoy watching the little bugger choke on them. Remus was drawn from his daydreaming where a beautiful young woman thought he was charming by another beautiful woman. We have an empty spare room, Remus, why don't you spend the night? There was no reason not to accept, though Remus had gotten out of the habit of people treating him with kindness. Thanks for the offer, Emma, but I really couldn't impose on your hospitality anymore. I've had a wonderful evening. Nonsense, Remus, it wouldn't be in any way an imposition, actually it would be doing us a favor. You could then accompany both kids back to Scotland in the morning. Decision made. Remus relaxed and enjoyed the reminiscing with his best friend. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 55, ch.55. When they arrived at the Three Broomsticks, there was a reception committee awaiting them. McGonagall, Slughorn, and Amelia Bones were all sitting chatting, clearly just passing the time until they arrived. Harry picked himself off the floor after his usual graceful exit from the flue and was dusting himself down as he spoke. Professors, Madam Bones, to what do we owe the pleasure? Amelia jumped in first. Lord Potter, Severus Snape has been questioned under truth serum, and there is more than enough revelations there to make him stand trial for the crimes he's committed. He also overhear a prophecy pertaining to you and you know who. This is the reason why you were attacked as a toddler. Remus was barely controlling his inner wolf at this news, while both Harry and Hermione appeared unperturbed. This lack of reaction bothered Amelia greatly until Harry offered an explanation. My dad told Sirius there was a prophecy about me and Voldemort, not the wording as such, just that it existed. They also knew one of Voldemort's spies had reported that fact to him. This was the reason my family went into hiding. We collected the prophecy from the Hall of Mysteries yesterday morning. Turns out it was made by Sybyll Trelawney to a certain Albus Dumbledore. I understand she's never left the castle since. What punishment is Snape likely to receive if found guilty of these crimes? As you are one of the main parties he committed crimes against, the Wizengamot would take into consideration any pleas of clemency or demands for revenge you would make. That is the main reason I decided to meet you here. I suspect Dumbledore will try to influence you toward clemency. Hermione's grin was frightening. He tried to have a quick word with us on Friday before we left, we just sped past him. If we need any advice, then we are not afraid to ask for it. Unsolicited opinions from people who clearly have their own agendas will be ignored. Amelia was pleased but not in the least surprised to hear that. We set the trial date for Wednesday, originally to allow you time to collect the prophecy before it became public knowledge. Do you wish to attend the trial? Harry didn't need to think before shaking his head. Wednesday is my wife's birthday. I have no intention of spoiling her day by allowing Snape to intrude. I wonder though if I could suggest a couple of questions though that could be asked during his trial. Amelia noncommittally raised her eyebrows at this, so Harry continued, what did you do to earn your dark mark, and is it possible to be forced to receive one while under the Imperious Curse? Amelia could see why Harry would want the second question asked but not the first. Hermione then proceeded to tell everyone something they didn't know. We think the dark mark is a perversion of the Protean charm that Voldemort uses to tie his followers directly to him forever. To bind the charm, each recipient must commit a murder. These are not mere tattoos, rather a way of tying their very souls to their master. Under the combined stares of amazement, Hermione didn't wilt. It's called Know Thy Enemy, and we gathered all the available information before arriving at a theory of how it could be carried out. There is a chance we could be wrong, but I doubt it. Asking Snape will either confirm or deny our theory. Amelia was awestruck. I think it's a safe bet we will be asking those two questions. It would appear, Lord Potter, your claim that your wife's a genius is well justified. Harry kissed his wife on the cheek. He was so proud of her. Madam Bones, you have no idea. Could you please hang on for 5 minutes? I need a discussion with Professor McGonagall that might require your signature. It was an intrigued Amelia who nodded her compliance. Professor, as I said earlier, it is my wife's birthday this week and we require your permission for a little something I've got planned. My intention is to speak with the Muggle Studies professor concerning a field trip to a Muggle theme park this Saturday for most of first year, and a few others. Your security advisor here has already agreed to accompany us, as has Auror Tonks. When you include Sirius, our parents, and a professor, that should be more than enough adult support to cover the trip. Harry could see the questions queuing up in the professor's frown, so tried to answer most of them before she needed to ask. All arrangements and expenses will be dealt with by us. All we would ask of Hogwarts is to transport the students to and from the 3 broomsticks. They will flew to the Leaky Cauldron, where Muggle transport will be waiting outside to take them for the rest of the journey. Each envelope contains an invitation and a parental permission slip. That's why I asked Madam Bones if she would consider waiting a few moments. If it's a yes, then Susan's form could be signed here and now. Minerva proceeded cautiously, when you say the most of first year, could you be a bit more specific? Well, it really is everyone except Malfoy and his cronies. I don't see why he should be given the chance to spoil my wife's, or anyone else's day. Do you really think he would want to sit on a bus traveling towards a Muggle theme park? His father would probably suffer a heart attack if he received a permission slip. Honey, maybe we should reconsider and invite Draco. Minerva wasn't only smiling at the joke, she clearly recognized this was a fabulous opportunity for her students. An opportunity that Hogwarts couldn't afford, far less possess the skill or knowledge required to organize the event. Having met them, Minerva was certain that the Granger parents would have this organized to the nth degree. They took no chances where their children were involved. She could perfectly understand their decision regarding Mr. Malfoy. It really would be a shame to deny the others this wonderful opportunity because the blonde waster couldn't keep a civil tongue in his head. I can understand why you require a quick answer to this, as all those invited will need to write home for permission. So, providing Professor Burbage agrees, it's a yes. The permission slips need to be handed to their head of house by Friday. No slip, no trip. It was a happy Hermione who took Susan's envelope out her bag so her aunt could sign the all-important slip. Minerva was thinking that this couldn't have come about at a more opportune moment. Lord Potter, I am trying to persuade Professor Slughorn here to not only teach potions but assume the head of Slytherin mantle. Unfortunately, he seems to be of the opinion that this would adversely affect his relationship with you. Harry stated his position very clearly. Professor Slughorn has a contract obliging him to teach us potions at specific times until June. Whatever he does outside that time is no concern of mine. I have no axe to grind with Slytherin House, certain members would still be arses no matter what house they were in. Minerva was aware she should be reprimanding the lad for his language, but it was taking all her efforts not to laugh at his jibe concerning Mr. Malfoy. The fact that she agreed with his assessment of the blonde Slytherin and it also freed Horace to become head of the little shit's house earned Harry a break. Even if Severus should somehow manage to escape a visit to Azkaban, being found guilty would end his teaching career at Hogwarts, regardless of sentence. Amelia flew back to the ministry as the Potters had quite the escort back to the castle. When they spied Dumbledore waiting on them, both were glad of their escort's company and stayed close to McGonagall. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 56, ch.56. Sirius was on his feet before remembering he wasn't going to do this anymore. Getting his temper back under control before sitting down and taking a deep breath. It was time to discuss that last statement calmly and rationally. You did what? Emma was unconcerned. I asked Tonks to set you up on a date. Sirius required a few more deep breaths. That's what he thought she'd said the first time but had to be sure. Calmly discussing remember. Why the bloody hell would you do that? Emma was using her explaining to thick parent voice. This should be good, thought Dan, who was enjoying the show. Especially since he wasn't the target of his wife's ire. Well, quite simply, after spending the last 10 years in that awful place, all your self-confidence is gone. You're going to wear your best puppy dog eyes expression and say you don't know if you can go through with an actual date. It really is too soon, and perhaps you should start with a double date first. It would be a good idea to have some friendly faces there to offer you support and stop you making a total arse of yourself. Dan could already see where his wife was heading with this. It only confirmed in his mind that Hermione hadn't just inherited her beauty from her mother. We will then suggest that Tonks should go with you. She was the one who got you into this mess in the first place. So the poor girl doesn't feel like a spare wheel, Remus can be asked to accompany her. Just as friends, of course, on your double date. There is even a chance you might get lucky and actually like who Tonks sets you up with. As far as I can see, this is a win-win situation for Sirius Black. The shy wizard in question had almost to pick his jaw back off the floor as realization dawned of just what the scheme was. Oh Emma, that's worthy of a marauder. All the time Moony and Tonks think they are helping me while really we're pushing them to spend time together. With Emma Granger on the case, I better start writing my best man speech now. Dumbledore was currently so angry the power of speech had temporarily deserted him. Here was the perfect opportunity to wrangle some concessions out of Harry Potter and earn his gratitude when Albus eventually allowed his request. Only to learn the chance had been snatched from his hand by Minerva. This was after physically snatching him before dragging Albus to his office. He wouldn't be surprised if there was steam emitting from his ears, yet Minerva appeared unconcerned. As deputy, school outings are my responsibility. The Grangers are a pair of very respectable and responsible Muggle parents who are handling all the arrangements. Each student will have a signed parental permission slip with not one nut coming out of the Hogwarts budget for the whole event. A professor, our own security advisor, and an Auror amongst others will accompany them. They even intend to invite a few prefects. The head of the DMLE thought it was a brilliant idea, which gives us ministerial approval. I really fail to see your problem here, Albus. Minerva was well aware Albus didn't have any problem with the actual trip. His problem was being denied access and influence of the Potters. This proved to be a very accurate assumption. It was indeed the chance to negotiate with the lad that had Albus seething. He was certain he could have managed at least an endorsement for Severus before granting approval for the trip. He was resigned that Snape's days at Hogwarts were over, but had no desire to see the man behind the walls of Azkaban. It was only now beginning to emerge how much he relied on Minerva for the everyday life of Hogwarts. Albus may be the headmaster, but his deputy actually ran the school. As McGonagall had herded Dumbledore away, the Potters made directly for the Great Hall. Professor Burbage was still sitting at the staff table, so they both made a beeline straight to her. A quick explanation, followed by a glance at the arrangements, had her excitingly agreeing in less than 5 minutes as she pored over the pamphlet for Thorpe Park. Hermione then made her way to the Ravenclaw table while Harry thought it would be better to get the Slytherins over with first. Tracy was delighted for another opportunity to call him Harry and intrigued by the envelope she now held in her hands. When Daphne, Millie, Theo, and Blaise also received one, it was time to open it and quench her curiosity. The envelope contained an invitation to a Muggle theme park for this Saturday. Along with a permission slip, it also contained a color brochure, displaying pictures of lots of kids their ages having fun. Half of Slytherin had been invited and none of them could fault the Potters for excluding Draco's contingent. The uninvited Slytherins would receive no sympathy from Tracy. She was too busy trying to figure out if she had time to make the Oloi before her first class. Hermione had invited all the Ravenclaw first years before approaching one of their house prefects, Miss Clearwater. "We're organizing an official school outing for this Saturday, would you be interested in attending as a prefect?" A quick explanation had Penny excitedly looking forward to Saturday. Hermione then moved on to the Hufflepuff table, handing them out and needing only to let Susan know why her envelope was already open. Slip in hand, Susan headed immediately for her head of house and Professor Sprout took possession of the first permission slip for the trip. At the Gryffindor table, Dean Thomas had actually visited Thorpe Park with his parents and couldn't wait to tell everyone how great it was. Excitement was running near fever pitch in Hogwarts, with the Potters at the center of it once more. Harry approached the twins with 2 envelopes. "I'm taking a big chance here with you guys, don't let me down. Padfoot and Moony will be there and your sister says you haven't written once." Harry was very pleased to hear their first question was about their sister. "When did you see Ginny? How is she?" "Hermione and I spent Saturday along with her and Luna, both were fine and will be spending the weekend with us, you'll see her on Saturday." The twins were ecstatic and appeared to radiate happiness, a sight that worried a few of their professors. A day out of Hogwarts, meet their heroes and see their little sis again. It didn't get much better than that. It was another Weasley that Harry had his eye on though, especially as Hermione had just approached Oliver Wood. "Hey Oliver, would you like to go as a prefect on a trip out of school this Saturday?" Penelope has already said yes. Harry wasn't certain how the rest of Percy's organs continued to operate as all the blood in his body appeared to rush straight to his head. You could have fried an egg on his forehead as the rage overtook his features. When Oliver quickly accepted the invitation, Percy stormed out the hall like a man possessed. Neither Potter could quite hide their satisfied smirks. Percy's future contained a lot more pain than losing a badge and a girl. There was no Mrs. Penelope Weasley in his future, quite simply he didn't have a future. Both he and his brother Ron were dead men walking. Draco had treated the whole event with disdain, berating his housemates for going all Muggle. Internally he was consumed with rage, first the brooms and now this. Potter was undermining his position in Slytherin House. Crabbe, Goyle, and Weasley could hardly be considered the cream of the crop. The less said about Pansy the better. It was starting to appear though that this was all that was going to be available to him. The rest of his year group couldn't wait for Saturday. There was no way this situation could be allowed to continue. Wait until his father heard about this. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 57, ch.57. The Potters found themselves repeatedly being bombarded with questions about Saturday, so much so that they approached McGonagall about using her classroom for a meeting after dinner tonight. They arrived that evening to find that not only was the room full of students but the Muggle Studies professor, 3 heads of house and Albus Dumbledore were all waiting on them. Since Hermione had visited the park before in their other timeline, she took the lead. On Saturday morning the horseless coaches will ferry everyone from the castle to Hogsmeade, allowing you to fly from the 3 broomsticks to the Leaky Cauldron. A Muggle private coach will then be waiting outside to take everyone directly to the park. The maps on your brochures tell you where each of the attractions are, they're all free once you are inside the park. The excitement inside the room was palpable as Hermione continued, some of the rides have height restrictions, this is in no way detrimental to smaller people. As Hermione was looking directly at Professor Flitwick as she made this remark, it caused some laughter. The safety harnesses on some of the rides could fail if the person using them was too small. Muggle medicine is a lot slower than Madame Pomfrey. The injuries that Malfoy received on Friday would have seen him confined to a Muggle hospital for at least a month. Harry couldn't resist a jibe. There is a lot to be said for Muggle medicine though, just imagine a whole month without Malfoy. Hermione laughed along with everyone else before finishing. Lunch is being booked at one of the restaurants and we'll stop on the way home for fish and chips or burgers. Mum and Dad will have everything booked by now and Hedwig will probably bring us the final details in the morning. Millicent Bulstrode had to ask what most of them were thinking. What do your parents do that they can afford all this? It must be costing them a small fortune. Hermione was trying not to blush but answered anyway. They're a type of healer though both are technically unemployed at the moment. They sold their business when we were getting ready to move to Australia. It's actually my husband who's paying for this as part of my birthday celebrations. Millicent apologized for any embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I'm just so excited that I probably won't sleep for the rest of the week. Professor Burbage felt she should really say something here. This will be the first ever field trip from Hogwarts into the Muggle world, the first of many I hope. If anyone needs information about how to behave or even what to wear, I'll be available all week. You can also ask one of your Muggle-born friends. Bertha would place gold on her getting visits from the Slytherins before the week was out. There were no Muggle-born Slytherins. After answering more questions and explaining that the ghost train was probably best avoided, a ghost train without ghosts? The Potters were hoping to make a quick escape but Dumbledore was there for a reason. Mr. Potter, I really must speak with you. Minerva immediately stood beside the pair, visibly offering her support. Harry smiled at their head of house, what appears to be the problem headmaster. Albus knew this was his moment. He had the young man's undivided attention as everyone else had since left. As you are probably aware by now, Professor Snape is undergoing a trial on Wednesday. I was wondering if you had thought of speaking on his behalf. Harry apparently liked his one-word answers. No. The headmaster didn't attempt to mask his disappointment. Mr. Potter, it really is imperative that you learn to forgive your enemies. Oh, forgive me, headmaster, I meant that I hadn't thought about it. Now that you've said Professor Snape is my enemy, I suppose I really should say something. This boy possessed the ability to infuriate Albus like no one since his brother Abe. That was just a figure of speech, Mr. Potter. Professor Snape is a valued member of Hogwarts staff and a very good friend of mine. Harry just stood quietly as Albus stared at him expectantly. It was eventually the old wizard who broke the silence. Well, what do you think? I think, sir, that you wish me to use my influence to save your good friend. What I fail to understand is why. Surely, sir, as head of the Wizengamot, you are not suggesting I use my fame to benefit you and your friend. Harry then became extremely serious. I have to say I'm very disappointed in you, sir. Who did you contact to speak on my godfather's behalf? Oh, I forgot. He never even got a trial, far less anyone trying to help him. Hermione's arm snaked around his waist in an attempt to rein in his temper. It helped a little. I have already informed Madame Bones I will not be attending the trial, neither speaking for nor against the man. There are far too many people peddling influence to the highest bidder. The Potters are not for sale at any price. Dumbledore was losing his cool. How dare this little shit tell him how to behave? Albus would be the one doing the telling. Not even if it meant your little excursion this Saturday was in danger of being cancelled. McGonagall was actually growling at this remark, but Hermione answered the headmaster. Since everyone we invited has already written home and the head of the DMLE signed the permission slip of her niece, I would like to hear your proposed excuse to the students and parents. This is, after all, an educational establishment and you would be denying your students this experience. All because my husband won't do as you suggest. Dumbledore just smirked. A detention cancels your weekend privileges, those are the rules, Mrs. Potter. You wouldn't like to get a detention now, would you? Harry wiped the smirk off his face and took the breath from the old wizard. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. It may have escaped your notice, sir, but the Dark Lord of the prophecy is never actually mentioned by name. Trying to force a couple of children under your care to do your bidding is pretty dark. Then again, quite a few of your actions are emerging from the shadows to show you in a different light. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 58, ch.58. Harry deliberately turned his back on Dumbledore to speak with a McGonagall who was angrier than he'd ever seen her. "Professor, my wife and I will of course abide by school rules. Any fair punishments received will be served. Should we feel the current headmaster manipulated the situation, we will leave this school and these shores never to return." McGonagall appeared ready to decapitate Dumbledore and seemed only to be waiting on the Potters leaving her classroom before carrying out the deed. Harry though had parting words for them. "I'm well aware that I could use my position and fame to ensure Snape never sees daylight as a free man again. I choose not to. I am also aware of the prophecy and what it would mean should I leave Britain for good. At the moment we choose not to. Attempting to manipulate us or our friends could make that decision harder to defend against 2 parents and a godfather who think we should get our arses on the first available plane." Hermione couldn't resist the opportunity to verbally kick Dumbledore in the stones. "We respond to threats the same way as attacks, we fight back. For a headmaster to be a bully is unforgivable. Is it any wonder people like Malfoy believe they can get away with anything? They're just following your example." As they left, Minerva realized she no longer needed to strike Albus. The Potter's parting words had smacked into him like a brace of bludgeons. That didn't mean she wasn't going to tear the face off him verbally. "Albus, I worked very hard to get those 2 back into the castle, yet you seem determined to drive them away. Make no mistake, should they leave again that will be it. Can I assume from the expression on your face that scenario would be worse than even I think it would be?" Dumbledore's voice was barely audible. "Minerva, it would be the end of us all." At this point Minerva totally lost it and her Scottish brogue was as broad as it was colourful. "Then why the fuck would you deliberately antagonize them over that miserable bastard Snape? Even without your carefully hidden knowledge I know that the Potters are far more important to our world than that useless arsehole Severus is or ever will be." Albus faced up to his deputy. "Mr. Potter needs to work with me to fulfill his destiny. There is no other option." Minerva was beginning to think she was going to have to stick her wand up his nose to get his head out his arse. "In your eyes that may be true, but you listen to me, you old fool. Those kids have plenty of options that don't include worshipping the great Albus Dumbledore and rushing to comply with his every suggestion. Your tunnel vision only sees one outcome regarding the Potters, but you have no idea what you're dealing with here." She reckoned it might take a beater bet to divert Dumbledore from his chosen course. Minerva was considering transfiguring one to use on his stubborn head. "The Grangers would have those kids out the country quicker than you can list your titles. They've sold their business and are ready to leave at a moment's notice. The Potters are bringing a court case against you, yet you try to use blackmail to get them doing something against their will." Albus actually winced at that technically correct term. Minerva wasn't finished yet though. "They are uniting the houses and have the ear of the minister. Rita Skeeter would probably kill for a chance to talk with them, and you pull a stunt like that. My professional opinion is you should pay Poppy a visit for a complete checkup. I would prefer to think you were ill rather than a manipulative old bastard with an unhealthy interest in an 11-year-old boy." She stormed out of her classroom to check on the Potters, leaving a despondent Dumbledore wondering why no one was paying him the respect he deserved. Percy Weasley couldn't get his anger under control, the main reason being that he didn't really want to. All those carefully planned dreams that he worked so hard for were now nothing more than that, dreams. He had been exactly on his determined course, made prefect, and would have asked Penelope to accompany him for the first Hogsmeade weekend. After becoming head boy and then securing a position at the ministry would be the correct time to ask for Penelope's hand. All this lay in tiny pieces thanks to the Potters. The person who got his badge was now spending all day Saturday with his Penelope outside Hogwarts. Percy had been trying to gather up the courage and ask Penelope to Hogsmeade regardless of being badgeless, only for the Potters to practically throw her and Wood together. The slights against his family also forced their way into his thoughts and added fuel to what was already a considerable blaze. This was why he was standing in a dark alcove, in sight of the entrance to the Potters' accommodation, his wand gripped tightly in his hand. His intended targets strolled casually into his field of vision, unaware or uncaring about the devastation they had visited upon him. His wand was held steady in the darkness while a curse graced his lips when two things stopped him. A suit of armor stepped out in front of them, blocking his shot, and McGonagall's voice ringing down the corridor introduced a modicum of sense into his mind. "Mr. and Mrs. Potter, may I speak with you for a moment?" Percy looked on as his head of house was invited into their accommodation. A shiver of dread passed down his spine at what he'd almost done. Firing a curse from the darkness wasn't good enough, he wanted them to suffer like he had. He also wanted them to know who was responsible for their pain. Percy melted back into the shadows, making his way back to the Gryffindor portrait by a circular route. He was going to have to give this some serious thought. A quick curse in the back was too good for them. They needed to learn what it meant to cross Percy Weasley. After promising to speak to Wood about Quidditch, Harry and Hermione said good night to their head of house at the door. They surreptitiously confirmed Percy was no longer lying in wait. Harry was intending to curse the Prat as Charles moved and provided cover, only for McGonagall's appearance to save Percy's life for now. He had lifted his wand against Hermione for the last time. It might affect their plans for Ronald, but that couldn't be helped. Percy Weasley had just elevated himself straight to the top of their to-do list. He would be lucky to see the weekend. Next morning saw the flood of owls being rapidly followed by a steady stream of students taking their signed permission slips to the staff table. Hermione was forced to concede that Sirius had been correct. She had raised doubts that some of the pure-blood parents wouldn't allow their children to attend. He had just laughed at that suggestion. "Hermione, the magical words for pure-blood parents are influence and free. This venture supplies both. Their children get to mingle with the Potters and it doesn't cost them a nut. They will be falling over themselves to sign those slips." The entire hall was caught up in the excitement, all except 5 first-year Slytherins and a 5th-year Gryffindor. Dumbledore was conspicuous by his absence. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. Chapter 59, ch.59. Dumbledore was also conspicuous by his absence as Severus Snape was led into the Wizengamot chamber. Things were not looking good for the potions master. He, along with the rest of those present, received the explanation for the old wizard's absence when Minister Fudge stood to make a statement. "Albus Dumbledore will play no part in today's proceedings." His word alone was enough to see the accused escape Azkaban without the necessity of a trial. Clearly a conflict of interests exists here. Snape couldn't hide his shudder at these words. He was counting on the headmaster to ride to his rescue once more. Fudge continued with his prepared statement. "I also contacted Lord Potter regarding the level of his involvement in today's proceedings. I have here a letter that I intend to read aloud to this chamber. Dear Minister, I have placed my faith and trust in you. So far I have been delighted with the results. My intention is to do the same with that most august body of witches and wizards, the Wizengamot. I trust they will carry out their duties like the honest and fair-minded people that they are, requiring no input from me in determining what must be done in this case." Snape could see most of the Wizengamot members sit just that little bit straighter and thought he was royally screwed. That little bastard Potter had managed to claim the moral high ground yet still ensure he was shafted. The minister's next statement left Snape thinking there could be no other result than a cell in Azkaban. "Many of you will be aware Lord Potter has organized a Hogwarts outing to a Muggle attraction as part of the Lady Hermione's birthday celebrations. What you will not be aware of is that he has contacted me with a request for a reciprocal outing to the Ministry of Magic so the Muggle-born may receive a better understanding of how our world works. This is a request I can assure you I took great pleasure in granting." The nods greeting this news indicated that they all thought this was a good idea. Amelia Bones thought it was such a good idea that it should have already been in place for generations. Fudge then held them with a steely gaze no one knew he possessed. "When all those children arrive here I for one want to be able to look them in the eye and honestly say I'm doing my best." Instead of anger, Snape had to admit to a grudging admiration. The lad had managed to get the Ministry and Wizengamot on his side with a move worthy of any Slytherin. The Wizengamot then heard the entire story. How Snape strayed to the dark side and became the Death Eater's potion brewer. That an overheard interview led to the Dark Lord discovering there would be a prophesized child. His remorse with the discovery that child belonged to his childhood friend Lily Potter leading to his confession to Albus Dumbledore in the hope of preventing the attack. Snape's claims that the Dark Lord started to distance himself leaving Severus with no warning of the planned attack that Halloween had to be believed due to the truth serum. The entire Wizengamot was in a quandary. Here was a man who had committed crimes yet tried his best to atone for them. Taking into account the part of the prophecy they heard, it could even be argued that Snape assisted with the demise of the Dark Lord. Amelia though had 2 more questions remaining. Can you tell this chamber how you earned your dark mark? This question was met with total silence until the accused started speaking in that emotionless voice so indicative of testimony under truth serum. What was highly unusual were the tears that ran down his cheeks. A Muggle family had been captured. I was allocated a boy who appeared to be about 14. My orders were to publicly torture the poor creature before killing him. His murder was used to bond the dark mark that placed me under the Dark Lord's control. The silence was eerie as the majority of members tried not to picture the inhuman scene just described. Amelia's last question fully opened the magical world's eyes to the blight of the Death Eaters. Is it possible to be under the Imperious curse and forced to take the dark mark? The chamber held its collective breath as Snape answered, It's not possible, you have to want to take the mark or it won't bind to your soul. The Dark Lord uses these marks to summon his followers and can administer excruciating pain through them as well. Changing your mind at a later date usually met with a public and painfully prolonged death. There was no retirement plan from being a Death Eater. This new information hit like a tsunami, and contained the power to be just as destructive. It destroyed into microscopic pieces the I was under the Imperious myth once and for all. People who had used this as a defense for their crimes would soon be finding their non-Death Eater friends giving them a wide berth. While they may have had their suspicions before, here was public confirmation they had been played for fools. Whether they believed in the pure blood agenda or not, the upper echelons of British wizarding society could not stand back and allow this mockery to continue. Most would not have spoken openly against the Dark Lord while he lived, that was a one-way ticket to an early grave, but with him vanquished they could fight their own type of battle against his former supporters who were sullying their better breeding. Patronage and invitations would immediately dry up, gold tainted with the blood of innocents would never again become acceptable currency to the British wizarding elite. This single change may have done more to drag their community toward respectability than any other. Free members also get 2 advanced chapters for free. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.